he let goal explosions go in? Just replay with lo-fi music? Ooh, what the heck? That felt so laggy. Wow, Nick was still saved it too. What a perfect iPhone too for these guys to be so equally national ranked as well. Two for Mock, but it's I mean, in theory, it's on track to be tied. They're not matched at 0 ping. Fair. Fair enough. They are not on equal ping right now. So you just hate my idea to use it for game sound? Oh, you want me to use the AppJack ASMR thing for game sound right now? I think it would just throw people off, no? Because it would not match. Also, I have no idea if the lo-fi music he picked is copyright free. So if he added lo-fi music to it, then yeah, it might not be copyright free. It has to be? What do you mean it has to be? It doesn't have to be. You could upload a YouTube video. No, you can upload a YouTube video and just take no money from it. Dude, every song you've ever thought of is copyrighted. It's just once you've gotten used to like uploading to YouTube and seeing what they catch, like it's just everything. You have to be every song is gonna be caught. Even like non-copyright sounds, like you've probably heard of them before, NCS. A good half of those also get caught as copyright. Moxie can sneak this one out, dude. Be in view? Is that nice shots? Or nice one, maybe? Should be called copy wrong. So true. Wow, this is huge. This is the best of 7 if Moxie wins it. Oof, what a save. Wow, got around the air dribble bump and should just be able to score and can go slowly, or at least not rush it too much to waste a couple more seconds. It's 3-2 Moxie right now. It's about to be 4-2 Moxie if Moxie finishes this off. And he's a little time waster, dude. He's a little time waster. He'll waste your time, man. He's like practiced it. The cuts. GG's for both. They both dropped GG's. It's respectful here. You know Moxie's insta-queuing.
Choice is the ultimate luxury, and now it's yours. Taco Bell's $5 box.
Oh!
And $9 box. Now featuring the cheesy street chalupas. Best box. For less. The $5, $7, and $9 Lux Cravings boxes only at Taco Bell.
Department store
FightMatch.com, we go above and beyond to make renting easier on every single level. Neighborhood level, unit level, down to the cellular level. Hey, little guy, FightMatch.com. The place, ooh, to find a place.
The best Wi-Fi for Frontier isn't just for VIPs anymore.
So everyone's good to go.
Ew. Even people with less than 1 million followers?
Get the best Wi-Fi ever, Wi-Fi 7, with an Eero router on 100% fiber. Now on Fiber 500 and up, starting at just $29.99 a month. Only from Frontier.
As long as you're trying to learn the right things and get the right things out of the matches, it's definitely okay to keep queuing. Definitely going to build up Moxie confidence, though.
Oh, fuck you.
This was a nice cheeky dash. Easy. He's on 76 ping, it said right there in this lobby. Yes, the Marbles music has hits in the playlist. Ooh! I don't know. Now I feel like he's going to be tilting. This is about to turn into Musty versus AJ 100 matches. No, it is not. If Moxie was a Rocket League player, who do you think he would be? Chai sometimes, man. I wonder. Who do you think will be the winner in the world? I said this before any of these matches were played today when someone asked me. I feel like based on what we saw, of course, Nuke has to play on higher ping. I would lean Moxie. Moxie's just looking crisp, dude. He's just looking like he looks revitalized by his break. His first ever break in like his entire life, I feel like. He came back from that. Maybe looked a little bit rusty at first. But before you know it, he was cruising, dude. Oh! Just kidding, he's trash. People will win easy. Easy. Easy.
Nice.
Moxie did look really nervous on land, though. We're going to switch to the twos tourney in the next round. We basically missed out on the early part of it anyways. But no matter what, even if these guys are still playing, we'll do losers, final, and grand final. Unless, of course, they then like, cancel them.
No.
Because of Sonic League. I don't know what's going to happen with that. Death slam. Not quite, just a yell. You might want to refresh your on-screen chat some of the newer emotes. Why do I have a feeling I know exactly which emote you're referring to? Why was Nupo on his phone so much? I was told that it is an app that he uses to help monitor his diabetes. That's what I was told.
Come on.
So that's why he gets to have his phone. I think they take the phones away from everyone else. Cheeky little bump. Did we get to take a sip after every goal? can't believe that was strong enough. I thought Moxie was going to be able to react to that. Just slammed to the ceiling, bottom corner. Prolongation is when French teams go to overtime. Double jump. Not Goombud. Ooh, actually outplayed him though. I would want to see Nupo POV, but we can't switch back and forth POVs to see how likely that looked like Nupo was going to get there. 4 minutes of silence, S tier commentary.
Nice.
I'm glad you think so. Sometimes nothing needs to be said. Can Nupo hold on to his lead in the way that Moxie does? Moxie would already be like power slide cutting this one on his goal line. Instead, Nupo hook shots get saved. Moxie, how's the aerial game? Can he bring this one back to on target? This is a good catch. 50? Not in, no. Ooh, I don't love that first touch. First touch allows Nupo to come back in. If it was a little bit better, Nupo would not have been able to challenge. But he had time for another reset that's headed too far across the net. So Nupo never has to entertain any worries. Oh my goodness, he half flipped out of his mistake so fast and then Nupo missed. Wait a second, hook shot? Is that just gonna roll in? No. One more chance. Nice, 4-3 now. Cheeky, cheeky, cheeky. Where is my Champions Road tab? Reading this here, that here. I think they are finishing reporting that game, so it might be Alcancia here soon. Americans saying cheeky is wild. Maybe I've been watching too much European content.
You know, they say that AI is the future, but Apartments.com has been using apartmental intelligence for many years with Carl here. Describe your perfect apartment because Carl is listening.
2-bed, 2-bath, AC.
Okay.
A barbecue pit, maybe a microwave on top of the stove. A pool, got that pool?
Oh, somebody's going to park. Think of it. Think of it.
That's it. That's exactly what I wanted.
Apartments.com, the place to find a place. Ooh.
Here you go, buddy.
Thanks, Dad.
My dad taught me to seek adventure, to respect nature.
Wow, almost there.
To love it.
It's beautiful.
And now I want to protect it for my son and the next generation. That's why I got a Subaru EV.
Wait for me.
The Subaru Solterra, powered by love.
Take advantage of the $7,500 lease incentive on select Solterra V models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
Flick. Saudi E-League has... Dude, there's just no way. Like, they're going to have to... I don't know what's going to happen. Let me ask Dr. Known what he thinks is going to happen. I'm just going to ask him what his plan is. I'm assuming it'll be to forfeit the 2v2 tournament. Just try and play it as long as they can and then forfeit if they have to. helping them confirm their matches. As often is done, the loser doesn't fully confirm. Apparently Ovo won. So it's Ovo Alcancia. And we'll be getting into that here soon. And Dr. Known has said that he's just hoping to be able to finish this whole thing before he actually plays Saudi E-League. What is this emo suggestion, Burbo? That's just a fish. I don't get it. What's happening today, y'all? Starting shortly, the loser semis of the $22,000 Mina 2v2 tournaments. Alcancia versus Ovo. We're just waiting for them to check in. I should probably get into Dr. Known or somebody's party. What you're watching on screen is Moxie and Nupo playing some 1v1 ranked ahead of the World Championship. So we'll probably end up playing a bunch of ranked against each other. What does MENA stand for? Middle East, North Africa. Let me request to join Dr. Known's party. And Nush as well. Well, I'll just stick with Dr. Known. He seems to be the one who's been setting everything up. Ooh, did he miss? I think he missed. Nice save. Didn't miss that one, but... And if Nupo wins this one, then we're back tied 4-4 in the best of 9. Nice fake, or 50 really. I mean, it's a little bit of a fake, but I think he's mostly just trying to set up a 50. Who do I think will win? I had already said I was probably slightly Moxie favored. But then you watch but then you watch the most recent game go to Nupo, or the most recent two, and you're like, oh no, maybe. I think it'll will depend on clutch factor, day of, who can play most like their online self. Nupo did a better job of that in his match than Moxie did in his. You also said Diaz would win. Exactly. The real truth is that Diaz, Moxie, and Nupo all could win very easily. And there's a reason why I didn't give a prediction up until I was basically forced to at gunpoint on the desk. Because I truly felt it could go either way. Nupo was going to have a lot more LAN experience. He might have even already played on LAN so far when this match happened, which is, you know, also what happened in Raleigh, and that seemed to help out. Nah, Nupo was never losing that. I guess it's time for your Nupo fans. It's just so... it's tough, dude. Hindsight is so easy to go back and say, oh, he was never ever losing. I mean, I guess, but a lot of very smart people are giving Diaz a strong chance. But he had Diaz changing his settings, like his sensitivity settings on LAN. So he was always going to be in trouble, dude. You call yourself smart? It doesn't matter whether you call me smart or not. Lots of other people were giving Diaz a chance as well. That's a pretty high quality Nupo sit, by the way. It's 4-4 now. No, that's not going to be prolongation. Stop it, Awesome Sauce. Moxie had Yan changing camera settings. Camera settings is less. If you change camera settings, I'm less worried about your chances than if you change. 1 second. I think we're gonna hop into. They didn't accept my invite, but they might have just started playing without me. Okay, I can't find the swing. There we go. Dr. Nuts pulled me in.
Yeah. Oh god. Oh? Nailed it. Jesus. Nailed it. Nailed it. Nailed it.
Thanks, Tom. Hey,
No way.
from the country. Are you okay anyway?
Yeah, I'm also from the country. He's a magical place. I do want to sneak down.
Nailed it.
He's a nice guy. A little odd.
Can still hear you. Huzzah! A toast to breakfast.
This is Bible. We've always been ahead of the game, with no artificial dye. Choose better. Body armor.
Here you go, buddy.
Armor of the body.
My dad taught me to seek adventure, to respect nature,
Almost there.
to love it.
It's beautiful.
And now I want to protect it for my son and the next generation. That's why I got a Subaru EV.
The Subaru Solterra, powered by love.
Take advantage of the $7,500 lease incentive on select Solterra V models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
Welcome to Reinvented with Accenture. I'm speaking with Carlos Torres Villa, chairman of BBVA.
Embedding change is a value in itself. To fight the status quo.
This idea of continuous reinvention, I think, is really important. It doesn't end.
It
right?
does not end. Having a vision, conviction, the courage to make bold decisions until you see meaningful results.
Like sub backup. Really quick scoring. He was a Falcon sub. Oh, I don't know what he was doing on the bench based on what I've seen so far. Need to get him onto a proper squad. No, actually great defense there by flipping in front of the potential shooter and preventing him from getting in. Who can he replace? Someone not on the Falcons. I'm not saying you should go in and replace a Falcon, but usually a sub is like someone who can't make a main event on any team, and so they're like, the way they get to main events is to be a sub. Oh my goodness. See, he even convinced Nush to own goal. It's rocking to the back wall. Nice resets. Where's the face cam? I'm glad that you missed me, but during the show matches, we usually don't have the face cam. NMJ gonna make it 4-2 as he picks up midfield 100, and Dr. Known goes flying past without touching the ball. Dr. Known running lead blocker as he gets a demo to allow Nush the chip shot for a third. Nush just doubling off the ceiling as he goes the length of the field. Dr. No trying to do his best to cause chaos on the goal line, but wasn't able to cause enough. Israkan has a great flick, but Dr. No stops it and sends it high. Nush 50, pass 1, pass 2, the double 50. Earlier we saw an air dribble double bump. How about an air dribble double 50? As Nush beats 1, beats a second. Dr. Known in control of this kickoff. Oh, look at the placement. Oh my goodness, Dr. Known. To be able to roll around this ball and recognize exactly what kind of flick you need to just finesse it perfectly into the corner and in. 5-4 now for Alcancia as they take the lead. Dr. Known. Reset redirected by Nush. We are 10 goals in this 2v2 game, just
It's
barely
not
over
much,
halftime.
but I just hate to see people out
We are
here,
about
you
on
know,
track for a
sleeping on the
20
bench and
goal
whatnot.
2v2 game.
How long you been on the streets, man? Yo, where you going? Do you guys work here?
No.
Big
Oh.
kickoffs
Just getting
galore
food.
for
Who's this?
Alcancia.
Her name is
And he gets
Tanya.
another possession. Dr. Known is pre-jumps. He's
What's your name,
floating.
sweetheart?
Mine?
He is
Yeah.
floating
Luna.
pre-jumps.
Nice to meet you. My name is
Nush
Victor.
will eventually
Nice to
score.
meet you.
So he
So
was
y'all
just a
from a
distraction
gang
the
or
whole
something?
way.
I am.
Because
She's
the
from
ball
the
never
old
found
lady.
its way
So
over to
she's an
Dr.
old
Known.
lady?
And yet,
Tall lady.
clearly they must have been
That's
worried
kinda
about him
rude.
No.
in some
You don't
regard.
look like an old lady.
I feel like it.
She doesn't have to look the part.
I had a lot of Botox. Come on now.
Did you have a BBL?
What?
A BBL?
Accidentally just
Is that
set
what
that
they
up
call it
directly.
these days?
Oh
I
my
think
goodness, did
so.
Nush
I mean, I've never
try and
had
find a way
one.
to shoot that.
There's a BBL.
A
Just with a back pass
Brazilian
to Dr. Known on the respawn.
Yeah.
Dr. Known
That's what they
gave
call
the
it.
ball away,
Shit, I wouldn't know nothing
but
about
covered up
that.
the angle
You run with
quickly.
anybody?
No, I just got here.
Fun. Like it here?
Yeah, it's okay.
Anything in particular you like doing?
Gambling.
You went to the casino?
I'm about to, probably.
What are you squaring up about?
I'm sorry, I'm just getting the urge to
Dr. Known,
gamble.
soft
Can't
touch and
control
then
it.
going
Oh.
I don't give you
to
the
try
reason
and
to
I
square
gotta
up.
take out
gamble.
defenders
Well,
and nets.
I got
Nush
gamble, dude.
If you want
Tried
to
to
square
return
up,
to
square
midfield
up.
early.
I'm sorry, man. I'm just itching
It'll
to
be Dr.
gamble.
Known who gets the
Yeah, and
first
I
play.
like to fight.
Dish
You
back the other
clearly don't
way
hate her
without
enough.
a really strong landing, which is actually kind of what he got.
What, dude?
Whoa, watch your
He
fucking
was not
language.
going to be able to pop
I
it
didn't.
past him.
Oh, jeez. Just saying.
Watch your fucking language.
Did you just say that he don't
Nice
hit me
shot
enough?
from NMJ.
It's a
Dr. Known,
joke.
though,
Oh, make sure you
was
cut your
waiting
car off,
behind
because if not, you will
Nush,
run
the
out of
POV
gas.
we were
That's not
watching.
mine. I stole it.
Of
was ready to make the
whoever's car it
play.
is, they're gonna run out of gas.
3 goal
I'll
lead with
steal
a minute
another
left to go. If it weren't for the fact that it's 7-4, I would maybe consider this 3-goal
I'll
lead
just steal another one. 'Cause I'm a bad
unrecoverable,
boy like
but
that.
there's been so many goals.
Oh,
Nice play
shit.
from Dr.
Now we're all
Known.
alone.
I'm
To
about
know
to get
exactly
back
where
to
he needs to
working.
be to get
How
a
about I take
reset
you
on
on
the
a
ball. Starting
Negative,
that far
Ghost
away,
Rider.
but
Maybe to the casino.
Negative.
all this seems to
on.
just be for
No.
show as Nush and Dr. Known continue to put on a
Do you have a
barrage.
problem with hitting women?
Most
It's not a
importantly,
problem.
No, it's not a problem. So
they're not letting in
Trying to
any
raise.
free buckets,
I
and
don't
therefore
know if
should
I
very
be
likely win
flattered
game
if
number
I-
1.
I don't know.
Quick, before he gets back.
I'm
Nush and Dr.
faithful.
Known are both
No, you're
floating,
not.
trying to co-air dribble this one. And there
What do you
there
work
is
at
that
anyways?
I think
free
you're on
nets
home
that I was
bars
talking
soon.
about.
You're fixing to own your own bar.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll be damned.
Yep. And it'll be over in Polito.
Fucking Polito.
Gotta bring some kind of something over there. Nobody ever goes over there.
Do you
A
live up there or
Spanish and a
something?
fake
No.
kickoff
Why are you opening a
is
bar
going to
up
lead to the
there?
ball. Oh my
Plus he's a
goodness. dude.
ghetto.
Are they going to
Oh, okay.
actually
Is this
entertain
supposed
some
to be
OT?
like some biker, like
Alcancia
white
faked
trash
again.
dive bar?
This Rocky
type
got
of
No.
Nush to shadow really deep.
No, it's gonna be a saloon.
And then he is
Basically what I said.
able
That
to
is
convert off that.
Not what you said. A saloon.
This time, a
is
more standard
totally
kickoff.
fucking different.
Okay, jeez.
It's not white
Dr.
trash.
Known
Relax with the attitude.
pops it up, resets, double resets. Nush 50. Make it 8-6. 14 goals. Nush and Dr. Known for a second seemed like they wanted to watch it again. Are we getting one more? We shouldn't be. Game 1. Going out Katya. Pogo shot from an MJ. I've really liked what I've seen from Ovo so far. Mina always giving fun surprises. But for the first time, the favorites, or at least the team we consider the favorites, is going to win game number 1. I don't think we need that one on Cade. Game number 2. There have been, yo, mozzarella. They were the 59 million viewer raid. Much appreciated. Great to have you guys here. We're watching the $22,000 pre-jumps. Oh my goodness, Dr. None almost got the goal line 50 on the reset from the pre-jump. Instead, we're going to watch an MJ hit a nice shots. And even though the initial one gets saved, it's Rockin' will score. We are watching the $22,000 Mina 2v2 Champs Road. Mozzarella, were you playing in the 2v2 one for EU? Have you qualified for day 3? If you have been playing. He said yes. Good to know. We'll watch a little bit of Mozzarella potentially tomorrow. Just finished, qualified for tomorrow. Good work out there, Mozzarella. Nush and Dr. Known. Ooh, nice catch. And Nush recognizing that he did not need to shoot. He just needed to stop the ball. And when it comes down to it, it's a really solid pass as well to make sure only Nush could get there. Dr. Known getting a bit ahead of himself. Guys, we already have a prolongation emotes. Matt RL! Did you play with Mozzarella? Thank you for the 7 million viewer raid. Nush off the ceiling. Able to win the 50, and Dr. Known has an easy tap in. We have 5 goals. It's been a minute. It's happening again. This time it bounces off of NMJ off of a kickoff pinch. Dr. Known resets out to Nush, who goes high. An aggressive double attempt. Doesn't pay off. Rockins hopefully trying to find a teammate there. NMJ can't quite do so. That's going to get boomed away on the clear. For just a brief moment, it was 3-2 at 3:32. I know that's important for all of you. Push to Dr. Known in the air to the ceiling. Does put a strong shot on target, but one that can be prepared for. And it's actually going to get countered. Ooh, did not get countered directly into the net, though. Nush, you can see adjusting his rotation back there to get the perfect pop-up straight to the back wall instead of clearing it out to the midfield where it could get shots. We're definitely going to have to get rid of that new emotes before the end of the stream. In fact, why don't we just get rid of it now? Get your last ones out. Nush, nice shots. Oh, we accidentally switched to auto cam. We don't want auto cam. Goodbye. New emotes. Dr. Doan starting to dribble from just outside his own nets. NMJ has two defenders to beat. One going in and out of the nets. Just barely able to make the save. They're almost doubled up and we're in the wrong spots. NMJ has the reset and nobody challenging him. Dr. Nona and Nush just letting him bring it to the wall. How did Nush pre-jump that? He's already floating in the air for a really strong like wall pinch essentially to clear the ball away. Yes, Rockin's gonna score the third goal for Ovo as they're definitely still in this game. Dr. Known the length of the whole field. Just barely doesn't finish the top right. Nush has been looking for some greedy angles on redirects that has led to a decent amount of whiffs. Pinch from Nush over to the control of Ovo as Rockin's waiting in the midfield for a pass. Nush tried to pre-jump. This is looking pretty darn available, but Ovo not able to finish it. Dangerous position to be in for Alcancia, but they survive for now. Dr. Known all over this ball. Another whiff from trying to play at breakneck speeds. Oh, Nush actually bumps the shooter. Yeah, I think he came from inside the net. I never thought he'd be able to get to the ball, but he did at least bump the shooter. And now is Rockin denied on his double attempts. Alcancia needs to hold on for just 9 more seconds. Dr. Known does not have boots to go up there. NMJ is actually dribbling it back on his own net and to the ground. Game number 2 going to go to Alcancia. They're trying to speed run because they're trying to get to their Saudi E-League match, and they're up 2-0. It's best of 5. Moxie new.
These cookies just have the creamiest wave. Hershey's Cookies and Cream.
Introducing Taco Bell's $3 steak burritos. From the zesty Chipotle ranch to the indulgent cheesy melt. We call them red.
The channel point reward is back up, I guess. I think it's got like a 15-minute cooldown on it. Yeah, I think the Apex tournament format is the coolest thing. Like, you have a bunch of teams that have to get up to a certain like match point threshold, and then after they get to the match point threshold, then they have to win. Like, I think that's so cool, because technically, you could be the 20th place team, but if you just win and you deny all of the other teams from winning, then you can make a comeback. I think that's such a cool format. And obviously, it's most of the time, like, you're still gonna have the same 5 or 6 favorite teams that are coming in to win, but same in Warzone. I honestly didn't even think Warzone had like an esport. I mean, I guess that makes sense because obviously, but I never thought about like Warzone esports.
Nush. A little musty pop to try and get this dribble going. Dr. Known's actually doubling it back into his own half now. As they try to hold on to possession. Dr. Known has a great 1v1 take. Although it takes too long, the player will be able to get back in. The Silver Surfer is in the lobby. What is this decal? Is this a silver decal or something? This must be silver rewards from some season, I imagine. Season 4? Original Season 4? That's no way. It's got to be new Season 4. Be honest, Mina deserves a 3rd slot next season. They should give OC only 1 slot. We've talked about this a few times, and I've said the same thing every time. I think their way out, the easiest way out is for them to start giving slots based on power, like power bids instead of just auto bids. Right now, everyone automatically, NA automatically gets 4 no matter what. EU automatically gets, etc. OC, you get 2 no matter what. Instead, give everybody a smaller amount of automatic bids, and then allocate like power bids that you earn to future lands. So if your region performs well, then you get extra spots, and then you'll find that with 1 bid being guaranteed for like an OCE or an SSA or like a region that is gonna struggle to keep their own bid, you get 1 no matter what, and then watch as EU just sucks up everybody else's bids. Oosh, nice dunk. Gotta put a max amount though, because we're worried that it'll just be EU sucks up literally every single other bid. Epic pays for the players to fly out, yeah. If you qualify, is my understanding. But if someone confidently says their org pays for it, then I mean, there's no way that players are paying for their own flights, I don't think, if they qualify and don't have an org. At least I would really hope not. And so if non-organized teams get to have their flights paid for, I imagine everyone gets their flights paid for. But what happens a lot is orgs like do boot camps and that kind of stuff, who will they'll end up paying for flights for their teams to go to those boot camps and whatnot. And I think you need to like fly in on the exact days. Oh, how do they not score that Epic wants? And if you don't want those days or something, which is actually kind of late, then you have to get your own flights. Wouldn't that just cause a downward spiral with regions gaining bids than having a higher % chance of doing well, therefore getting more bids? Yeah, you'd have to come up with a good formula or something that doesn't take into account, you know, if you just do like raw points earned at the major or whatever, then yeah, whoever has more is just going to gain more. But I'm sure there's some metric you could think up if you really wanted to try and counter that, so that it's just the like teams at the bottom competing for the last spots. Dr. Known, boomer of a shot, but NMJ was ready for it. Alcatia no longer messing around, as their Saudi E-League match is set to start in what? About 27 minutes. They seem to think they can win 3 best of 5s. If they just play out the clock, the absolute bare minimum time is 30 minutes. So I don't know if they're expecting to be able to get double forfeits out of Awawa. They're going to beat them so bad that they're going to be forfeiting early in both of their you know, grand finals and bracket reset, but they are just 5 seconds away from securing their first sweep that they would need to get. And that'll do it. Alcatia headed to the Grands against Awawa for some rematches. I'll help them report it as fast as possible. In the meantime, these guys are currently tied 6-6. And it looks like Nupo's about to take the lead. They're just refusing to let anybody know who's going to win at Worlds, which I love. right, am I in Dr. None's party? Still is the question. I have to check real quick. Sorry. I am. All right. So we're chilling. You'll pull me into the next lobby. Oh wait, he can do a different guy. Wait, he's getting cooked. He's getting cooked by not Nupo. Wait a second. We're just watching Moxie play Osaft. Nupo Sip? Wait, we already have Nupo Sip. Didn't you notice when you typed Nupo Sip earlier that we can have Nupo Sip and Sippin? I guess I was waffling, but is this the first game against Osaft? I think I just heard him leave my party, which means... Oh, no. We got more people joining the party. Great. That's perfect. That's ideal. Nupo left at 6-6. All right. Well, Moxie's now getting farmed by Osaft instead. Good news for him. He doesn't have to play Osaft on land. All right, chat. Is this stream going to end in the 5th hour today? I think it is. I think it'll probably end up ending in the 5th hour because we...
Hey, let's go somewhere fun. Let's see where AAA can take us. Let's go get stuck in the sand. Let's go sleep under the stars. Let's go for dinner and a show. No kids. And let's go stay at a hotel for less. Okay, let's bring the kids. But first, let's get this fixed.
With 24/7 roadside assistance, trip planning, hotel discounts, and more, you're always ready to go. AAA, your membership to go.
What a hotel.
Right? And only $250 a night for my favorite site. What?
We didn't check Trivago.
I got mine for $155. You have to check Trivago.
Oh yeah? Prove it.
On Trivago, you can compare hotel prices from multiple different sites.
Even your favorite one.
Look, same hotel, $100 less.
You didn't check Trivago?
I didn't check Trivago.
Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel? Trivago.
Introducing Taco Bell's $3 steak burritos. From the zesty Chipotle ranch to the indulgent cheesy melt. We call them rich, but they're just $3. New $3 steak burritos only at Taco Bell.
The path isn't always easy.
For me, it's just about getting 1% better every day.
The road to the top isn't always obvious.
The play next year is Europe.
But this is where legacies are made.
Here's the top 3 reasons to switch toothpaste to Sensodyne Clinical White. Number 1, 2 shades whiter teeth. Number 2, 24/7 sensitivity protection. 3, it's safe for the enamel. As a dentist, I think it's an amazing choice. Start whitening your teeth with Sensodyne Clinical White.
This is what, a guy yelling at Psionics? I see Rizzo has it. As an emotes. How do you know someone does sport? Answer, he tells you. GG's today. Fear got to run. Have a rest of a good afternoon, evening. Thank you, Buffalo. Later, gamer. We've got 1, potentially 2 series left here. So we could be ending in the 5th or 6th hour. It seems like the streaking is on track.
By the end of
to
this
today.
video, you'll understand
All
why
good
this
things must
isn't
come
just
to an
another
end.
season. It's the year American automotive supremacy returns to the world's biggest racing stage. And trust me, the Europeans are already sweating. Let's be brutally honest about something. For a while now, Formula One has been a European playground with a few token outsiders. Mercedes, Ferrari, McLaren, Red Bull, all based in Europe, all playing by European rules, and all getting comfortable. But something shifted. Netflix happened. Drive to Survive turned F1 from a niche European sport into an American water cooler conversation. The numbers don't lie. F1's American TV audience exploded from 547,000 viewers in 2018 to over 1.2 million by 2024. That's not growth. That's a gold rush. And when American corporations smell money, they don't just watch from the sidelines or buy merchandise and cheer from the stands. They are going to invade, conquer, and rewrite the rules. Cadillac fired the first shot, and it wasn't subtle. General Motors looked at Formula One and said, "We're not here to play nice. We're here to win, and we're going to do it our way." Their approach, a three-phase plan that's absolutely ruthless. Phase 1, enter as a full constructor in 2026 with Ferrari power units while learning every dirty secret. Phase 2, develop GM's own power unit technology while everyone thinks you're just another customer team. Phase 3, complete independence by as early as 2028 with their own engines, their own team, their own everything. It's like using your enemy's weapons against them while you forge your own sword. But this wasn't easy. The FIA said yes to the original Andretti bid, but Formula One management slammed the door shut like they were protecting some sacred European club. It took GM stepping up with serious power unit commitments and basically saying, "We're not going away," before F1 finally opened the gates. While Cadillac was making headlines, Ford was playing chess. When Red Bull's Porsche partnership collapsed over corporate politics, Ford saw their opening. Ford Motorsports director Mark Rushbrook literally emailed then Red Bull team principal Christian Horner, "Hi, do you want to talk?" Sometimes the best moves are the simplest ones. Ford looked at the F1 landscape and made a calculated decision. Why fight Red Bull when you can join them and use their success as your launching pad? Ford CEO Jim Farley walked into their first meeting wearing a Sergio Perez cap. No corporate BS, just pure racing passion. But don't mistake this for some passive sponsorship deal. Ford is bringing serious firepower, backed by a $50 billion investment in electrification. And they're co-developing the power unit with Red Bull. This is a full technical marriage. The partnership was so perfect that the former team principal, Christian Horner, once joked Ford's role is like being grandparents. You get all the benefits of the kid and all the upsides, but you don't have the sleepless nights. Low risk, high reward, maximum exposure. Red Bull gets American automotive muscle. Ford gets their name on the most successful F1 team of the current era. The competition is already having nightmares. Let's talk about what's really happening behind closed doors in Maranello, Brackley, and Woking, because they are freaking out. For decades, Ferrari, Mercedes, and McLaren have had their little European club, and it's been working just fine. Now they're facing American corporate power that makes their budgets look like pocket change. General Motors, $53 billion market cap. Ford, $45 billion market cap. These aren't racing teams. These are industrial giants with resources that dwarf any European constructor. When American corporations enter a market, they come to win, then control the entire industry. Look at what happened in other sports. American investment transformed English Premier League football into a global entertainment empire. American ownership changed the entire economics of European basketball. Now F1 is next, and the Europeans know exactly what's coming. The writing is on the wall, and it's written in American dollars. The European response reeks of desperation. Mercedes is increasing F1 investment beyond original plans. They've already confirmed their 2026 driver lineup with George Russell and rising star Andrea Kimi Antonelli, a move that secures their future but also closes the door on the possibility of signing Max Verstappen. Meanwhile, Ferrari isn't just accelerating hybrid development like their lives depend on it. They've brought in 7-time world champion Lewis Hamilton to fundamentally change the team's DNA and provide the kind of technical feedback that could crack the 2026 code. They can't let American manufacturers waltz in and start winning immediately. The recent leadership change at Red Bull, with Laurent Mekies taking over as team principal, shows that even the most successful teams are in a state of flux and preparing for this new era. So much so that the FIA has even introduced a new program to allow underperforming manufacturers extra development time and resources to prevent one team from dominating the new era. It's a clear signal that the old guard is terrified of falling behind the American invasion. Here's the fascinating part. Ford and Cadillac are approaching this invasion with completely opposite strategies, but both designed to crush the European establishment. Ford's approach, strategic infiltration. Partner with the best, then use American resources to make them even better. Cadillac's approach, calculated conquest. Enter as a full constructor, learn the game with Ferrari power, then transition to complete American independence. History gives us brutal lessons about which works. Toyota spent $400 million per year for 8 seasons as a full constructor and never won a single race. That's not just failure, that's humiliation. But when Honda partnered with Red Bull, they won championships and made it look easy. The partnership model works because F1 rewards experience and relationships more than just throwing money at problems. But Cadillac is betting American resources can overcome the learning curve that destroyed Toyota's dreams. 2026 isn't just about American brands entering F1. It's about F1 entering a new era designed for American manufacturers to dominate. The timing is almost too perfect to be coincidental. The new regulations are revolutionary. A 50-50 split between electric and combustion power. Electric motor output jumps from 120 to 350 kilowatts, almost triple the electric power. The complex MGU-H system? Gone. And every car must run on sustainable fuels. This plays directly into American strengths. Ford is a strong competitor in the EV auto market in the US, on track to produce 2 million electric vehicles globally by 2026. GM's Ultium battery platform powers everything from Cadillacs to Hummer EVs. These companies aren't learning hybrid technology. They've been teaching it to the world. Meanwhile, Mercedes, Ferrari, and Renault are scrambling to adapt like students cramming for a final exam. They built their expertise around combustion engines with electric assistance. Now they're facing a future where electric power equals combustion power, and they're starting from behind. American manufacturers waited, watched, and struck when the regulations finally favored their strengths. That's not luck. That's strategic patience paying off. This isn't just about trophies. This is about automotive supremacy on the world's biggest stage, and the winner gets to rewrite the entire industry. For decades, European manufacturers have used F1 success to justify premium prices globally. Ferrari's racing heritage makes people pay extra for supercars. Mercedes uses F1 to market German engineering excellence. McLaren built an entire brand on racing success. Now, American manufacturers want that same global credibility. As Ford CEO Jim Farley says, F1 will be an incredibly cost-effective platform to engage with tens of millions of new customers. Translation, we're going to use F1 to sell American cars to Europeans, but there's something deeper happening. When American companies succeed in F1, they're proving American innovation can compete with anyone, anywhere. That's a message worth billions in global market credibility. So who succeeds? Ford's strategic partnership or Cadillac's calculated conquest? Here's my prediction. Ford finds success faster, but Cadillac achieves greater long-term impact. Ford's Red Bull partnership gives them immediate credibility and a proven platform already winning championships. Expect Red Bull Ford power units fighting for wins in 2026. But if Cadillac executes their plan, building from Ferrari-powered beginnings to full American independence, they prove American manufacturers can beat European tradition at its own game. That's not just winning, that's making a statement that echoes through the entire automotive industry. The real winner, Formula One, gets massive American investment and cutting-edge innovation. The real losers, any team that can't keep up with American-level resources and ingenuity. This is going to be brutal, and it's going to be beautiful. The American invasion of Formula One isn't coming. It's already here, locked and loaded. Ford and Cadillac have declared war on European motorsport supremacy, and 2026 will be the battlefield where automotive empires rise or fall. If you're as fired up about this American F1 invasion as I am, smash that like button and drop a comment telling me which approach you think will work. Ford's strategic partnership or Cadillac's calculated conquest? Subscribe and hit that notification bell, because when these American giants start battling European legends on track in 2026, you're going to want front row seats to the absolute chaos that's about to unfold. The invasion begins in 2026, and the question isn't whether American manufacturers will change Formula One. It's how completely
now, after a
they'll
demo
dominate.
and a bump, he's going to go for yet another interruption of play, and eventually Dr. Nolan will score to make it 2-1.
Of Fanatic.
Dr. Nolan throwing this one on target. Nush just wants to get a bump or at least prevent an easy angle to challenge. And he does exactly that. Uvel forced to own goal it. And it's 3-1 for Alcazia.
Yeah.
Uvel, nice ceiling double. These guys have been more than capable of making some exciting plays, and it's just no big deal for Mr. Uvel, who easily has the read. We got to add grand finals to the title. Everybody can appreciate a good grand finals. Nush not taking the double. Very wise to leave this. Chances of him being able to get anything decent out of it, not very high. Instead, lets it fall to Dr. Known, who's able to read the defense and slot it around him. Nush chips one up high. Uval had pre-jumped it already and is going to score. Uval was ready for it. He knew Nush was likely to chip it up, and he is up there waiting to accept the pass. Nush, look at this. This is just Mina Rocket League at its finest. Goal after goal after goal after goal. The fake kickoffs pay off. Look at this first touch, just slamming it into the ceiling before doubling it in. Dr. Known's actually going to be able to farm another kickoff goal. 6-3 with a minute 12 left to go. Fear skip every goal. Some of them are cool. Noted. That wasn't my fault. Dr. Known and Nush are trying to go as fast as possible. Uval watched that one though. These guys are on the clock, but sometimes, chat, do you guys ever do this? Do you sometimes ever not skip a replay to give your opponent more of an opportunity to forfeit? I think Dr. Known intentionally didn't score there. I think he could have. He was just trying not to get to another goal replay. Sometimes I'm like, they're going to forfeit. I'm going to just not skip this one to give them just a little bit of extra time to think about how they probably want to forfeit. But hey, if they don't, they don't. Dr. Known is wasting out time. He is not just playing his opponents, he's playing the clock, and now another goal goes in. Big mistake, insta-skip from Fear. Waiting on Dr. Known and Nush to skip. Are they trying to like, and Uval's waiting out as well. What's going on? Are they trying to like, play chicken where they don't want to make it clear that they're getting held back by Uval, so they're not going to skip, but then once Uval skips, then they'll both double skip? The skip mind game. See, no shot. Nush definitely could have tried to shoot there. Oh, they tried to shoot. I don't know, man. This is a whole nother level. I insta-readied. Is this another mind game battle where like Nush is trying to not let Uval delay the game, so he's not pre-readying, but as soon as Uval readies, he will? Or do you just ready up as Nush and then Uval feels the pressure that everyone is readied but him? I don't know. Problem is, Dr. Known said that in party chat to literally everyone. So he didn't say it just to me. Dude, waiting out the full minute in between games that's crazy work. That's like not skipping tons of replays. I don't get how that message got through. And the few messages before it. Game number 2. Nush and Dr. Known. are trying to speedrun win. Not just win, but speedrun win. Earlier, they didn't even win at all. And now they're trying to see if they can win so fast. Oh, Nush is just... Okay, Nush was last skipper there. We're trying to make sure that we can skip before everyone else. Dr. Node and Nush have to play in Saudi E-League essentially right now. And I don't know if they're trying to get the first series done. They talked about something with them beforehand, but it was in Arabic, so I couldn't understand it. My assumption was, hey, if we win and force a bracket reset, can we just play it after Saudi E-League? But I don't know that for sure. As Yazid trying to set up a psycho. Nush drops this one straight down, and Dr. None's follow-up will be easily saved. I think we're on Dr. None stuck POV, aren't we? Ubel trying to make some magic happen as he floats around in the air, but nothing ever came of it. Oh, Nushli bumped out of position. Where is Uvo's or Alwa's follow-up? I think it was Ubel. If he was anywhere around, he should have been looking at a wide open nets. Nush deciding to pull back off the ball and not let the pre-jump catch him. But ultimately, the pre-jumper was able to float and still get the 50. Nush, after a corner pinch outs, he's looking at a wide open nets. Dr. None will squeeze it past Yazid. I skipped. Dr. None and Ubel are the ones not skipping now. I'm getting told to skip every replay, and they are watching them, okay? Yeah, Dark plays a little bit of Octane. Ahmad was kind of Octane for a long time, right? I imagine he probably dabbled Fennec at least a little bit. Khaled was, of course, Fennec. I feel like TRK will... Kiliers was doing Octane a bit. When he was playing for KRN, he would do it every once in a while. But Octanes are mostly just real old heads. I think Octanes skew old. If you've been good for a long time now, there's a higher chance you'll be in an Octane. And then there's also some people who just kind of favorites. Ooh, very scoreable. Dr. None makes the first save and the seconds. We're watching from Nush POV, although we're not seeing his boost. We're seeing Dr. None's boost. We're missing this shot. Crossbar. It's crazy that now that Katsuya, they seem like they were kind of messing around early on, to be honest. And now that they have to win and they have to win fast, all of a sudden they're letting in no goals. Their defense is completely secure. They're getting leads. They're holding on to them. Nush is staring at an open net. Team gifted. My goodness, dude. Our favorite alerts. Thank you, Sleaze Breeze. Huge dubs from the Breeze. Uvo. Reset, wave dash, catch, flick. Oh, it was $1 million setup for a 10-cent finish. So close to being a highlight play. And somehow, someway, Nush and Dr. None have willed a quick series with less goal replays. We were watching 15 goal games, I feel like, earlier, if not even higher. Dr. Nona Nush. I mean, they're in theory close to the end of this first best of 5, but only if you assume they're going to sweep. Because if you assume that it could go any longer, or they might lose some games, then we could be a while from the end of this best of 5. Dr. No, nice save. Push. A dunk, a bump. Any finish? I don't think they want to goal replay anyways. Dr. No just wants it on the ground. Game number 2. Gonna go to Alcancia. We'll find out what's gonna happen right now. It's a little bit of a tipping point. Okay, now everyone's ready up but Uval. Uval is officially holding us back from getting into the next game. To be fair, I think there's like check-in and like reporting timers. So if Dr. Nona Nush really wanted to game it, they could try and win one more, get a sweep, report it as slow as humanly possible without getting DQ'd, then check in as late as possible without getting DQ'd. I think they could potentially do it like within the rules, which to me means if that's possible, it just makes no sense to be like, yo, guys, we just play after our match. Game number 3. Dr. Nona Nush up 2-0. Trying to finish off a sweep here, which by the way, I haven't added it to the leaderboards like I normally do. I haven't added it to the scoreboard on screen. Nice. But I'll do it now. I'll put another W, which is actually perfect for Awawa. Now it's Wah 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 Wah. They are in the winner's bracket, so they have an extra life. Alcacia are losers, so they come from the losers bracket, and they need to win 2 series. So Wah 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 Wah, if they lose this one, actually get to play one more and attempt to try and get first. I guess we could just do El Katsia instead of... So that feels like I'm actually saying El Katsia. What if we just do this? They have a Saudi E-League game? No, you're not wrong. They do. And according to the Wikipedia, that Saudi E-League game is supposed to start right now. From what I could tell, the Saudi E-League was maybe slightly delayed. Nush. Air dribble into getting bumps. And I think we were watching director cam, so it wasn't obvious, but basically somebody just got chased off of, yeah, Dr. Nolan getting chased off of making a save. So the wide open net will be scored. We'll use this W as well. Besides Saudi E-League, is there any other 3v3 Rocket League circuit that runs during the off-season? There's like tournaments here and there usually, but not really. Nothing like Saudi E-League, which does manage to have all of the top Saudi teams playing in it, I'm pretty sure. So nothing quite that competitive. As Dr. No, I'm going to drop this one off for Nush. I'm starting to become the last person to skip. I'm sure they're getting frustrated with me. Milliseconds wasted. Dr. No's shot denied. Nush forced to back up. Gonna have to handle Dr. None's pinch with the opponents that send it flying back. Nush has to dodge a bump and then make a save, and he does just that. And Dr. Known is now up ahead, making sure nobody gets in the way of this Nush freebie. And Nush shoots it in 3-1. They lost to Amawa 1-3. But, I mean, again, it almost looked like they were trying to lose their first 2 games and see if they could reverse sweep. I don't understand what we were seeing from this Alcancia team before. But it's kind of backed up by what we've seen now. Now they absolutely have to win, and as fast as possible, they're just going to do it. They're just going to win as fast as they can. It just will be a sweep, it seems. Barring a mix-up of the way that the first, 13 minutes of the series has gone so far.
God damn it.
Whoops. Nush.
CSGO.
Forwarded space top mid. And a bomb in tow. Second player also coming down underpass in a second. We got a 4-player mid setup here for Fnatic. My eyes always fall to Crims at the moment. Sitting back in Palace, hanging on. He'll play it slow. That was a chance for Jambo. Na'Vi disengaged from it. Makaze wants nothing to do with that duel. Smokes it off and just keeps offering more space to Fnatic at 50 seconds. Making sound. Not ideal.
Not just making sound, but yeah, not even getting in.
They're gonna just, wow, timing is horrendous there for Ime. Palace challenge comes through, and Crims finds that gap as Bit's MP9 is going into the duel, but burning all the while.
What a move!
No way!
How'd he get away with that?
He survives on 14 health as Makaze comes in at the same time. Bit has no right getting that second kill.
What about
no
this one?
right! With the upgrade to the rifle, it's a triple out of Bit.
That's what a bit of good movement can do for you. I can't believe he survived any of that. Knowing he has to take this fight in the Molly, because it's probably going to be the last kill that he can get, and it's the MP9 frag, Crims is like, all right, but this is getting traded. And then, woo! Oh! Absolutely ludicrous. 1 in 10,000 right there.
How dare you? Takes 2 free AKs and a Galil for their efforts. Wow, I thought Crims cracked that site wide open. MP9 on a ramp push, no teammates behind you. Delays long enough for Makaze to get in with 1. And sends Fnatic spiraling into upgraded pistols instead. Jambo has hit a team kill while Wonderful gets a collateral. Okay, Tech9 just works its way through jungle, and this is a winnable round for Fnatic, or so it seemed until Fear hits the ground. BlameF pushing forward has also found a rifle, but he left the bomb behind, so it's going to be a recovery soon. And if that smoke fades, he's never getting back across for free. So he goes headhunting, and instead it is Na'Vi's chance to tie this game 8 rounds apiece.
Zany rounds. We're not, it's not. So one thing that's nice about Fnatic, it's not the Blame F show right now.
Shame.
But also, like,
shame.
His farm's not like in a great place for this game either. Medium needs to be found, I think. This lead is about to be taken away if they're not careful.
I had a feeling. I had a feeling.
Hello.
Oh, nice find.
You guys are fucking idiots.
And he's going for more. But Jambo's got the line held already, so Jambo doing a good job of keeping op impact up for Fnatic this map. Gotta sing that praise. BlameF from the underpass approach gets spotted out. Oh, he eats the flash. They're jumping on him, and the cover's good.
Yeah.
Bits got you from the top of connector. They really thought they'd have him dead to rights, but team play here for Na'Vi looking good. And the walkout from A ramp, all that remains here for Fnatic, or we've got Na'Vi with a lead. Crims ahead of the timing. May have gone unchecked as Bit on ticket. Hasn't called this. Gonna kill the connector player, but at the cost of losing out. Now Jambo hits that shot. Bit barely stands after the fact. And you're not allowed to close that distance over because the cover here between teammates on Na'Vi is looking great.
Yeah, it's airtight. for sure. They're on top connector. They had everything covered. There was no room for lurks, really. And this tactic to kick it off puts all the pressure back on Fnatic to make the next move. They come up connector. Everything's being watched. Doesn't really matter what happens next with the way they push. There was always somebody else there to trade. Fundamentally sound here for Na'Vi. As the lead is now theirs. From 8-4 to 9-8. Time for a response, Fnatic.
They just can't find a fight where there's a single Na'Vi player.
Yeah.
Where there's one, there's more. That's been an element of this comeback.
Just waiting for that.
Unfortunately for Fnatic, the money's still a problem. AK for Cypher. Fully invested on this round, him and him alone. He's right into the swing as well, so you lose a player out of the gate. Not the rifle, still over towards ramp with Crims and Bomb.
More pressure now on Bit. Kazi can come and help.
Blame F's getting away with the M4. Although he's not really going anywhere, still just floating top middle, allowing Fear to throw himself towards the ramp setup. Interesting, we've got a pullback. Damn. That's a tough one for Blame F. He gets the drop on Bit.
Yeah. Had a little bit of armor too, but worked through.
Now this walkout from Cypher is about to activate. Oh, he looked also blind.
Yeah.
That comes from a teammate in top middle, so not ideal. And Bits here on cleanup, so trying to wiggle their way through that round with the tools that they had, but things get a little bit awkward.
We'll see if the rest of this map is now a formality or not, because again, no responses here from Fnatic. It's been a pretty flat second half. No questions to ask of Na'Vi right now. Good. The way they're doubling up on everything has been great to watch.
We haven't even had a bomb plant for Fnatic yet. And Eman right back to it. Top middle, a shooting gallery. Ooh, bit labored there for Cypher. He tries to bail back, but that actually draws Blame F back in. And there's a bit of wishy-washiness between the Fnatic players. Some bail out, some come in. That draws the guys that just left back to the action. And one by one, the dominoes fall, leaving Jambo on his own with no bomb. Again, Na'Vi, they are working as a pack, a team, you could call it. Right now, still two at the bottom of connector, ready to swing, and you can see it just working as a unit. So smooth.
It's also a lot of mid-control out of Fnatic and a lot of heavy mid-control response out of Na'Vi. Ima going to the top of mid saying, get whatever kills you want. We'll have Wakazi pushing off of Cat and Bit in connector right after. No problem. They're ready to double and triple layer it every step of the round. And I think that's just a bit of good counterplay. Like Fnatic want to start with mid control. They want to start with map control. That's nice on paper, but at the moment they're not getting the first kill. They're not getting control of it at all. And now they're almost out of chances. Now, here's where I feel like if you're Na'Vi, all you do is go back to making sure that they can't explode out of Palace, explode out of B-Apps with some early nades. Would you assume they're going to try mid-control again? You kind of got that locked down pretty damn well. And it's just a desperate situation for the underdogs. They're playing anti-force now, just ready to sit back.
Give us the Deeg shot, Blame. Nothing yet. Sits inside of the smoke. Nothing to tug on either. Na'Vi still just leaning back, waiting for Wonderful to get his chance in connector versus 2. perfect. That's the Galil down as well, so they're just gonna go for the cat press into Makaze. Ooh, he gives his backup, and it's gonna have to be on Alexi B now. There's guns to be grabbed from Cat, and Alexi's just out of there. BlameF goes for the fight over the van, and that's gonna give the numbers back over to Na'Vi. Trying to catch him before he could truly retreat. Cypher never grabbed a weapon, clearly doesn't need it. Desert Eagle comes out of him again. It was Fear who scooped up the AK, and he will catch Wonderful to the head. An Alexi B clutch, and an Alexi B 4K on the line for 12.
Wow, back to window. We'll have to walk out. Does he think that Fear would have crossed back, however? Not spotting this.
Ooh, he makes it over the threshold.
Oh, he's gonna see the gun if he's not careful.
Fear's thinking he's already pressed back around. Alexi catches timing with the clutch, the 4K and the time, and that is the 8th consecutive CT round for Na'Vi, the only one of which Fnatic have got the bomb planted.
Damn, first bomb plant. It's gonna be a shutout, it looks like. Na'Vi could easily walk off with this victory. 4-round lead right now, and you know, we have to see something from Fnatic to even think they could make a comeback. It's the fact that they can numerically do it doesn't really matter right now.
Some inspiring shots from Cypher's Deagle, but
they've absolutely pushed them around when it comes to mid control, all the slow pace stuff. Now they're looking to lock down the extremities too.
Wonderful on the line first, but flashes towards top middle, draws his attention away.
Okay, so they finally get what they want, at least somewhat. 2 players on Cat, still active. Fear's watching. Nade's coming down below, though.
Oof. Clean 2 kills from Makaze, missed off shot as well, sitting duck and Jambo. And I mean, Na'Vi, what more could you ask for in this second half? The bomb plant in the previous round is the only time Fnatic have had anything to work with, and it comes by way of Desert Eagles. BlameF, he's tried his damnedest in middle, but he's coming up with an 8-16 score on Mirage. And Crims, alongside Cypher, tried to keep the dream alive, but Na'Vi's defense, immovable. A single bomb plant across 9 rounds of a T-side. Na'Vi making quick work of that second half. Sure, they were held back in the first 12, but it's nothing but smooth sailing after the swap.
Pure perfection from Na'Vi going into that CT side. And credit where credit is due. Fnatic making life a little bit complicated for Na'Vi at some points, but yeah, as Connor aptly said, as soon as we switched over into that second half, you see exactly why Na'Vi are known to be such a formidable opponent on Mirage.
They had a little bit of difficulty in the first half, but that was class in the second. I mean, that was, I know it's Fnatic and Na'Vi should be dispatching of a team like that with relative ease, but the teamwork that they exemplified in so many of the situations, the double swings, the way that Ema and Bit were able to play off of each other around Khan, the way they linked up with A-site defenders at the same time. I mean, it was damn near flawless, and when it wasn't flawless, the individuals just carried them with some little heroics here and there.
Yeah, a pretty good series from Na'Vi, no doubt. I mean, if they could have closed out Train a little bit faster, then it would have been a really good series for them. And yeah, as you mentioned, this was Fnatic, but still a team that can definitely shoot back. But it was just great to see Na'Vi to have this chemistry going specifically on Mirage. You know, like their bread and butter, where they're very comfortable. They seem to be playing well off each other, and just, you know, like whenever they got the ball rolling, there was like no turning back.
Pretty much all the individuals from Na'Vi standing tall at different points throughout that map, but should we talk about the Bit moments that he was pulling off? They were pretty nasty just through and through.
What he did at A-ramp there with an MP9 to take out Crims, spin around, get the kill at top stairs. There were moments that were just unbelievable. I mean, we were just hyping him up for what he was able to do on Train, how he is more than likely the best player for Na'Vi. Actually, probably little debate at this point. for recency bias's sake, but I mean, there were just moments where it was like, okay, yeah, this guy's just kind of on another level versus anybody else in the server.
Yeah, and like his level has just been great throughout this night. You know, he's been playing a very high level. He's been very impactful, not only in his clutch moments, but also when he's actually like most need of the one you just mentioned on A-Ramp. Like when you expect the least, he gets the most out of it. That is kind of the theory of that play. So yeah, bit played off, and it was great to see that he helped Navi go over this finishing line.
I'm not saying that 3D Max and Fnatic are like on the same level as teams. I think 3D Max has been more consistent at kind of the top tier tournaments, but I think it's nice to kind of maybe breathe a sigh of relief for Navi that you close a series out cleanly after you just come off the back of, as Alexi said, one of the lowest tournament placings he's ever had in his career.
There were times when they played 3D Max where they were tricked in a round. I don't think Fnatic ever really fooled Navi. No. I don't think there was ever really a moment where the round gets away from them, where they're just not sure what's going to come next in it. But versus Fnatic, I mean, the rounds that Fnatic were able to win, just mano-y-mano, good shots from the Fnatic players. Well done. You know, that deserves some plaudits for sure. But in terms of control of the situation, I feel like Navi always really had a great understanding.
Yeah, they were in control the majority of the times. You know, they got off. They had rounds where they individually won them, but they also had us where the team chemistry just clicked together, as we know Navi can do. They have a great team play when things roll for them. So that was also a showcase today. And overall, it just seemed like a Navi team that also found themselves in a position where they want to rebound from what that just happened and having a very bad placement at East Overseas. And now, you know, they know also going to the bootcamp that they're playing at that there needs to be some kind of a new idea, a new change to that playstyle.
100%. Where does that leave Fnatic then? Because of course it's not single elimination. We've had quite a lot of single elim tournaments, but you do get another lifeline here at the Blast Open. So do you think there's kind of anything that we can pull from and go, okay, maybe potentially they could at least win one more series? I don't know about a shot at making it to the London playoffs, but what's the temperature check on that?
I would have to really look at the bracket to see what that next matchup is actually going to be. But for me with Fnatic, the one annoying part about this is that the most stable person that dons the Fnatic jersey today is BlameF, and yet he was nowhere to be found in this series. If he was able to chime in with his usual late round stability, with the fact that he is just such a solid force on his defensive positions, there was a serious chance that they could have gotten it over the line on Train. We might be seeing a map 3 coming about. Even though I don't really think that Fnatic, under almost any circumstance, we're going to win on Mirage, they definitely could be on a third map right now.
Yeah, just a bit of an unfortunate situation when we're looking at the Fnatic side of things. We do have Crims on the line to give us some thoughts after that series. First of all, commiserations, Crims. Really appreciate you taking the time to chat with us. So, could you tell me a little bit about that Train? Because second half, it was looking pretty solid for you. What do you feel like wasn't up to scratch maybe on that first half for you?
I think we should have had a few more runs on T side for sure. That was like the instant feeling going into CT, but I think we still put up a pretty good fight, I would say. Maybe they were a bit more ready for start and on their toes maybe, but yeah, a few more rounds on T side for sure was doable, and CT were very comfortable, I would say. It showed that as well, I hope. But in general, it's just such a CT-sided map now with the new boxes outside next to Bomb Train there.
Crims, I mean, you've played with so many legendary players over the course of your career. You have a kind of an interesting assembly of guys that you're surrounded with by now. And I want to know, from your perspective, who on your team today has any sort of special charm that you really know as maybe being a guy for the future, or really even just think today this guy should just be tearing it up even more consistently?
I want to say everyone, but I think Jambo especially is going to have a very, very bright future. The stuff that I've seen him do, it's very, very crazy. He reminds me of like a new Saibo in some way, but a very unique player, but yeah, he's going to be very, very good in the future. He is good, but he's going to be even better.
As Mao just mentioned, you've been you've been playing along some of the greatest legends of the game, and you've been in part of this game for as long as I can remember. We've had our times back in the days as well. How do you see yourself in this team now? You have young players around you. Your experience is obviously going to be up there, and what's the temperature check of Fnatic right now? I mean, you've gone for rebuild. Do you feel like there's a lot of improvements, and what do you really feel like you need to work on?
I think what I focus on at least is to like guidance and leadership and get our boys calm and show that experience. I think it's very important when we have young players that we develop and stuff, but I think we have a very good group that wanna become better as a team and not as individuals. So it feels really nice, and I get a lot of trust from Fear, the caller, as well. He looks when he looks for like tips and stuff. So it feels very, very good to be in this team.
Just one more question from my end, Crims. Obviously, it's not single elimination. You've got another matchup that we will be against Ecstatic, who you faced a couple of times this month alone. When you're familiar with that kind of opponent, does that fill you with confidence? Like, how are you feeling about them as your next opponent?
Nothing special, to be honest. I think we're looking forward to every official game. That's where you learn the most, I would say. So it doesn't really matter who it is. We just want to play more officials.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Crims. Yeah, looking forward to seeing you guys hopefully bounce back versus Ecstatic. That is the game that will be indeed going down, Maui. So does that fulfill you with any hope that maybe Fnatic could have at least one more game in them here at Open?
If I really just kind of take the mental head-to-head on a couple things, I would take Jambo in that head-to-head. I feel like normally I would want to say BlameF should be able to beat a lot of the riflers on that team, but after today, I mean, I already knew Nut had some stuff in him. Syrah was really good too. That's going to be interesting. I'm not actually sure who I really favor. I'd probably give the light edge to Ecstatic though.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to buy into that one. It's a quite even matchup in my opinion. It's like a team that kind of plays at the same level, and from what we've seen today, it's teams that can occasionally play good, but they also still seem to be making a lot of mistakes. So it's probably gonna come down to who can limit the mistakes and just have a good day. And I feel like if Blame can just play better than with this level today, I do think the Fnatic could come out on top, but it could be very open.
Actually, one quick note on that one. I want to see their Train. Both of those teams really like Train. I want to see more tier 2 Train. Like that's really where you find out all these new strategies and new smokes and everything like that. So that's the one. Like if you really want to find a reason to watch that one, probably that one map in particular.
Well, should we recap exactly what went down today? Because Dupree, you obviously mentioned some mistakes being made. There were some mistakes made in our first game, Maui, namely M80 kind of letting this slip away from them. That was
What do you mean by a mistake? What do you mean by a mistake? Oh, a mistake for M80? Okay, now I get what you mean. Okay, sure. I thought you were going to say
mistakes from Vitality at all. I don't see any mistakes here.
All right. Well, I mean, you know, M80 had their chance in this one. They inspired people. They gave a little bit of hope.
And now moving on to the second game of the day, we had Gamer Legion taking on Virtus Pro. A game that was somewhat even, but still we had Gamer Legion coming out on top. I still think that if we look on the side of Virtus Pro, we are still looking at a team that are still finding their struggle. And they seemingly, despite their names, haven't really been making that much improvements. And for this stake, the team is it's just not moving forward.
Yeah, that was a little bit disappointing from them. But on the flip side, we had the debut of Jacob in the FaZe jersey, able to take home a victory in a very convincing fashion on map 2, but not a very convincing fashion on map 3. I mean, this was a really close affair between both of these two teams, if you just ignore that second map scoreline. And I'd say Jacob, I want to see more. Give me more, Jacob. I need it.
He might have more of a test in the game upcoming as well, because to see them stealing a spot in London, FaZe are going to have to indeed be taking down Na'Vi. On the flip side, though, Maui, Vitality Gamer Legion, are we secure in saying King Mezzi will, be in front of his people, of his crowd in the UK? 2
French oppers enter that matchup, Freya. And I'm going to tell you, Zywoo will walk away victorious. I think that Gamer Legion are the heavy underdogs in that one. I've seen some bright spots from them throughout this season thus far, but Vitality as a whole, just so dominant, so strong.
I mean, if we look at the matchup today, Vitality versus M80, I think everyone would be like, Vitality's just going to stomp them, but that was not really the case. So I'm not going to go out and say Vitality's going to be bouncing back and just destroying the Gamer Legion. I will obviously have to give it to Vitality. I still think Vitality is by far the better team, but we've seen cracks, and it's about utilizing those cracks and actually figuring out how you can punish them. And I think they are at a somewhat holdable spot now.
Well, that was the debuts for Group A, the Blast Open. But tomorrow, it is all about Group B. Let's take a look at 4 best-of-3s that we are ready to be taking on tomorrow. What would you say is the matchup of the day tomorrow, Maui?
Oh, G2 Liquid easily.
Yeah.
I mean, the Liquid, I feel like they're finding something for themselves with how close they've played Vitality. G2 more so a team at their own level, even though G2 with Hunter probably having their own growing pains too. So it's 2 teams that are finding themselves at present time, and I think that the individual form on the server should match fairly equally too.
Zontic's still on the roster for Spirit. Everybody was telling me that's not going to be the case after WC.
Yeah, as of right now, it's just become a situation where we don't really know where it's going. Is it going to stay? Is it going to go out? Who's going to go in? Is Tenier going to go there or not? Like, it's just like a big question mark right now. But I mean, like, as long as Spirit continue to win, okay, they did have a small fumble at the EWC, but if they just continue winning, then why not just keep him if everything seems to be working?
Questions, questions, questions. Tomorrow, we will be getting some of those answers. We'll be seeing you more tomorrow, for the Group B matchups here at the Blast Open 2025.
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we have some breaking news today, and Donald Trump has ended home rule in Washington, D.C., sending in the National Guard. First and foremost, can you talk about the legality of this move?
Yeah, so look, the District of Columbia is just that. It's not a state. It's the District of Columbia. It is a federal city created by the Constitution and governed by Congress. And Congress can decide to give the power to run the city to the people of the District of Columbia. That is what is referred to as home rule. It's the reason why there is a mayor that is elected by the people of Washington, D.C. But it also means that the federal government continues to have more power there. And one of the powers that it gives is some power to the president in extraordinary circumstances. And that is when this is supposed to be used to essentially take over for short periods of time the DC Police Department, also to deploy federal law enforcement, and as you mentioned, to also send in or activate the DC National Guard. So this is not unexpected because Donald Trump has been threatening the District of Columbia going back years and years. But this is an ominous sign, not just for the District of Columbia, where I work, but for frankly every state and municipality around the country.
And that's what I want to dive into now. In terms of him kind of inuring Americans, normalizing Americans to this idea that the military can and will go into their cities and their states, can you talk about the broader risks here, especially given the fact that we are coming up on an election, and we've seen the ways in which Donald Trump has already tried to meddle in elections. Back in 2020, he tried to get his DOJ to seize voting machines. Now, we had Bill Barr in at the time who wouldn't, humor any of these bogus claims that Trump put forward, but Bill Barr is out, and he's been replaced by Pam Bondi, who's perfectly content to humor any of the, insanity that Trump puts forward. Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, none of these people are going to push back. And so as far as the DOJ goes, as far as the suits are concerned, he's got carte blanche to do whatever he wants there. But then can you talk about the fact that he will also have boots on the ground in all of these cities with a military that is largely going to be compliant in terms of following whatever orders he hands down?
Yeah, so look, I want everyone to pay particularly close attention to this part. We've already seen Donald Trump send the military into a major U.S. city. It's Los Angeles, right? He brought in the National Guard, then he sent in active duty military. And he did not do it because they were needed. He did not do it because they were requested by the governor or by the mayor. He did it because he wanted to manufacture a false narrative that the city of Los Angeles was out of control, that there were these tremendous threats to law and order as an excuse. And why did he want that excuse? He wanted that excuse for precisely the reason, Brian, you just said. He wanted to start getting the American people accustomed to the idea that there would be U.S. military, National Guard, U.S. And federal law enforcement, people in masks, right? Remember, at that point, we were not used to people seeing masked agents.
Yeah.
Masked agents throwing people in the back of vans. He wanted to get people used to that. Well, now here we are a few months later, and we are watching it happen on the East Coast in Washington, D.C. And he's doing it for the same reason. He wants people to get used to the idea that there are FBI agents acting as police, that he has taken over local law enforcement, he's taken over the DC Metropolitan Police, and that he has deployed the National Guard, and I assume very, very soon he will announce he's deploying the U.S. military as well. These are dangerous times we live in. They are dangerous times when we are starting to see this happen in one city and now a second city, where we're seeing it escalate from National Guard to military in Los Angeles, from National Guard to taking over local law enforcement and using FBI agents as local police in Washington, D.C. But it's not going to end there. It's going to spread from city to city, then to the suburbs, then to more rural areas, until Donald Trump feels like he has complete authority over all law enforcement in this country. The ones that stand up to him, he will threaten. The ones that bow down, he will reward. And all of this is in furtherance of his efforts to undermine democracy, undermine the rule of law, to squelch and intimidate people who are willing to stand up and speak out, to intimidate and to have the large institutions, the legacy media, the law firms, the universities, have them bow down and be intimidated. And then ultimately, Brian, as you said, free and fair elections are the cornerstone, the crown jewel of what he wants to undermine.
Mark, are there any limits in terms of his ability right now to be able to deploy the National Guard or the military into American cities? Are there time limits? Does he have to offer up some rationale? Do judges have to be able to validate that rationale? Like what restrictions are put on him in terms of the deployment of these troops?
Look, this is one of the great questions of our time, is what are the limits? What are the limits that civil society are going to put on? What are the limits that large institutions are going to put on? What are the limits that the courts are going to put on them? You know, at the time that you and I are recording this, there is literally just beginning a trial in California in the case that Gavin Newsom brought on this very question. Remember, there was a federal judge who briefly halted this effort when it happened as a result of a lawsuit brought by Gavin Newsom, and then that was blocked by the Court of Appeals.
Yeah.
And the Court of Appeals accepted the flimsiest of the flimsiest of the flimsiest rationale to allow him to do this. So we're going to need everyone to step forward. We're going to need the courts to say, you know what, these pretextual, ridiculous explanations are not enough. We're going to need law firms to stand up and say, we're going to bring litigation. We're going to fight you when you do this. We're going to need average citizens to be willing to stand up, to protest this, to say it's not okay, to call their representatives and go to town halls where Republicans are holding them and ask them about this. And then we're going to need the legacy media to do something that it has utterly failed to do, which is to present this as the threat to democracy it is. Not to say Donald Trump says this and the local officials say that, which is exactly the framing that I'm watching right now about what's happening in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
You know, there's no crime epidemic in Washington, D.C. Crime's down. That's not my opinion. That is a fact. But the legacy media is failing their obligation to call this out for what it is. It is an authoritarian move by someone who is an authoritarian who wants to undermine democracy.
Mark, is Congress able to do anything if Democrats are able to win the House in 2026 to rein in Trump, especially as we head toward 2028? And I know a lot of what he's doing right now is to prevent a free and fair election in 2026. So I understand that this is kind of like, this is all a little bit convoluted and muddled because the efforts that he's taking right now are to prevent a free and fair election in the very election cycle that I'm talking about. So it may not be as easy as just saying like, oh yeah, if Democrats win in 2026, when Trump is taking all of these steps expressly to prevent Democrats from being able to win in 26. But humor me here just on this thought experiment. If Democrats do win in 2026, what tools do they have at their disposal to be able to rein him in?
Sure. So look, if Congress is controlled by Democrats, they could pass legislation, right? I mean, they could grant D.C. statehood. They could strip the power of the president to do some of these things. Frankly, you know, we're going to have a budget coming up. You know, the budget is going to expire, and we're once again going to be facing the question of a government shutdown. There's going to be questions of, you know, whether or not, you know, what are the conditions for not shutting down the government that Democrats insist on.
Let me ask this question, because I know that some of this legislation is going to require the signature of the president himself, and Trump is not going to sign into law statehood for D.C. He's not going to sign into law a budget that Democrats passed that strips ICE of its funding, for example, and so we're more likely to see a government shutdown than his signature ever to land on that bill. And so is there anything that Congress could do unilaterally, or that the House could do unilaterally, to offer something of a barrier or an impediment to his unchecked power?
They could subpoena the White House. They could subpoena the various agencies that are executing this to at least hold oversight hearings, to shine a spotlight on it. I mean, that, you know, this is an administration that doesn't like the spotlight on their activities. They have systematically undermined transparency laws. Look, Donald Trump you're still holding on to the Epstein files, right? We were promised those. Where are those, right?
Yeah.
Pam Bondi, didn't you say they were sitting on your desk? So this is an administration that has stripped transparency from the American people, and it's something Congress could certainly insist on in this issue as well as the others.
Can you speak about the fact that we've been told for years and years and years that the only way to deploy the National Guard was if Nancy Pelosi somehow does it, that she was responsible for withholding the National Guard on January 6, 2021. And so can you explain to me how Trump would be able to do this, to effectuate this action without the sign-off from Nancy Pelosi here if she's this all-powerful being?
Right, that was always a lie. I mean, Donald Trump didn't deploy the National Guard or otherwise use the assets, the federal assets available to him on January 6, 2021, because he agreed with what the insurrectionists were doing. Okay? He sent them to the Capitol. He sat in the Oval Office and snickered and jeered and cheered on as they were threatening his vice president, as they were threatening Republican senators and members of Congress who on that day were singing a whole different tune than they are now, right? Back then they were pissing in their pants, so scared.
Yeah.
They wanted help from Donald Trump. Now, of course, they're all standing by him around this. But he had the authority on January 6th to show force and to defend democracy, to defend the rule of law, defend those people who are in the Capitol, to prevent deaths from taking place, and of course to ensure that there was a peaceful transfer of power. And he didn't do it. And then he came up with a bunch of lies like he always does. One of which was that somehow Nancy Pelosi was at fault. This was always about Donald Trump. And we should never forget that day and what Donald Trump did.
Can you speak a little bit about the legality of the military being able to follow orders that may be illegal? And so if Donald Trump tries to deploy the military into American cities with the ultimate goal, as we've been discussing before, of trying to be able to interfere in the 2026 or 2028 election, I mean, what can the military do? At what point is it appropriate to refuse to obey illegal orders? What constitutes an illegal order? If Trump is able to offer up some edict and he's the commander-in-chief, I mean, can you just discuss a little bit of this?
Sure. Members of the military take an oath to uphold the Constitution. They don't take an oath to an individual. They don't take an oath to the president. They don't even take the oath to the commander-in-chief. They take an oath to uphold the U.S. Constitution. And that is their obligation. And so, yes, the President of the United States is the commander-in-chief of the military. That is assuming that we are at war. That is assuming that they are deployed lawfully in combat zones. That assumes that if they're in the United States, God forbid, they are repelling a foreign enemy. It does not mean that the military is there to be Donald Trump's personal guard. They are not there to turn their rifles against U.S. citizens or to intimidate people from being able to vote. They are not there, as you say. They may not. They are not permitted under law to violate the Constitution. They cannot follow an illegal order. So if Donald Trump asks them to do something that violates their oath of duty, that violates the Constitution, that violates the law, their obligation is to uphold the Constitution, not to follow that illegal order. We saw that when Donald Trump reportedly wanted to shoot protesters. Remember that reporting back from his first term?
Yeah.
And the military officials involved said, no, sir, we don't do that.
So the final question here to follow up on exactly that is, who's there to enforce that rule if the military does decide to listen to Donald Trump and carry out illegal orders that were handed down by him? You know, if the DOJ is not going to do anything about it, if the White House isn't going to do anything about it, and if the military itself in question is following the illegal orders handed down by Trump, who steps up? Who fills that leadership void?
Look, you've put your finger on exactly the problem, which is our system was not built for someone like Donald Trump. It did not assume that you would have an authoritarian who would become the President of the United States. It did not assume that even in the worst possible circumstances, that you would have someone so willing to disregard the law, so willing to trample on the Constitution, that he does it publicly, he does it proudly, he does it boldly, he brags about it. It was not built for someone like this. So the problem is exactly as you said. You know, what does it mean to say that Donald Trump is breaking the law when he has immunity? What does it mean to say that his supporters will be held accountable when Pam Bondi's the Attorney General? And all.
I forgot I'm in the way. Can I make it bigger? Oh, I can zoom in a little. I think we should know who this guy is. I think we should know what this is. I think we should know what this is. So if we had any brains at all, we'd be able to basically fully lock it in, right? Oh, it's playing.
ندخل على طول على الجيم الثاني اعزائي المشاهدين ونستكمل مع بعض اتمنى صراحه القادسيه نشوف منهم عوده نشوف منهم رد اعتبار على اللي قاعد يصير.
Looks like Norway to me.
ما رجعت صار 0-0 النتيجه رجعت ولا بنرجع
لا 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 هم قادرين بالراوند لكن
Looks like Forbidden Temple. The year is 20.
يمكن نسوي او ان اللوست كونكشن حصل من قبل ولكن
19? When do we think Forbidden Temple was released?
نشوف متخيل محاولات جدا قاسيه للدخول نومو بكل قوه.
I was wrong.
لتصدي الهجمات ومحاولات الدخول
It was 2020. 1439? No. Oh, we are 6 hours into the stream. We're super soon gonna get along with the grand finals. There's not gonna be another Mina pause the rest of the way. What's the most important thing that happened in the year of 1439? Katya score first. The most important event in 1439 was Johannes Gutenberg's invention of the movable type printing press, which began the printing revolution and dramatically accelerated the creation and spread of books and information across Europe. No wonder.
I was trying to put on some throttle. It was that. You know, just trying to ride the throttle out wide.
Once we look at the footage back, we'll like see exactly what the cause was.
Yeah.
Charlie kissed the guardrail.
What?
I don't know if I was just trying to like let it go wide a little bit, because I knew I was like coming up on it, but I didn't think I was that close.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, like my foot's fine.
Yeah, he went over a whole ass bush. I mean, a branch.
Oh yeah, I just fucking took the bitch out, bro.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I was telling him that this road actually forces you to use braking skills, which in my opinion is the most important skill on a rider, for a rider.
Yeah, and I never really learned how to brake through turns, so I think I'm figuring it out.
Yeah. Yeah, they're still fucking teaching. Alright,
Yeah,
ready?
no kidding. Yeah.
Alright.
Alright, might have dropped my bike right there, but I didn't.
I saw that and I was like, my boy.
Yum, yum, yum. Yeah, now you want to follow me?
Yeah, I'm done.
Cool.
On to you. You know, it's an ego check. It's okay.
Oh, okay.
It's gonna happen at some point.
Well played, brother man. I know it's well played, bro.
But you're already back to blue.
For decades, scientists have desperately attempted to find the best, most efficient way of relaying tons of pointless information to people who won't remember a thing you just told them about 5 minutes later. Unfortunately, the scientists have yet to discover the answer, so the iceberg format is probably the next best thing. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first ever official Corsicar approved automotive iceberg. compiled with the help of users from the Corsicar Experience Discord server, this beast is, as far as I can tell, the first of its kind. However, let me be the first one to say this collection does not encompass the entire 140-year history of the automobile or the whole automotive industry from around the world. Sure, we could spend 10 minutes talking about the Audi A3, then the Audi A4, then the Audi A5, maybe even the Audi A6. But that's not very interesting now, is it? Instead, think of this as a collection of interesting tidbits and automotive oddities from throughout the years. Strange controversies, obscure cars, odd factoids.
What the fuck?
This is thrilled to announce my new Doug car.
Season 1 of Lost begins with the passengers of Oceanic Flight 815 crash landing on a mysterious island during their journey from Sydney, Australia to Los Angeles, California. The survivors of the crash are forced to team up to survive, as if they can't find a way to live together, they would die alone. Throughout the series, flashbacks reveal the past history of each of the survivors. Jack Shepard is a spinal surgeon who married and then divorced a former patient. He was in Sydney to pick up the body of his recently deceased father, Christian Shepard, to bring it home for a funeral in America. Kate Austin is a
Let me tell you how the world ended. December 31st, 1999. Y2K.
Just how bad will it get?
Everything that could go wrong did. Y2K, the movie.
To my knowledge, I'm the last survivor. Planes fell from the sky. Expensive Pentium 2s ceased to function. nuclear launches all around the globe. Let me tell you about the downfall of mankind. Scene transition. It all started in the 80s. The synth was wavy, the computers were absolute units, but the memory was embarrassingly small. So at the time, computer programmers were trying to save every byte they could. When they programmed in years, the date 1995, for example, became just 2 digits, 95. Good solution at the time. But as the years went by, people went, hold on a minute, what will happen at the year 00? And the answer was, across millions of potential systems, no one really knew. They had a problem, and they called it Y2K. But let's take a step back. What does Y2K mean?
Well, Y is short for year, 2 of course means 2, and K is the scientific symbol for thousand.
Mono means 1, and rail means rail.
So the year 00 was coming up. For computers, that could mean 2000, or it could mean 1900, or it could be a nil value. Now apply that same principle to something more important like banking transactions, international scheduled airline departure, or the internal clocks of GPS satellites. And now you see the problem. Systems would start to fail.
The systems will fail, and if one part of it fails, none of it works.
So traffic lights, power systems, water systems, military networks, microwaves, advanced AI, the entire internet. It could all potentially domino into chaos.
It is a particularly large global disaster in the making.
Scene transition. So companies got together to spend their way out of the problem. The United States alone invested an estimated $134 billion to fix the bug. But they had an immovable deadline, and only so much could be done leading up to January 1st. And hitherto, only a fraction of the problem was fixed. Legislators could see the writing on the wall, so the Y2K Act was passed, which protected companies against lawsuits resulting from the bug. But as the media reported on the problem in louder and more hysterical terms,
they're preparing for martial law.
I think Y2K financially could be devastating for this nation.
Airplane, they'll tell you everything's fine. They're lying to you. Everything ain't fine.
The Y2K problem could abolish all paper currency and coins throughout the world.
a secondary problem arose: panic. Ooh. Here's an example. You spend millions of dollars getting your city's water system up to Y2K compliance. Everything's looking good. But the media is feeding people hype. So a nervous population does what it often does. No, fill the bathtub full of water. Just in case, for obvious reasons. Well, also what tends to happen is everybody has that idea at once, at the last minute. You can imagine what that does to a big city. It kills supply. Then people think there's no water, Y2K is on for sure, and panic explodes in the streets. Boy, there was potential here for real disaster. So it was up to citizens like us to take matters into our own hands. Welcome to the Y2K Expo. Everything you need to survive the apocalypse. We bought survival bunkers.
They think I'm mad. Mostly. But then they want a place in the bunker.
We bought seeds. We bought a library of literature. We bought into pretty much everything.
Call now and get the ultimate Y2K survival kit from bcom.com.
But Y2K just kept creeping closer. And soon, it was time to say goodbye to loved ones. It was time to say goodbye to the world as we knew it. From my bunker, I could hear the bombs go off. The destruction. Just unimaginable. Let me just set the mood real quick. Nope. Nope. Close. Yeah. It's all gone now. The small things that went unappreciated. The great moments of our time. There is no going back. The date today is somewhere around 2018. It's finally time to step back into the world with whatever horrors that may bring. I don't know what I'll find out there, Mutants, cannibals, different factions of bandit. I just hope I'm ready to take it all on. Get it? He steps out, and then it's the cabin from season 5. It's all connected. It's such a deep and encompassing lore. Remember when I used to make good content? Me neither. Scene transition. Okay, I was only partially right about the whole doomsday thing. The world didn't end. But in Australia, some of the vending machines stopped working, and the International Weather website displayed the wrong year. Also this. So that must have been annoying to fix.
In hindsight, that's pretty funny. Actually, to be honest, at the time I thought it was pretty funny. I worked in the airline industry for years as an avionics engineer. I knew that no planes were going to fall out of the sky.
$500 billion well spent.
Brands, but all Ottawa did was play the tournament. Like, and there's no way that them readying up or skipping or anything could have possibly like delayed it long enough that a whole series of extra time could have slipped in. Like, no way. Not skipping helped a little bit, but that was not the difference. You don't think exclamation point boost is working? Clearly not, because Fearless Parrots is way in the lead. Tux looking strong. Slim Dog, El Dust Bunny. I'm dead. The king is dead. Recover the king. You might get to remain king, Llama, because if Tux wins, which I think he does, I think about multi-lane madness is once you're in the front, past this last man maker right here, you're just good. I don't think you could possibly lose it. So I think Tux is just walking this one in, barring some massive upset. Congratulations, Tux. Fall versus 2022. Now do not get last. Marbles turning when? Marbles World Championship, September 10th. Don't miss it. September 10th is the play-ins. Then 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th is the rest of the Marvel's World Championship. You're not going to want to miss it. I'm not bonkers. Earn Wheezy, who's going to be... It looks like in the meantime, Twisted Minds have won. They got 30 seconds to win. Ooh, Earn Wheezy. Slow down. Ah, he did slow down. So who was it? It was... I'm not bonkers. 6 hours is a way overtime for fear. Fair enough. How? Congratulations on your loss. I'm not bonkers. See you in 2 weeks. DM a mod or something if you want to pay the price. Otherwise, we'll see you in 2 weeks. Chat, thanks for hanging out today. I'll see you tomorrow. Twisted Minds won. They won 3-1. And Alcatia are not going to get to play their follow-up match, unfortunately for them. Thanks for hanging. I'll send you guys to somebody who has drops as well. If you can hear my voice, you're supporting the stream, and I appreciate you. Bye!
And now.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah, but how we can't dig up. It's shooting in. Dodge, mar. Heal. Shield doesn't do anything, right, Chad?
Can I shield a fire and I can't, right? With wood.
Watch out, he's about to shoot. Just make sure you're nowhere where you can get.
Yeah.
Someone like this. Turn left. Oh, wait, starts to go. No, I got nothing. Actually, nice. Get one more. Get one more. Oh, that could have been clean. Could have been fucking clean, bro. Wait, slap it? Oh, let's try. Oh my god, I didn't even see him challenging me. Corn Man! Thank you for the 5-bomb, Corn Man. That is not a good touch. I didn't even get the reset either. My bad, actually. Oh shit. Wait, take two? No. Wait, in? Nah, it's not fast enough. Let me just take this boost. That's fine. Wait, good. Open? Nice shot, actually. What? Oh, Corn Man, does that mean I need to get you a person on the back wall? Is that what that means? Is that 10 total? Fine, actually. Got it. Fuck! get that double there, bro? No. Oh shit. Wait, Hex is back though. We're chilling. Nice, 150. Pre-jumping this. Oh yeah. I'm so much better than you. Better than zero? Oh, I'm not better than him. Nice, actually. Oh shit, that reminds me, guys. So we still have to do 20 push-ups from yesterday because somebody redeemed the channel point reward. And we need to spin the wheel for today. We haven't spun the wheel yet today. Go for that. Nice. Oh, I'll be mid. But yeah, nice. Oh, waiting. Yeah? The ball? Oh shit. Oh shit! Corn man. Oh shit! Oh, I boosted? Actually? Oh, actually, you're so good. Wait, no. Wait, maybe? No. Oh, he's there. I took it out. Let me get pads. Oh shit. I'm dead. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No. Yes! No! Ah! Oh. Oh. Holy shit. I got it. Yeah, he's gonna be there. Pretty bad first touch for me. Falling fucking everybody on the field, and I 50'd it in my own net. I 50'd it in my own net. I don't know why I didn't 50 it left. Oh. Alright. Alright, man. Alright, let's spin the wheel. Let's spin the wheel. What? Oh shit, I'm gonna take our shirt off. Okay. Alright. For the 50 sub goal. Okay, we gotta do 40 push-ups. Guys, I might cramp up. I did chest and tries today. This might not be good. Ooh, random chatter timeout? Please don't.
Can we stop for food?
No, hay comida en la casa.
So you guys don't think I'm
This girl was like 2 years younger than me. Okay, the idea that there's like some huge pattern.
It's time for the moment that everyone has been waiting for. Welcome to Rocket League at the Esports World Cup.
That is a beautiful stop. Whoa, jeez!
We're not happy unless we reach the top two.
Apparently Jack to finish the job.
I'm definitely ready, and the whole team is ready.
Oh! It landed the bump, but saved it, and the cleanup is there!
I think Carmine Corp are going to be one of the hottest teams alongside Falcons to try and win the Esports World Cup.
Rally was pretty bad from us, so yeah, we want to do better.
We lost in top 8 and we got reverse swept, so yeah, it was a little disappointing. We struggled that entire tournament.
People might have forgotten how good they were because of how poorly they played in the reverse sweep that Twisted Minds got over them. They're still a top 2 team in the world, trying to get top 1 back from Falcons.
For EWC, our expectation is to play well at first, and if I make final, I want to win.
I think our expectations are very, very high. We just got second at the last major that was played a few weeks ago.
It's very good to go to playoffs, and I hope tomorrow we can go to semifinals.
This Dignitas team looks great, but GK really aren't to be trifled with. They have also looked pretty good this tournament.
No one expected GK to put up this much of a fight. If GK can go all the way through to the finals and win it, it would absolutely be one of the biggest Cinderella runs in Rocket League history.
0 seconds, GK find a way through!
We know what we need to do, and I guess over the tournament we've learned
to just have a bit more faith in each other and trust each other more. This tournament, we've just believed in each other more than we ever have. It's going well.
Game 1 underway. Great communication from Dignitas as well. Dignitas gets squeaky! Flying straight into the net. Brutal break for Dignitas. Archie will put in the insurance goal, and that is almost certainly the end of the road for Dignitas here in Rocket League.
So lost with what happened. Yeah, I feel like it's all on me for my team because that was one of the worst stages I've ever played in my life. So.
كل تركيزنا الحين على مباراة نص النهائي ضد فريق كاربون كور وناخذها خطوة بخطوة إن شاء الله وعيوننا على التروف إن شاء الله.
Let's bring them on out. It's Team Falcon!
There is a team that I really like to see playing is Falcons because I think they have a pretty good team. They have a good mentality, and it's the team I like to play because they play good Rocket League.
The first semi-final about to get underway. Shooting as usual for Falcons all tournament clinical. Killers will make sure he gets the pass out. TRK.
طبعا احنا قبل ما نخش الجيم كنا متدربين وشايفين ريبلايات عنهم شايفين بلاي ستايلهم.
Here comes Falcons off and in 1-0. And back the other way. Drawley puts one in with 12 on the clock.
They're a good team, but I know we're better.
KC, 3 wins, 1 to go. Batira looking for a bump. Goal! Batira's got Falcons spinning and spinning. Carmi Corp take down Team Falcons at the Esports World Cup.
حرفيا الجماهير نسونا هم الخسارة ما أقول لهم إلا بإذن الله بنتطور وبنحسن أغلاطنا وبنعوضكم إن شاء الله في البطولات الجاية.
For us, I think we are like just here to win a tournament.
Vitality, so far, they haven't had the winning that they are very, very used to. I think we're going to be seeing Zen come out and try absolutely everything, both at the Esports World Cup and at RLCS Worlds, to be crowned as the #1 player in the world.
It's a trophy like another, so I take it and maybe I will be a legend for AWC.
This Vitality team is the clear favorite over GK.
Vitality being top 4 is something a lot of people would have been predicting, but GK being here, didn't even think about this for a second.
Every team has underestimated us before playing us. Most teams that came into the tournament against us thought they were going to win, like easily.
Team Vitality, they are perhaps maybe the favorite right now for winning it all. The shot catches Vitality out. That little touch completely catching Vitality off.
And GK take game 1 in overtime.
And then we kind of like hit them hard like early, and then it was like they didn't know what to do.
That shot gonna catch the Team Vitality defense out.
And GK get the lead.
It's awkward for Monkey Moon and only pounces. GK perform another miracle.
I mean, the way we lost is just really bad for us.
I think our team believed we definitely can win this tournament. And to the fans, it's probably a shock, but we knew we had the level and we just met it in the right time. So yeah, it's still amazing, but we knew we could do it. So.
Team GK doing what many thought could not be done.
And it seems like everybody's underestimated them along the way.
We can take any series, we know we can. We know we can win it, even if it's a final.
Anything can happen, but I'm very confident.
Army Corp better not underestimate them. They've got to come into this giving GK the full respect that maybe some of their opponents didn't.
I do believe people, if they want to beat us, it's going to be really hard for them.
We've reached the grand finals of our Rocket League competition.
GK versus KC.
If we keep playing like this, I think we can 100% win it.
Drawley comes away with the ball quickly. KC gets pounced on every opportunity, and the goal is for here. That's a 1-0.
it's just about the faith and trust in each other, and we can do anything.
Breakout play for GK.
Archie puts in a tough corner shot.
Well, hello, Archie. Welcome to the grand finals. Ollie pitches the strike. Look, if GK win this game, they might be causing KC to see some flashbacks.
KC are very experienced. They're looking to rebound from a bad major.
We were just trying to find the problems we had in rally and to fix them.
Rally again. Makes it two. So dangerous for KC. And it's Drally with the goal.
Army Corp, your esports World Cup champions.
Felt like we kind of let them win, but KC will just punish you if you don't play a really good game.
A monumental win for K-Corp. Drawley continues his undefeated streak when he makes a land grand final.
I feel amazing. Also, yeah, with the fact that I also won last year, so I'm a back-to-back winner, it feels even better.
Over the past 10 or so years, there has been a fair amount of speculation on the internet regarding the subject of what makes a game dead. A lack of a community. No up.
Welcome back to the Papa Beat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Tone and sun down because today we're going to talk about RuneScape. We all have specific games that hold a special place in our hearts, right? And for me, it's basically just Magic the Gathering and League of Legends. And they both make me very sad. I don't know if I want to include this, but if you went back and looked at my search history of things I've said during League, yeah, they probably wouldn't be good. I guess that's special. I feel like I like the idea of games more than actually playing them. I like Silent Hill, but I don't really ever like actually playing Silent Hill. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense to people, but that's how I feel. But for many people, they spend their formative years playing one of the most popular MMOs of all time, RuneScape. This game has stood the test of time, evolving over the years to develop its own unique community and culture. And today, thousands of people still play the game consistently. It's one of the pioneers of the free-to-play MMORPG genre and has inspired many games that came after it. At a time where new games come and go like clockwork, it's fascinating to see how this relic can still be talked about frequently in the gaming space. And it's because of this that I want to take a deep look into the game and see why are people so obsessed with it. My first exposure over to RuneScape was I was in my friend's basement, very dirty, and his friend, I didn't have internet growing up, so I would get like little spurts of things, and this is one of the spurts of things where they were arguing over who would log into their account, and they were like kind of having a measuring contest on like armor, and I think one of my buddies had like dragon armor, which I think at the time was like, it was a pretty big deal. But then I was like looking at the game like, whoa, this is insane. I just like that I could right click somebody and then I could follow them, and then I could type stuff just like, you're gay, and it would pop, the little text bubble would pop up. I was like, that's about as far as I got. I had to kill the rats at the beginning, but that's about it.
I think the rats killed me
I didn't understand there's a whole hierarchy of an ecosystem and a financial aspect with gold and trading and markets and stuff. Going into the market on a busy day was like having a panic attack. There were so many like text bubbles popping up, I could barely take it. It was too much for my fragile, tiny mind. Let's take a look at how this game came to be. Because in 1998, Andrew and Gower Paul, two brothers from the University of Cambridge, developed a browser-based MMORPG named Devious Mud, or Multi-User Dungeon. It was a bare-bones isometric game written in Java that would slowly morph into the game we know as RuneScape. RuneScape, now developed under the company name Jagex? Jagex? Jagex. Jagex. It's like a racial slur, doesn't it? Jagex was released in 2001 to an overwhelming response. It anticipated a player cap of 2,000 slots to be more than enough, and ended up struggling to find server space to fit all the players that rushed to register. We worked around the clock, updating the game to add new content and fix issues that would arise with the non-stop stream of new incoming players. And during the early 2000s .com bubble, many internet-based companies soared in value because of the belief that these internet companies would be the future. And they were right, to an extent. I'll put all my money in Enron. Well, eventually, the bubble burst, leading to the intense budget cuts that resulted in RuneScape's website ads being cut down dramatically. This, on top of rising server costs, meant RuneScape was on the verge of shutting down completely. To combat this, they eventually introduced paid memberships too, leading to a whopping 5,000 people joining within the first few days of its launch, a move that ended up saving them. The game would still be free, but paid members got access to new exclusive future content. You think that they were like in those early days when it was like the Wild West, you think they were like, you can this game.
Oh yeah.
If you pay for it, you can have sex.
I bet you like that's like what you'd hear at school. Yeah, you know, if you pay the $5 membership, you can
pay $5. I paid $5. You're a dwarf. I got to finger a lizard person with my dragon armor. The next big major update was in 2003 with the release of RuneScape 2, featuring a graphical overhaul and brand new mechanics that greatly enhanced this experience. RuneScape 3 released in 2013, along old school RuneScape, a separate version of the game that resembled the 2007 version of RuneScape 2. Are you following along? Hello? This was a time where the game seemed to be at its peak, as well as being the version with a combat system most players preferred. Old school RuneScape, or OSRS, is into the most popular version of the game today. That's where we're at. That's if you didn't know what RuneScape was, and if you still don't know, I don't know I'm supposed to tell you. One of the most iconic things about RuneScape is undoubtedly the existence and mechanics behind the wilderness.
Look at those graphics, man. I remember playing this and
I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. I feel like honestly that's what the charm of it is. That it's like an aesthetic choice. If it was all realistic like Guild Wars, who still plays Guild Wars? Should be some asshole. In RuneScape, there's a portion of the map dedicated to unrestricted PvP content between players. People who traverse this area to fight bosses and collect valuable drops can be obstructed by players, which is, you know, meaning that players can come over and kill you. Which can be incredibly frustrating to many, as you lose most of your items upon death. Yeah. Okay?
World of Warcraft don't do that.
World of Warcraft doesn't do that, Blizzard's too scared. While some think wilderness PvP is insufferable, others find that this constant stress that this Wild West environment brings to the game is what makes it so unique and exciting. It's like Escape from Tarkov. Like when I play, it matters. When I traverse the wilderness, it matters. Player killing, or PKers, are people who seek out players to kill in the wilderness for items, money, or simply for sport. There's a whole community around the idea of PKing, with some people going to elaborate lengths to fool people into entering the wilderness only to be killed immediately. Those are sociopaths. If you're, even in a digital world, if you are going and making time to like lure someone in somewhere to kill them, that's like it's the same as basically being like, my son's killing cats. It's like a new age Jeffrey Dahmer. One man furiously explains how he had weeks of progress destroyed due to the constant abuse from gangs of PKers, which is exactly the kind of post PKers want to see. He is feeding them. PKers have become so infuriating to players that they would have to start searching for protection rackets, where high-level players would be paid to follow them in game and protect them while they went around about their business. How cool is that, though? That kind of turns, that's like a legitimate like fantasy story.
Yeah, they're hiring like a Kingsguard.
Yeah. The Wilderness Guardians, one of the most well-influential clans in RuneScape history, was created specifically to combat this issue. They've even organized multiple real-life meetings across the country. That's how real this shit is, dude.
It's like a literal white knight.
It's a literal white knight expansion group inside of RuneScape to like defend honor and justice.
Wait! Today's video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Breaking bad habits can be hard, so why don't you let Fume help? Fume is not a vape, it's not an e-cig, it's just flavored air, which means you can use Fume anywhere. That's because there's no vapor, no nicotine, and no toxic residues. And on top of that, Fume is an award-winning device that puts you on the path towards being free from bad habits. And Fume's new mango flavor is perfect for the summer. Fume is also there for you when you're feeling anxious. Find your calm and center yourself with its satisfying clicks and snaps wherever and whenever you need to. Over 500,000 people have already made the switch to Fume as part of their habit-changing journey. If you're ready to try for yourself, now's the time. For a limited time, if you order the journey pack using my code Poppin', you'll get a free Fume topper and awesome accessory to level up your experience. Click the link tryfume.com/Poppin' or scan the QR code on screen to get yours today. Thank you to Fume for sponsoring this video and back.
This isn't the only anger-inducing part of the game. In RuneScape, there are many ways to screw over other players. Let's talk about some of the classics. We wanted to set up how people get frustrated, because now we're going to slowly dive into some of the ways that we're taking the meter and just kind of going. We're going with it, right? Sometimes we just start immediately with like a baby death when we have nowhere to go. So I'm ramping it up for you. RuneScape scams, guys. Which one is price manipulation? AKA the RuneScape pump and dumps of the time. You think that these people doing like Bitcoin and crypto and pump and dumps work? I mean, this shit's been happening in RuneScape since the dawn of time, dude. People would artificially raise the price of an item in the Grand Exchange, which is the in-game trading system. That's the one I was telling you, it's a panic attack, whatever. Just to sell them off and make a massive profit in game gold. Not even in real life gold. Maybe sometimes, because you can trade stuff, or there's transactional stuff where it's like, I'll buy gold off of you. But this is just people being like, look at my digital gold. You can also go to another scam with begging, because in RuneScape, beggars are simply low-level players that pester others for gold and items. Some are more experienced and will dress and act in ways that make people feel enough pity to willingly give them better items. I just want to say dress in-game, and I don't know if psychologically they're just like, I feel bad.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. When this fails, beggars will follow high-level players and constantly harass them until they leave the world, or give them something just to end the confrontation.
I used to beg you one crossroads. Never worked.
I don't know, what would you beg for? Is it just gold? What would you get with the gold?
I need a gold to pay for my mount.
Can you just do quests for gold?
Well, back in the day, I don't know. Maybe it sucked, but it was hard to get gold.
I could see you being a person where it's very much just like, I don't want to have to get a quest. I just want to, can someone just give me gold so I can get my pony? Another scam was armor trimming. Inexperienced players are unaware that you can just trim any armor set you want to add decorations to it. Because of this, people will offer free armor trimming to low-level players and trick them into handing over valuable armor for this service. As soon as they receive it, they log out the game and won't do that ever again. Shit happens. Or we can talk about the double money scam, a type of trust trade in which players claim that they will double your money by exploiting a supposed glitch. The new player gives them gold, only to soon be traded twice that amount. After the victim buys into the scam, he trades a ton more money, only for the scammer to log off. It's a classic bit.
I put in 811K, and I got his 4.3 mil, and he has no idea that he just got scammed. I mean, yay, and he's gonna say, again, can you double me again? This guy is an idiot.
Total, I'm telling you, these are sociopaths being made, and these are children doing it. Kids are smart, dude. They're devious. Aren't they? Jesus Christ, I gotta beat that. Or we can talk about free membership scams. Experienced players will trick people into thinking that if they give their login credentials, they'll buy them a free RuneScape paid membership. And as soon as they buy into this, they get their account stolen. Throughout RuneScape's long history, there have been infamous groups and events that have cemented itself in the gamer's lore. One of the most well-known examples is undoubtedly the Falador Massacre. I like how we can talk about RuneScape in the same way we can talk about history. Like medieval history or something. Like it's like the Boston Tea Party or the Boston Massacre, that kind of thing. This took place in June of 2006. It all began after a player named Cursed Youth became the first person to level up his construction skill to level 99. To celebrate, people started flooding into a large home to congratulate him and party. From here, something strange and unheard of occurred, because there were approximately 800 people in his home when the game started to lag aggressively. It got to the point where Cursed You had no choice but to kick everyone out of the house. Everyone was ejected and sent back into Falador, a city that is considered a safe zone where PvP is not possible. Somehow, due to a bug, players that were thrown out of the house could engage in PvP with any player.
in Falador. Oh my god! This resulted in a massacre where players began abusing the bug to take out as many people as they could and steal their valuable loot. Because people thought they were safe for the celebration, many had incredibly valuable items equipped at the time. And at one point, a player had lost one of their party hats in the Carnage, an exclusive item from 2001 event that later became one of the most rare and most valuable items in the game. Some of these items are worth thousands of real-life dollars, okay? Can you imagine? He said, that was my kid's tuition. Out the door! My retirement was a goddamn hack! In the end, the bug was fixed, but there was little that they could do to return people's lost items. Rolling back the game would affect too many people that were not affected by the Carnage. It's awesome. Literally reads like a piece of like, doesn't it?
Yeah, you got kicked out of a party and everyone got drunk and killed each other.
Yeah, everyone's like, oh my god, kick him out. People, the guys in the house party goes too crazy, kicks him out, and everyone goes into a town and murders everyone. I will say that people, I bet you anything, the guy first got to get their level 99 construction skill, and the people that were like murdered in that, I bet you they still talk about it this day. I bet you that's a deep wound. Seems stupid, but you know what I mean? His card wrecked and he like has perspective though. He's like, it's okay. I've been through worse. That kind of thing. And not all historic moments in RuneScape were as negative as the Falador massacre. In fact, some were insanely wholesome, like the Order of Cabbage. Anytime I talk about positive stuff, I'm always just like, the Order of Cabbage, word. The Order of Cabbage was a RuneScape cult that spawned from the mind of Black Bane, a user that decided to actively collect cabbages, an incredibly low-value item. From 2003 to 2004, he had picked 100,000 cabbages and started noticing people joining in out of pure curiosity. Eventually, he created the Order of Cabbage, recruiting around 20 people and dressing up in identical robes as they continued picking in groups. Over time, as the cult became more publicly known, hundreds of people had joined them. Together, they would create organized cabbage picking patterns to clear fields as efficient as possible. The little diagram is so stupid. Not only that, but they even started an annual event called Help a Noob Day, in which members would give free armor to new players and help them around the game. Entire fan sites were created, as well as pieces of lore written out to explain the backstory of the cult, which became essentially their Bible. Now, 37, Backbane looks back on this time in his life and gives some takeaways from the whole experience, saying, quote,
"Don't try to change the world. Start with making one small change in your life and commit to doing it every day."
He said that on his deathbed.
It's like, did he die? Jesus Christ. It's almost like an Abe Lincoln quote or some shit. It's like after he got shot in the back of the head. That's, it is very wholesome. Does that, you know what it kind of does, though? It was just, this is dumb. I want to say this is a good thing. All that, I just want to say, too, I feel like if people heard that and they were like, we're trying to get in the game, they'd be like, help a noob day? Dude. You know what I mean? People, things survive when it's hell. That's how games survive. That's how people get hooked in. For the lulz. I don't know.
I wish they massacred the Cabbage cult.
Yeah, now see, if the Falador massacre had the Cabbage cult inside, that would have been, even more tragic because it's such a wholesome thing.
Peaceful monks being slaughtered.
Yeah, monks slaughtered at a monastery. No! For many kids playing the game in their youth, RuneScape was a major part of their social lives. And because of this, it's not uncommon for people to have had experience with RuneScape romance. This is where I'm at, boy. This is what I like. I have my own friend. I'm not gonna name it, but he met his wife on an MMO RPG, one of my buddies. And they're still together this day, and they have 2 beautiful kids. How crazy is that? It was more common than you think. Back then, too, I remember even back in the day, the whole thing was if you were a guy talking to someone, you're like, you realize you're getting scammed by a guy, right? You know what I mean? No one believed it. Nowadays, I feel like it'd be normal. If you're sitting there, oh yeah, I met her online. I feel like it's way more normal than it used to be. And like in the early 2000s, fuck.
Well, there's only like 2% of women playing video games back then.
Exactly. Angels. Saints. Many people have made posts reminiscing about how they met their first romantic partner in RuneScape, which ranged from short and innocent to an elaborate means to rob them of their gold. Regardless, people have long since used the game in order to meet women, to the point where there are even full-on guides that explain the methods of doing so. These guides cover the best locations to find women in the game, the proper fashionscape that will attract them, which is a term that refers to characters dressing in their fashion, and how to seduce women, right? These are other men other guys in your category being like, trust me.
this is what you're supposed to do, okay? In most cases, however, the women players that the players think that they're getting with are actually men in disguise who want your gold and valuable items. That's just the dawn of time. It is what it is. Catfishing is a big issue in online MMOs like this. According to one woman, she was 14, she was duped by a man that she was e-dating for a whole year. His name was Cody Jones, a supposed 16-year-old bad boy surfer from California that she was introduced to by her RuneScape clan, which is awesome. I love the idea of like one of those like sprites walking over. It's like, what's up? I'm Cody Jones. I love to surf. I'm from California. He was introduced to her as the little brother of their clan leader, John. They would become so close that after a year of dating, her mother let her fly to California to spend the day with him at Disneyland. But when she arrived, suddenly, Cody and members of his family, who were also in the guild, stopped responding to her. After a long stretch of radio silence, she received a text that read, "Hey Amanda, it's Jess. Cody's in the hospital. He tried to kill himself with a bottle of pills. He won't be around for a while." Whoa. I was going to say, poor little girl. Can you imagine? Mickey's just like, "You want a picture? You want a picture, little girl?" And she's like, "Cody, what happened?" A year later, Cody explained that because he lied about his appearance, he felt ashamed and tried to take his own life. He told her that he was actually 3 years older than her, and both eventually agreed to meet up for real. He looked nothing like his photos. He appeared far older and had 2 hearing aids. She tried to see past his appearance, and they ended up kissing that night. The more time they spent together, the weirder things got. He would outright refuse to let her see his ID when she asked about it, which that's already bad. When you're 14 or 15, you're like, "Can I see your ID?" Have that... No, I read it. Or he'd be like, "What? Huh?"
How old are you picturing? Do you think you're shooting at your line?
I'm picturing a guy in his early 40s that is like has had some genetic issues, whatever. So he's maybe balding or the hearing, that kind of thing. I'm thinking early 40s. I'm putting my bets on early 40s. Eventually, she confronted him about it, only to find out that Cody was actually John, the clan leader. It was actually a 30-year-old man operating multiple fake accounts. He had lied to her for years, even forging hospital documents to trick her into thinking he'd attempted to take his own life. That's some like Catfish 101 type shit. "Hey, I have this really cute friend I think that you'd be interested in if you want to talk to him." "Yeah, definitely. Hey, I'm John's bro, Cody. I'm John's older brother, Cody. I'm young. I'm bad." Feel bad, man. Feel bad for the little girl. And also, probably since then, once again, learning experience. Next time she's in a game and she sees like a dragon guy come up to her, she's probably just like, "No, no." She's like, "I only play Madden now." Another thing that people reminisce about in regard to RuneScape romance is cybersex. Some people have discussed innocent examples of cybering in RuneScape, like having one character stand on top of another for a few seconds, which is all the boys need. Yeah. Which this seems fairly harmless, right? Some people took things to the extreme, though, in an attempt to make it a large profit. It was revealed that RuneScape had an active cyber sex market. And one player noticed that a specific world in the game has a high population of characters soliciting cyber sex through alt accounts. I like how it's literally Shinjuku, Japan. It's just like a red district. So, like, I like how RuneScape has their own red district, red light district. He claims that there are loads of female accounts who also use the game as means to sell graphic videos of themselves to other players for gold. Through conversations with other informed players, he discovered that there were entire clans full of prostitute accounts that would trade insane amounts of gold for these services. And it gets much more dark considering the odds that minors are reaching out to these prostitute accounts and having actual conversations with people far, far older than them. Also, too, it's probably men. I would assume a lot of them are men getting just like videos off the internet and selling it in that kind of way. But still, it's just like such a gross, weird roleplay behavior, that kind of stuff. But I bet you anything, a fair amount of like of-age people were just like, "Would you spit on my phone?" Turns his character around, and Voltec Boa Cup pops up. It's like star spit star. Believe it or not, There are many cases of people committing crimes within RuneScape that have led to confrontations with the police in real life. I just want to clarify that. Yeah, I just want to make sure you didn't think that it was like little characters in the game like, halt! Joshua Brandon Powell was arrested at the age of 19 after making death threats against someone over RuneScape. At one point, he claimed that he would level his local high school in Mississippi and that he couldn't wait to, quote, blow brains out of skulls. Some guy who went to high school during the exchange and stuff still. Transfer all my gold out. Days after, he was arrested by the FBI and he pled guilty and was thrown in jail for 6 years. That's a hefty and I wonder if there's more elaborate, if like it was something where 6 years is just crazy. I just wonder how elaborate it got. If he just said those two things, they're just like, come on with us. Who's joking? That kind of thing. Or did they sit there and they found some shit in his car? Or I don't know, you know? And this isn't the first arrest to happen because of RuneScape. In 2013, a 19-year-old Kyron Benham ran into trouble after scamming his friend out of his gold. They had both been arguing for some time, and Kyron decided to get back at him by sneaking onto his computer and stealing the gold that he had been collecting for 6 years from RuneScape. The next morning, he left the home after stealing 2 bottles of liquor. Surprisingly, things escalated to the point where Kieran was arrested and brought to court. Where the gold had no real-world value, he had still gained unauthorized access to a friend's computer and had stolen their property. As punishment, he was ordered to pay 116 years. What is it? Yeah, he got on my computer, you know. He saw all my pictures, my Microsoft Paint drawing. He talked to my elf priest, and he took off the gold. My dragon armor and my dragon. Especially 2013, he'd be like, I don't care. You're both gay. Order. You both 6 years for being gay. Gold farming is the act of collecting large sums of in-game currency to then sell for real-world currency on second-hand markets. You go, you get a bunch of gold in-game, and then instead of having to work for it, you can go, I'm just gonna pay $5 for X amount of a bunch of gold. And that's how people farm that shit and make money off it. For years, people have used this as a means to make consistent earnings. Because of this, there were cases of RuneScape bots flooding the game to mindlessly farm gold. RuneScape has long since established harsh rules against real-world trading. Because of this, they rushed to take action. I mean, it got so bad that up to 8,000 accounts were being banned weekly in 2007. The gold farming movement grew to a massive scale in areas like China to the point where the government had to officially ban the practice in 2009. I feel like I remember back in the day, like early days of eBay and stuff, I feel like I remember seeing like, oh, RuneScape gold. And you could buy stuff on eBay. Because then you'd buy it and then they would like send you a link or a thing to where you could log in and get it. There's something about the RuneScape 2007 era that has a chokehold on so many people. With one man even asking for advice on Reddit about whether or not he should leave his fiancée of 8 years because she doesn't approve of him playing RuneScape endlessly. He states, and I quote, since COVID, I'm starting to think OSRS is better than having a family. One man admits that during a 9-year prison sentence, he'd struggled intensely due to his inability to play RuneScape. Which I can't see people being like, if you play games every day and you take that from someone, it's gotta be like crack. It's gotta be like heroin. Stripping someone off heroin, start shaking and stuff. Like time would probably be so far down. He thought about it every single day, even writing a novel from the point of view of his old account that he'd shared with his prison buddies. Awesome. What the fuck? He's like,
What's like on the outside, boys?
the second he got out of prison, he immediately bought a membership to old school RuneScape. Quote, yeah, he bought the membership before I bought a steak or had sex. Awesome. RuneScape is a game that many people hold near and dear to their hearts, and it's easy to understand why people find themselves becoming so enamored with it. This game's been around for over 2 decades now, so there's copious amounts of deep lore and nostalgia that appeals to a wide variety of people. It's accessible, comforting, and one of the most dedicated communities of any game out there. So I just want to say, if you're getting into RuneScape, go at it. I mean, it's proven that it's a good game. It's not the flashiest game. But I will say, I feel like one of those instantly recognizable. You're either going to get hooked right away, or you're going to be like, well, this looks cool.
The leveling system's very addictive. Drop some wood.
Oh, yeah. It's also going to turn your brain off and like you can be chatting with friends. I don't know. It's a classic game. Haven't talked about it in a while. It was nice going down this road, but you know, don't gamble your life away and don't threaten to school or some shit like that. You think you'll be all right. So until next time, guys, we will see you next one. Bye bye.
FK Arkadog is the most insane club in the entire world. Now, since this sport has been around, we've always heard claims that referees and organizations might favor certain clubs, or that some club owners are eccentric or a bit odd. Now, FK Arkadog takes that to an entirely new level. There's a reason why this club was able to win 61 competitive matches in a row. There's a reason why, despite winning those 61 matches, Guinness World Records will not recognize that winning streak, and there's a reason why every other club in their country are unhappy with FK Arkadog. It's the fact that they cheat. It is that simple. Now, you may have some questions about that statement. In what ways are they cheating? How are they able to cheat so much that they win 61 matches in a row? Well, the answer to that is I'm literally about to tell you. Just hang on a sec, okay? FK Arkadog is located in Turkmenistan, right here in Western Asia. It was founded just 2 years ago in 2023 by the former president of Turkmenistan, Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov. Try saying that 5 times fast. Now already, the fact that a former president is the founder of a literally unbeatable club that was founded just 2 years ago is a bit suspicious, but it's made worse by the fact that Turkmenistan was and currently is an authoritarian state, especially when Berdimuhamedov was at the helm, so you can probably guess where this is going. Now, old Berdi here, just like every other authoritarian leader, is a big fan of showing off his physical prowess, whether that be from improperly riding horses or improperly lifting a barbell above his head by using his legs in the process. But it's clear that he also finds sports important because he wrote a rap about it. Are you ready to hear it? Out about 3 minutes of that, just so you know. Clearly, someone who is so passionate about sports is going to get involved with a world sport. So he figured that the $4.8 billion city that he was building, named Arkadog, deserved a football club, and hence FK Arkadog was made. Now, from the moment the club was founded, before a ball was even kicked, this club was rooted in controversy. We already mentioned that the club's owner was the former president, but I didn't mention that the club and the city they play in and that he built is essentially named after him too. Arkadog stands for Hero Protector, something that Berdimuhamedov was named while he was in office. Like that is literally his honorific title. However, there's actually another thing that I have yet to mention, and that involves the club's badge. On it features a mountainous landscape with a prominent white horse, specifically a breed called the Akal Tekes. This breed is native to Turkmenistan. It's also a symbol for the country, and it's known for its natural beauty, so it's not really a surprise that Berdimuhamedov takes a liking to it. I mean, I said before that he likes riding horses and horses in general, but here's the thing. I may have downplayed exactly how much he likes horses. And this is where we're going to kick it up. Along with his Arkadog nickname, Berdimuhamedov is also called the People's Horse Breeder. He's also made a mandatory beauty contest for horses every April, and he perhaps got a little too personal in a book that he specifically wrote about the Akal Tekes, where he says, and I quote, "Witnesses never wearied of being astonished by the speed and human intercourse brought to full perfection." We have gone so far off the deep end, but if I had to learn this stuff, you all do too, alright? I'm not going down alone. So with all of this in mind, that means that every other club in the league has to play against a team run by and named after the authoritarian, cult of personality, and likely wannabe horse-king ex-president of 16 years. So they can't exactly argue whenever something fishy happens. And FK Arkadog knows this. One of the very first things they did was demand to extend the transfer window in order to buy every good player they could in the country. The top players from Turkmenistan, most of them from rival clubs, were suddenly brought to this newly made team, and they started their history in the top flight of Turkmenistan with a 2-1 win. Now you could say that while this club is obviously corrupt and very weird, or, you know, just the first part if you're into that stuff.
By
there's
day,
other
R2
teams in
Pleasant
the
was
league.
one of RuneScape's most trusted party hat merchants. By night, he manipulated the market and turned a useless item, the half jug of wine, into the rarest and most expensive item in the game. And when Jagex banned him, he didn't vanish. Instead, he built an even bigger empire in the shadows. This is the untold story of R2 Pleasant. R2 Pleasant's story begins in July 2004, when he first discovered RuneScape. Like most new players, his first goal was simple: make some gold. In RuneScape, more gold means better gear, faster levels, and a more powerful account. And just 2 weeks after joining, R2 stumbled on a simple but surprisingly effective moneymaker. Back in 2004, there was no grand exchange. All trades were done player to player, so the economy was entirely community driven. As a result, marketplaces formed all across the map for a variety of different items. For ores, that place was Falador East Bank, right next to the mining guild. It was here that R2 had an idea. What if he bought coal from one player and sold it to a different player for a higher price? R2 had basically discovered flipping, the RuneScape equivalent of day trading if day trading involved haggling with wizards over rocks. By hopping between worlds, he could find some players who were selling low and others who were buying high. And with enough world hopping and fast typing, he was making consistent profit. In just a few weeks, this method earned him his first few million gold. R2 was hooked and would now devote almost all his time in RuneScape to being a merchant, a player who buys and sells items for profit. Now that he had some money, he could move on to flipping higher value items. He started with the holy grail of Fashionscape at the time, Black Cavaliers. Anyone who played back then remembers how cool these things looked. If you were making a RuneScape music video in 2005, you either wore a Black Cavalier or you just weren't serious about your art. I think that actually would have given me chills if I saw that in 2005. Anyway, much like with rocks, R2 had great success with flipping Cavaliers, and even dabbled in another peak Fashionscape investment, pirate hats. As the weeks went on and his profits kept climbing, he turned his attention to discontinued rare items like Santa hats and Halloween masks. These items had only been released once, years earlier, and by now, they'd become some of the most valuable things in the game. However, there was one discontinued rare item that stood out from the rest: party hats. These paper crowns were RuneScape's first ever wearable discontinued rare items, and owning one meant you had some serious wealth. Just about everyone who knew they existed would do anything to get their hands on one. I was actually so desperate to get a party hat when I was younger that I unironically wrote to Santa asking for one, but I just got socks.
Who wants some fucking socks?
R2 soon had enough GP to buy his first party hat, a purple party hat. In just a few short months, he had gone from being a brand new player to owning one of the most coveted items in the game. Which sounds way too good to be true, especially if you look at the prices party hats go for today in RuneScape 3. However, back then, party hats were expensive, just nowhere near what they go for now. That purple crown, it cost him just 3.5 million GP. But just owning a party hat wasn't enough for R2. Before long, he was flipping them too, and it quickly became his obsession. He spent virtually all of his free time in RuneScape buying and selling party hats. He would scan the forums all day long, refreshing the rare items section nearly every 5 seconds, so as to not miss out on a good deal. In less than a year, he managed to not only grow his bank value far beyond other players who started at the same time, but quickly earned the respect of other merchants. Although he would find most of his best deals on the forums, much like Cole, there was a specific area for players selling discontinued rare items. right in the center of Falador Park. This area had only recently started to become a popular place to trade them at, and R2 would become close friends with other party hat merchants that spent a lot of time here. In December of 2004, R2 would take a short break from the game until around February of 2005. But when he returned, he was very disappointed to see how much had changed. During his time away, almost every marketplace had moved over to Falador. Pretty much any item in the game could now be bought and sold here. This was good for the average player, but bad for party hat merchants. The game had grown fast, and with so many new items to chase, most players weren't as interested in discontinued rare items at the moment. So party hat merchants weren't just forced out of the park, but out of the city's walls entirely. They would all now gather in this spot just north of Falador. This was really disappointing to R2, and he missed what the merchanting scene was like back when he was in the park. However, his long break did come with a silver lining. Most of the other big party hat merchants were also either gone, broke from gambling away their earnings at the duel arena, or retired. R2 was now king of the hill, or patch of grass, and fully aware of it, he set out to cash in, and he would cash in big. Now, before we get to that, I have a bit of an unusual offer for you. Not from Falador's Market, but today's sponsor, Adam and Eve. Whether you're single, partnered up, or doing the trades privately to avoid attention, then he had, let's say, white party hats. At the time, they were trading for about 16 million gold. So first, he'd buy a few for 16 million each, doing the trades privately to avoid attention. Then he'd hit the forums and start posting public offers at a higher price than he just paid. He would post an offer like he was desperate to buy more. Something like buying white party hat, paying 17 mil. Someone please contact me. I really need a few more. At this point, most of the big sellers had already sold to him earlier in the day, so his post wouldn't get many real offers. But that was the plan. R2 didn't want more hats. He wanted people to think he did. The goal was to create the illusion of surging demand and drive the price up. And with his new reputation as one of RuneScape's most successful merchants, people believed it. If someone did try to sell him one at his inflated price, he'd go through with the trade, but he'd make sure it happened in front of the crowd of merchants outside Falador. It was really all part of the performance. He kept it up for another day or two, gradually pushing the price to around 18 or 19 million. By then, he had a solid stack of party hats, bought for much less than what they were now worth. Then came the final step, the sell-off. He'd find a buyer looking for multiple hats, sell a few at a slight discount, and then offload the rest at the peak. Then, with just a few hats left in his inventory, he'd reverse the entire act. This time, he'd pretend to be desperate to sell, creating panic and tanking the price. In just a few days, R2 could manufacture an entire market cycle. Buy low, sell high, crush the market, and repeat. It seems ridiculous, but part of the reason it worked so well is that the average RuneScape player back then wasn't some 25-year-old Wall Street Bets frequenter. They were a kid, and most of them were operating on instinct, not strategy. If they saw someone like R2 offering crazy prices or begging to buy an item, they believed it meant that item was about to spike in value. They didn't really question whether it was manipulation, they just wanted in on it. He would soon use this strategy to somewhat unintentionally pull off one of the greatest RuneScape pump and dumps of all time. R2 would take interest in a pretty strange item, the half-full wine jug. Now, based on the item name alone, it sounds like a completely ordinary item, something you'd toss in the bank and forget about forever. But this was actually RuneScape's first ever unintentionally discontinued item. So today, whenever you drink a jug of wine, your character pounds the whole thing in one go and you're left with an empty jug. But back in the early days of RuneScape Classic, it worked differently. Drinking a jug of wine would give you a half-full wine jug. You'd have to drink it again to finish it. Then, in mid-2001, for reasons we don't fully know, Jagex quietly changed how wine worked to the way it does today. One drink and it's empty. But for a while after that, there was still one spot you could get a half wine, the Chaos Temple. If you use the telegrab spell on the jug that spawned there, you'd get one. Until February of 2002, when that item spawn was replaced by a new item called Wine of Zamorak. Now, there was no way to obtain half jugs of wine unless you purchased one from another player. Jagex never intended for these half jugs of wine to become rare desirable items when they removed every way to obtain them, but that's exactly what happened. Despite having no real practical use and no way to show it off aside from in the trade screen, this was a somewhat popular item for niche item collectors. But almost nobody had the foresight to hang on to them, and it's incredibly easy to accidentally drink one. Very few existed when they were discontinued, and even fewer survived all the way to 2005. So R2 Pleasant discovers this item and wants to get his hands on a few. He soon realizes that they had become very hard to find on the market. Almost nobody was selling them. When compared to other discontinued rare items, it was also priced very low, at only 9 million gold. What a steal! He figured that if he could stock up on these, he could have a big opportunity to boost its price and earn some serious gold. So he starts buying wines at around 9 million gold, but as they became harder to find, he had to offer more and more. Not long after starting his stockpile, he soon found himself paying up to 30 million gold per wine. R2 was purchasing every single wine he saw listed for sale, regardless of the price. Now, here's where things get really crazy. There were quite a few collectors who refused to sell their half jugs of wine to R2 for one reason or another. Most of them were familiar with who he was, and maybe thought that they'd lose out on some big gains if they sold to him now. This could be pretty bad news for R2. If he's really trying to rally the price of these things, and these collectors slowly sell to the general public as he's pumping it up, the potential for this item could disappear quickly. So he did something a little unorthodox. He gathered them all together and asked them not to sell their wines to anyone yet, or to even advertise that they had them. In return, he swore he would have prices up dramatically within a week. They agreed and formed what R2 called the HWOC, or Half Wine Owners Club. Over the next few days, R2 kept his word. He hyped up the player base on the idea that these half jugs of wine could be the next big rare item. In a matter of days, he watched them rise from being worth 30 million each to a whopping 50 million. The higher it rose, more players wanted to get their hands on one. They figured these things could be the next party hat, so they better grab one now before it's too expensive and they lose their chance. At the same time, party hats were also pumping up in price. The demand for these rare items was increasing while the amount available was shrinking. But things were about to get even crazier. As the hype for half jugs of wine grew, it got out of control. R2 woke up the next morning and saw that their price had blown past blue party hats to 75 million gold each. This meant they were now the most expensive item in all of RuneScape. It sounds impossible, but players who lived through it know exactly how real it was. Nobody could believe what was happening and wondered how much more the price could climb. But then the bubble popped. As R2 attempted to offload his wines, prices started crashing quickly. In one day, their price dropped all the way back down to 30 million gold. R2 had managed to sell 3 of them around 70 million, but he was still holding on to 9 more. In a frenzy, he offloaded the rest for around 35 to 40 million gold, while the price continued to crash. Now, although they crashed a ton, they wouldn't return to their pre-rise prices. Over the next year or so, they would sit steadily at around 20 to 30 million gold each. This is because, thanks to R2, the general player base was now not only aware that this item existed, but that it was also likely rarer than any other discontinued item in the game. More players than ever wanted one, just not enough to keep it at their insane peak of 75 million gold. Once players learned that R2 was the real cause of this massive pump and dump, they were both a combination of impressed and furious. Many players commended R2 for being able to make such a large amount of money in such a short time period. He technically hadn't broken any rules since rules against market manipulation didn't exist yet, and he ended up inspiring a lot of players with how quickly he rose to wealth and fame. Meanwhile, other players were calling for him to be banned. They accused the Half Wine Owners Club of being a cartel, not a club, and that his actions were completely immoral. Over the next few months, R2 would return to his usual activities, flipping party hats just north of Falador. But then, in June of 2006, he received a message that his account had been banned. Not for manipulating RuneScape's markets, but for trading all of the gold he had earned for real money. As for why he did this, he clearly had more GP than he knew what to do with, and he had also become very disinterested in the game. In a discussion a few months before his ban about why people play RuneScape, he said this: "The only reason that RuneScape is appealing to the average gamer is the consistent flow of new content. The graphics are obviously far below average, the gameplay is mediocre at best, and the community is nothing to get excited about." Regardless of if that's true, it's not. He clearly wasn't happy spending time playing RuneScape anymore. So instead, he took a new approach to the game. Soon after his ban, he decided to start his own real-world trading business, where he would buy and sell RuneScape gold. Now, this is something that is clearly against the rules of the game, but seeing as how his account had already been banned, R2 just didn't care anymore. He started his operation on what was RuneScape's biggest cheating forum at the time, and quickly found great success. He was able to scale up quickly, hire a few employees, and launched his own website soon after. He would operate this website for over a decade, very successfully trading gold before he closed it in 2021 to move on to other online ventures, which were unfortunately, and honestly this might be worse than buying and selling gold, elo boosting and games such as League of Legends and Valorant. Not because he's elo boosting, but because he actually has to play League of Legends. And that would be the end of his RuneScape legacy. Check out the video on the right, all about why Lady Killjoy vanished without a trace. She was the most feared player in RuneScape. RuneScape once held an event that let players save real endangered animals with virtual money. It sounds like a joke, but the player base and Jagex raised over $100,000 for charity in the process. But soon after, Jagex banned the event from ever happening again. Why did something so bizarre yet so successful happen in the first place? And why will Jagex never allow it to return? Our story begins much further back than you might expect. In late 2006, Ian Gower, one of the founders of RuneScape, is working at Jagex as an intern. That doesn't sound like the career path of someone that helped create RuneScape, so here's what happened. When Andrew
The same year Milwaukee drafted Giannis, they signed Larry Sanders to a fat contract as their defensive centerpiece. Bucks saw Giannis and Sanders terrorizing the league. Giannis guarding wings with Larry at the basket, blocking shots, running the floor, covering insane ground. But that never happened. Within 16 months of signing a new $44 million deal, Sanders disappeared. He walked away from the game as a starting NBA player in his prime at 26 years old. Why? Oh, people speculated he's a drug addict, a hothead after a nightclub fight, or worse, he was a bad person. Was cited 2 times for animal cruelty. But when the truth finally came out, it flipped the entire story upside down. So Larry's from South Florida, born in 1988 to a single mom in a rough neighborhood. Didn't even play basketball, but carried one everywhere he went. Carrying a ball was my past, like, oh, he's going to play basketball. But if I didn't have that ball, I probably would have had to attach myself to a gang to protect myself. But I didn't even play. Instead, Larry was super introverted and artsy. He liked painting and making music. But when you're like 7 feet tall at 15 years old, you kind of don't have a choice. A basketball coach at school saw him and was like, hey kid, you are trying out for the team. So Larry made varsity basically by accident. Now Larry was super raw, but he stood out for his size, length, and instincts. He just knew exactly when to jump for a block or swipe for the ball on defense. But he didn't play AAU or go to these scouting camps, so Larry was unknown to college scouts till a little school named VCU offered Larry a scholarship. and by his junior year, he popped off. Averaged 14 points, 9 boards, and 3 blocks as a junior. Had a 7'7" wingspan, and was named one of the most exciting players in college by Sports Illustrated. So a kid who did not play basketball until 15 years old, no elite training, made himself a first-round NBA draft prospect in under 5 years. And sure enough, in the 2010 draft, the Bucks selected him 15th overall, just outside of the lottery. Now, as expected, he struggled on the court his first 2 seasons. Larry averaged just 4 points and 3 boards, barely cracked the rotation, but off the court was even tougher. He said, I come from nothing, and then you become the one in your community that has everything. People are supposed to guide you, become your dependents. And you're too young for that. You can find yourself in a very vulnerable position. I felt so alone. But 2 things changed his life. The first was smoking weed, which he tried for the first time when he got to the league. Larry says it acted like medication for his anxiety and depression. The other thing was year 3 in the NBA. That year, Larry broke out and turned a corner. He suddenly averaged a double-double, even had a triple-double with blocks. 10, 12, and 10 against Minnesota in 2012. So dominant at the rim that players shot just 42% at the basket against him. So the front office, feeling like they had their defensive centerpiece, gave Larry a 4-year, $44 million extension. The GM said Larry has worked hard to put himself in this position. He earned this. But unfortunately for Larry and the Bucks, that unraveled quick. He got in a bar fight and was out 25 games with a broken thumb. He then tested positive for THC, and his role and minutes plummeted. Meanwhile, Milwaukee just drafted Giannis at 15, same spot they took Larry 3 years earlier, and the franchise started to shift its attention to him. So Larry's last day in the facility was Christmas Eve 2014. The Bucks had just lost 8 of 12 games, and Coach Jason Kidd told everybody to cancel Christmas because they had to practice instead. Larry was so heated that he confronted J. Kidd, ended up having a panic attack, and had to check himself into a hospital. It turned out that Sanders had deep underlying mental health issues that needed to be addressed fast. This was an emergency. Now, smoking weed had helped, but not anymore. He already got popped again by the league, and he was so out of control, police were called when he left his dogs out in the freezing cold. So Larry then checked himself into another mental health facility, but this one was for long-term help. So now dude had a choice. Do I get the help that I need, or return to the NBA and just try to tough it out? So in February 2015, Larry Sanders agreed to give the Bucks back $15 million to get out of the NBA. It was a shock because nobody had walked away from that much guaranteed money in their prime the way that Larry Sanders did. 26 years old, no injuries, a starting caliber center, and the Bucks defensive anchor. He wasn't done physically. He just made a decision for himself most people wouldn't dream of. So there was speculation. What really happened? Because he didn't just walk away for mental health. People said, oh, he's actually a dangerous psycho with that animal cruelty charge. Or, oh, it must have been really bad drugs involved. But when Sanders got out of that hospital, he put out a video to finally address the rumors.
I'm Larry Sanders. I'm a person. I'm a father, I'm a painter, I'm a musician, and sometimes I play basketball. I wish I could have said goodbye formally, to the Bucks. I want them to know that it was never about them, it's never about the fans or, how they treated me, because that was awesome. The decisions are, for my family.
So he put out that video in 2015, and at the time, mental health was not something that people talked about in pro sports. Okay, maybe they did with Dennis Rodman, but let's be honest, Rodman was mostly looked at as a clown in the NBA. Guys later like DeMar DeRozan and Kevin Love spoke out and made mental health more mainstream and serious, but Larry Sanders really was one of the first to make it a priority. Now the NBA doesn't even test for THC, so this dude really did come around in the wrong era. I mean, had this happened 10 years later, he wouldn't have been suspended, and he probably could have gotten real help from the NBA. Now, after his recovery, Larry did try to make an NBA comeback that didn't stick, but by that time it didn't matter. He became a serial entrepreneur instead. Today he has a production company, a publishing company, wrote kids books, a movie script, produces music, and has a foundation to help people. Recently he started playing ball again in the Big Three and overseas, but his real legacy is showing that basketball players might be paid really well, but you cannot pay away mental health issues. And actually, he's probably one of the biggest success stories despite leaving the NBA in his prime. Some guys like go broke or have personal issues decades after leaving the league because they keep kicking the can down the road. Larry took care of himself with a sacrifice most people wouldn't dream of. And even though he's not in the league anymore, Larry helps guys in the NBA today. He's become a quiet mentor for players who are struggling with their own mental health. Nobody says anything, but when they ask him to reach out, he listens, and he tells them what no one told him. You're not broken, you just need help. And the crazy thing is, he didn't even regret walking away. In an interview, Larry said, I was dying inside. I needed to leave to stay alive. I don't regret that. And now that mental health is actually talked about in the league, people look back on Larry Sanders in a whole different light now. He was never a villain. He was ahead of his time. And the money? Yeah, he walked away from $15 million, but he also walked towards something. Toward his kids and his sanity and a life he actually wanted to live. So no, Larry Sanders didn't win a ring and he didn't make all defense. He never created a big two with Giannis like the Bucks hoped. But his legacy is even bigger. He showed the whole world that success doesn't always look like a trophy or a paycheck. Sometimes success is putting your mental health first, even when the whole world tells you not to. But another failure back to success story is Michael Beasley. This dude just let the world know that after the NBA, he lived in his car for 2 straight years. But the story of how he got back on top after that is even more wild. Victor Wembanyama admitted he was afraid for his career after that blood clot last season. Thought it could all be over. But now he's 100% cleared for basketball and tackled that fear at the Shaolin Kung Fu Monastery in China. No joke, practice 1,000 kicks a day, live with monks at a temple. Have we seen a 7-foot basketball freak do that before? Actually, we have. His name is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Not only trained with Bruce Lee in the 70s, but played the villain in one of his movies. Be original, Wemby. But here's the thing. This season, a healthy Wemby could pull off something Kareem never even dreamed of. Because what happens next, the league has never seen before. But here's where it gets weird. The Spurs are about to give Wemby his most talented supporting cast yet, but they built it in the strangest way possible. First, they traded for De'Aaron Fox, who's that elite guard in his prime San Antonio wanted. But meanwhile, they had another guard who's about to win Rookie of the Year, then drafted a third guard to their roster with a very similar skill set. De'Aaron Fox, Steph Castle, and Dylan Harper all do basically the same thing. Create offense, attack off the dribble, score in the lane, can't shoot much. In fact, none of the three is more than a 33% three-point shooter. Kind of a problem in 2025. So why did they draft Dylan Harper to begin with? Well, people forget, the Spurs got really lucky in the NBA draft. The Mavericks stole all the headlines getting Cooper Flag, but the Spurs only had a 6.3% chance of landing number 2. That luck got completely overshadowed by Dallas on draft night, as it should have. But Harper was the clear second best player in this draft, so they had no choice but to pick him. So what do they do with Fox? Trade him? Nope, the exact opposite. They extended him for the max. 4 years, $229 million. Why? Because in that trade from Sacramento, they had a handshake agreement to pay Fox. Dude had a one-team wish list of where to go, and the Spurs weren't about to break that promise. So on the outside, it looks like this is a big issue for Wemby and the Spurs. But here's the thing. Wemby is not your normal big man. We already talked about training Kung Fu in the offseason. He also utilized high-intensity cardio with lightning chess mixed in so he could train decision-making under fatigue. Who is this guy? But the thing that really separates him is the skill set. For example, only Wemby and Manute Bol have multiple seasons of 1,500 plus minutes with a 10% block rate. Basically, nothing gets past this guy. He's already going to go down as one of the best defensive players ever. Freak things he does just get lost because he does them so often. Like, do you remember last year against the Hornets when he blocked Daquan Jeffries without having to leave the ground? Really unfair for these NBA players to have to score on someone from another planet, and we don't even remember these plays If anyone else did this, it would be on their career highlight reel forever. But Wemby, it's business as usual. But on offense, the gap between Wemby and other guys his age keeps getting bigger. Like Chris Paul threw this lob to Wemby last year that only he could catch. No one else could stretch out like that on a finish over Ivica Zubac. That was in November early in the season, and people were just wishing Wemby would lean into that superpower on offense. But no, he just had to keep shooting threes. And early, it was terrible. Dude was struggling on open catch and shoot, but by mid-season, he was knocking them down from Steph Curry range. In fact, against the Wizards, he hit 8 3-pointers as the first player ever, with multiple games of 20-plus points, 15-plus boards, 5-plus threes, and 5-plus blocks. Basically, the most unique player of all time. Somebody who could make this guard creator-heavy lineup actually work. So the blueprint historically around a big star big man like that was pair him with an elite playmaker and surround that with shooters. It's what the Lakers did with Kobe and Shaq, or the Rockets with Hakeem, even the Spurs with Tim Duncan and Tony Parker. But Wemby is breaking all the rules. First off, he isn't tied to the paint for scoring. If Wemby listened to the haters, he never would have developed that three. But now, who cares that Steph Castle or Dylan Harper aren't elite from deep yet? They can kick out to Wemby, who is spotting up. Then he plays at guard speed while anchoring the defense. So normally a guard-heavy team has to sacrifice on D, not with Wembanyama, but his freak skills mean dude thrives in both a traditional or an unorthodox lineup like this. Past greats had a best way to play. Wemby actually might be the first big who's equally dangerous in multiple team setups. So when people talk about this 3-guard problem, they're not even factoring in the team's best player. But how do we even know that this is a legitimate problem for San Antonio? Harper hasn't even played a single NBA minute. Do we know he's even going to be great? That's what we thought about Scoot Henderson. How's that working out? Second, the other young guard is entering his second year in the NBA. So we have no idea about the fit yet. They could be a perfect fit. So if Wemby is breaking the big man blueprint like we have never seen, how good can the Spurs actually be this season? Well, honestly, they might be the biggest wild card in the West. They could make the second round of the playoffs. They could miss the postseason altogether. First off, Fox and Wemby could be one of the most dangerous 1-2 punches in the league. Speed plus size, and they both can create. And with Fox, Castle, and Harper, the Spurs can push the pace the entire game with Wemby trailing to hit threes or leading to defend the rim. But if you add Castle's perimeter defense, they could be a top 10 defensive team. So I think if the Warriors age out, Wolves and Lakers have chaos, Spurs could realistically be a top 4 seed behind OKC, Denver, and Houston. People predicting a leap, that is a leap. But the number one reason people even believe in that leap is Wemby's not just getting better. He is getting better in ways we have never seen before. If his deep shooting keeps climbing and his health holds, he is a top 5 player this year, which changes everything. But what's crazy is we haven't even touched on the wild card of this entire thing, rookie Dylan Harper. He may be talented, second best to Cooper Flagg coming in as a rookie, but not walking into some easy role in San Antonio. Dude is joining a team with 2 other ball-dominant guards and a generational big man, but he's not just some guy that you can stick in the corner and forget about. He's 6'6" with strength and skill. Harper's used to having the ball in his hands and bullying smaller defenders, creating his own shot. But if he figures out how to thrive without the ball, cutting, crashing, spotting up, the Spurs offense could be even more dangerous than we imagine. But if he struggles to adapt, it could clog things up. He's the ultimate question. The kind of rookie who could look overwhelmed one week, but then dropping 20 plus in a playoff game the next. And for a team with playoff dreams like the Spurs, how fast Harper adjusts might be just as important as this Wemby leap or Castle learning how to shoot. But no matter what happens, this is a one-of-one roster built around a one-of-one player that we have never seen before. And if it works, we might never see it again. But other teams are going to be gunning to be the next dynasty in the NBA and knock off OKC. The Lakers got lucky landing Luka from the Mavericks, but dude has already taken over LA. And now the Lakers have big plans to build around him. But that is what really pissed off LeBron James here to begin with. So the Jonathan Kuminga situation has become a nightmare for Golden State. Not only has the kid failed to become a main part of their team, he doesn't have a contract, and until that gets done, they can't do anything else. Sign Al Horford, DeAnthony Melton, maybe even Malcolm Brogdon. But no, Steph Curry is out here with 8 teammates under contract. 8! They can't do a thing until this Kuminga deal works out. Plus, if he does pick up this one-year qualifying offer, it could be a disaster. Not only can Golden State lose Kuminga for nothing next offseason, they virtually cannot trade him for an impact player this year. Terrible! But hold on. Plugged-in reporter Jake Fisher says a major move could save this whole thing. The Warriors would be interested, depending on the machinations, in some kind of Josh Giddey for Jonathan Kuminga sign-and trade. What? Do you know how amazing that would be? Not only do they solve the Kuminga disaster, Kuminga could be a perfect fit. They get another high IQ passer. Giddey's got elite vision at 6'8". Plus, they use his rebounding and grab and go to play faster in transition. Oh, and if he continues to improve this shooting, it would be a match made in heaven. But there is one major problem with all of this. What if I told you this Giddey Kuminga rumor isn't just fake? It was planted on purpose, and the wild part, the people behind it don't even want to trade. But that doesn't apply to the Bulls with Kuminga because they love this kid. Reports say that Chicago reached out to Golden State early this summer about a JK trade but got shut down. In fact, the Bulls are going to have cap space next summer, and if Kuminga bets on himself, the Bulls might be the #1 team to give him a payday. And it's also not from the Warriors side, because they love Josh Giddey. Fisher also reported that on draft night 2021, the Dubs had Giddey penciled in at 7, but OKC shockingly swooped in and picked him early. They had to settle for Jonathan Kuminga. So where is this coming from, and why is it fake? Well, Jonathan Kuminga has a ton of talent, but he just never fit into Steve Kerr's system. Because he doesn't shoot, it's really hard to play with both Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler on the floor. But I completely understand why he is upset. JK wants to spread his wings as an NBA player, but Steve Kerr keeps him caged up, so yeah, it's gotten toxic at times. But now that hate has boiled over because the Warriors offered Kuminga a 2-year, $45 million deal to find a new team, but he said no. Kuminga wants at least $30 million a year, but if he gives Golden State this short deal, they control where he ends up. No, dude is willing to take that 1-year qualifying offer at just $8 million and risk injury to control his destiny. But before this rumor, Josh Giddey's situation is different. He was drafted 1 spot before Kuminga in 2021 as, let's be honest, a rare miss by the Thunder. He struggled to shoot, which made it easier for teams to defend OKC, so they traded him for Alex Caruso and immediately won a championship. The Bulls got slammed for this trade, especially to start the season. Giddey averaged 12 points a game on 45% shooting before All-Star, but the turning point was the Zach LaVine trade. Once they traded him, Giddey had a lot more of an on-ball role, plus key injuries, so he dominated down the stretch. Final 19 games, 21 points a night, 11 boards and 9 dimes on 43% from deep. In March, almost a quadruple-double against the Lakers. 15, 10, 17, and 8 steals. Became the 3rd Bull ever with 1K points, 500 boards, 500 assists in a season, and the other 2, Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. So yeah, the Bulls want to keep him, but the problem has been his demand at $30 million per year. Pretty expensive for a guy who really only dominated for 19 games. So Chicago has only offered $20 million. So right now, JK and Giddey are 2 of the 4 major restricted guys on hold. That's Kuminga, Giddey, plus Quentin Grimes in Philly and Nets Cam Thomas. And you can see the difference here between what the player wants and what the team has offered. And then over there you have the qualifying offer. So if these guys pick up this low 1-year deal, it lets them then become an unrestricted free agent next year and choose their destiny. The ultimate bet on yourself move with risk, because if they get injured or have a down year, they just passed up on life-changing money. But having 4 players in this situation is rare. Normally we only have like 1 or 2 restricted free agents this late in the summer. Why? Because of the new CBA. See, teams are so afraid of this second apron, they will lowball guys who want more, and they're not giving up. So right now the Warriors and Bulls will not budge on Jonathan Kuminga and Josh Giddey, which created this rumor. See, Brett Siegel of Clutch Point says, yeah, the two teams have held conversations this offseason, but talks were more so centered around Kuminga and potential interest Chicago held, sources said. At no point did the Bulls signal that Giddey was available, nor did the Dubs even try to put together a package for him. So what is this rumor all about? Did it come from nowhere? No, it came from Josh Giddey's agent. Rumors like these are leaked all the time to try to create leverage for the player. In this case, Giddey. They want the rumor out there to try to squeeze every single dollar possible for Josh Giddey from the Bulls, because they might think, oh, he wants to go to Golden State, but even the trade itself is unrealistic. There's an NBA rule called base compensation, which basically says, in a sign and trade like this, only 50% of Kuminga's salary, for example, would count coming off Golden State's books, but 100% of Giddey's salary would count going in, which makes it virtually impossible. So let's actually spell it out with numbers. Both guys signed for, let's say, $30 million. Well, both teams would be trading out $15 million and getting back 30, which does not work financially. And if you didn't understand that, no problem. Just know, to pull this off, it would have to be a 3, maybe 4-team deal this late in the offseason, which makes an already unlikely trade even less likely. So what is going to happen here? Well, I think out of the 4 restricted free agents, Josh Giddey is by far the most likely to stay with his old team. He loves Chicago and his role. Plus, the Bulls are super motivated to get this done. They got so much hate on the Giddey trade, especially after Alex Caruso signed a new $80 million deal and won a ring in OKC. They don't want to be embarrassed if the Giddey thing blows up. But Kuminga is the least likely to sign a new deal. Why? Because this kid is hell-bent on taking control of his own career. He would rather risk tens of millions than have the Golden State Warriors determine his future. And yeah, the Bulls would be a great fit for him. I mean, they need a two-way wing like that who doesn't need the ball all the time. A cutting finisher who'd be great with Kobe White's passing or whoever plays point guard. But unfortunately for JK, he ain't going there yet because this rumor is fake. But the bigger picture in all of this is while the drama drags out, Steph Curry is sitting there with maybe 2 good runs left in his career, and one of them could get wasted. Right now, the Warriors have 9 players under contract, and the roster isn't just incomplete, it's frozen. And the longer it stays like that, the harder it is to compete in the West. Do you know how much of a disaster it would be if Al Horford, D'Anthony Melton were like, yo, we have just waited way too long for you to figure that out, so we're going somewhere else. Because we've seen this movie before. Star player in the twilight of his prime, front office gets stuck negotiating with one guy while the rest of the league moves on. And if those other role players sign elsewhere, you don't get a second chance. This is why the Kuminga situation is bigger than just keep him or trade him. It's about whether the Warriors are still all in on winning with Steph, or if they're slipping into the post-Curry era without even admitting it. But the Lakers are all in on the Luka Doncic era. The newest Laker has taken control of their franchise just 6 months in. And that obviously has pissed off LeBron James, but what is their plan exactly to build around Luka?
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we have a major update from a judge who is deciding whether or not to release the grand jury transcripts from the Epstein files. I'm going to put the quote from the judge right up here on the screen. A member of the public, appreciating that the Maxwell grand jury materials do not contribute anything to public knowledge, might conclude that the government's motion for their unsealing was aimed not at transparency, but at diversion, aimed not at full disclosure, but at the illusion of such. So first and foremost, can I have your reaction to a judge coming out and basically giving up the game on Trump's behalf in terms of why he was looking to release the transcripts from these grand jury testimonies from the Epstein files?
Yeah, I mean, look, the judge called it straight up what happened here, which is that Donald Trump and Pam Bondi and who the hell knows who else in that administration, decided they'd try to pull a fast one up the American public. They'd say, we're going to move to have the grand jury transcripts released, knowing full well that those transcripts do not contain much at all, which is, by the way, not unusual in our system. Prosecutors tend to only put before the grand jury the minimum amount of information and evidence necessary to get an indictment. So they may collect, 5,000 boxes of documents, but they'll only put before the grand jury, one or two witnesses that talk about 3 or 4 of the documents. So this was always a setup, and it is great to see a federal judge calling it out as such. It's also, though, important to recognize that Donald Trump could still release the Epstein files, right? So this judge said they're not going to release the grand jury transcripts, which are subject to grand jury secrecy. And as the judge points out, in this case, would be illuminating, but that wouldn't prevent the Department of Justice from releasing, I imagine, just an enormous avalanche of other materials that they have that are not covered by those rules.
Of which the summaries from these grand jury testimonies are included, right? And so if they really wanted transparency as it relates to these grand jury testimonies, which are just a small fraction, maybe 5%, 10% of what's included in the broader tranche of Epstein files, if they really wanted that stuff released, they already have summaries of it at their disposal, don't they?
Well, they have better than that. I mean, essentially, the way that criminal investigations work in terms of witness testimony is that FBI agents interview a lot of people, right? They interview every witness, every potential witness. They chase down leads. They collect documents, right? They are out doing the spade work of figuring out who did what to who and how and who might have seen what. And they do that. And all of those interviews get recorded. They get written up as summary interviews, okay? So there is a summary of every interview that gets written up. You sometimes hear the term FBI 302. That's what these are called. That's the form number that these things are written up on. And ultimately, the prosecutors and the FBI agents go through all of the mountain of information that they gather in those interview summaries. And then they decide, what is it that we actually need the grand jury to hear? And so sometimes they may hear a little piece from 1 or 2 witnesses who were interviewed for hours, right? They may have been interviewed for 8 hours. So there's a witness interview summary that can go on for pages upon pages upon pages. And then they'll be like, okay, well, let's just take that witness and put them in the grand jury for 10 minutes or 15 minutes or for an hour to just provide a portion of that testimony for the grand jury. Sometimes they don't even put the witness in, they'll just put the FBI agent in. Say, I conducted this investigation, I interviewed all these people, and this is basically what I found. But those raw summaries of interviews are where all of the information that you'd want to know about who is in the Epstein files, right? Because that is the FBI collecting all of the information. So when we talk about the Epstein files, one of the big tranches of information are these summaries of interviews conducted by FBI agents, written down and by FBI agents. And none of that, to be clear, none of it is protected by grand jury secrecy rules. All of it is at the fingertips of Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, and Pam Bondi. Okay, they literally could press a button on their computer and it would just all appear. Okay, and the fact that they are not releasing those tells you everything you need to know about what's in there. Now, obviously, you'd want to redact the names of the victims, or if they interviewed a woman who was or girl that was a victim, we'd redact her name, or if they referred to others, you'd redact their name. But otherwise, this would be very, very easy to produce. And that's before you get, by the way, to all the records that they may have seized from Epstein, his own email, his own documents, calendars, stuff that Maxwell may have had, stuff that the girls and women may have given to the FBI. That's where you get to the documents. Just on the testimony interview front, that would be low-hanging fruit that in the course of a few days they could compile and they could put on the internet, or they could put them in those fancy binders that they put the bullshit documents into, and hand them out at the White House. But Donald Trump doesn't want that, and you know why, and I know why. He doesn't want that.
Right. Well, look, I think it's beyond clear why they even went this route to get grand jury testimonies, knowing full well that judges aren't going to release it unless there's some legal reason to do so. But it's not customary, nor do they have the authority to be able to release these grand jury testimonies. And if they really did want this stuff out, again, they would just release it themselves. But this has still become a really potent talking point on the right, to be able to scapegoat a judge and say, oh, look, there you have, Donald Trump wants transparency. He claims that he wants transparency. He even went to the court to get these things unsealed. It's the communist Marxist judges who are covering up for the Clintons and their pals, these Democratic billionaires. And so that's the talking point that we see. And so when we see that online, for example, when we see it on Twitter, or any of these online spaces, what would your reaction, your response to those people be who are making this claim by suggesting that Trump wants transparency and in fact that it's the judges who are burying this stuff?
All right, everybody needs to pay attention to this. Right now, the FBI, Kash Patel, and the Department of Justice, Pam Bondi, and therefore, for all practical purposes, the White House and Donald Trump, have gone through all of these records. We know that, right? There have been various press reports in which FBI agents were dispatched to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to go through every last Epstein file. And what they did at the White House, what they did at the FBI, what they did with Pam Bondi, is they then basically said, we have two categories of stuff. On one hand, we have tens of thousands of pages of interview notes, of interview summaries, and other source documents that we could release tomorrow. And guess what? Donald Trump's name is in a number of those documents. I'm not here to say how it's in there or what it says he did, but I think it's safe to assume his name is in those documents. Then they said, now we have this other group of documents, which is like 3 or 4 documents, 3 or 4 transcripts of 3 or 4 witnesses who appeared before a grand jury, which, by the way, a judge is not going to let us to release anyway. But Donald Trump's name's not in those documents. So what we're going to do is we're going to tell the American public we're releasing these. We're releasing the 3 or 4 documents. The judge won't allow to be released anyway, but are totally sanitized because that's what we put before a grand jury. It doesn't mention Donald Trump. While we are going to hide the boxes upon boxes, the reams and reams of paper where Donald Trump's name appears. And they think you're stupid enough, everyone, that they're going to pull this off. You can't let them do it, okay? They're hiding the ball in plain sight. If they want to release the Epstein files, all they need to do is release the Epstein files. Now, you then wouldn't get the 3 or 4 grand jury transcripts that aren't telling you anything anyway, but you're getting the interviews of those witnesses, you're getting those interviews of a lot of other witnesses, and you're getting a lot of other stuff. This is a con game by a con man enabled by Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, and the rest of them.
Mark, can you speak about how useful those grand jury testimonies are even going to be? Because don't they just rely on lending themselves to the convictions of the people for whom those testimonies were about? So in this case, if it was Ghislaine Maxwell, you wouldn't necessarily even expect any information from anybody else because this was to seek the conviction of one person in particular, a conviction, by the way, that was successful. And so there's not that much more information we need on the culpability of Ghislaine Maxwell here because they got her. She's serving out a 20-year prison sentence. And so what can we really learn from unsealing the grand jury testimony about someone who is already convicted and incarcerated when it's expressly not her? It's the other people that we're trying to find information about.
Yeah, so you're exactly right that that what would have been put before the grand jury would have only related to the target of the investigation, the person who they wanted to indict. But I also want to re-emphasize this point. Even as to that person, it wouldn't be all the evidence. In other words, if you're a prosecutor and you're going to prosecute Ghislaine Maxwell, and you have 30 girls who could testify that she was involved in illegal trafficking or illegal activity, you're not going to put 30 of them before the grand jury and put them under oath and have them provide sworn, transcribed testimony. Why? Because then Ghislaine Maxwell at trial is going to know exactly what they're going to say and is going to be able to use their transcripts to cross-examine them. So instead, what you're going to do is you may pick one girl two girls and put them before the grand jury and then just ask the specific questions necessary to return an indictment, right? So rather than, asking them 2 hours of questions, you're just going to ask 30 minutes of questions so that you have just the bare minimum that you need so that you're not creating a lot of prior statements under oath that could then be used by Ghislaine Maxwell at trial. So, yes.
So by design, you're not getting the full breadth of the information. You're
Correct.
just getting what you need to be able to secure an indictment so that the grand jury can vote that indictment out, and then you do the full thing at the actual trial.
Correct. That's exactly right. So the way the system works is FBI uses a very broad funnel to collect, but those interviews are summaries of interviews. They're not direct quotations. They're not transcripts, right? So you have that, and you have a lot of raw documents. Then the prosecutors put the bare minimum before the grand jury in order to secure an indictment. And then at trial, you get a much broader picture again, sworn testimony, cross-examination, and the like. That's just how the criminal justice system works in the United States. There are lots of reasons to say that, this is not a fair system for defendants. I could imagine people listening to this saying, well, that doesn't sound very fair for a criminal defendant. And there are a lot of people in the criminal justice system who say, that's exactly right. All of this information should have to go before the grand jury. But it doesn't. That isn't the system. And so if Donald Trump wants the Epstein files released, if Kash Patel wants to make good on his promise and Bongino's promise to release the Epstein files, if Pam Bondi wants to make good on her promise to release the Epstein files, there is all of this material that could be released, and none of it is covered by grand jury secrecy because none of it was testimony before the grand jury. It was summaries of interviews given given to FBI agents in people's houses, in government buildings, in coffee shops, wherever it is, but it wasn't in the grand jury room.
Right. Well, look, I think all of this underscores the fact that you have been especially clear-eyed in cutting through the bullshit here and focusing on the very distinct distraction that Donald Trump is trying to put forward with Epstein. And so highly recommend for everybody who's watching right now, if you are not subscribed yet to Mark's YouTube channel, it costs nothing to subscribe, but it's a great way to elevate his voice, which has never been more important than it is right now. So I'm going to put the link to Democracy Docket, that YouTube channel, right here on the screen, and also in the post description of this video. Again, if you're not yet subscribed, hit the subscribe button. I'm Brian Teller Cohen.
I'm Mark Elias.
This is Democracy Watch. I'm joined now by Congressman Jamie Raskin. Congressman, thanks for joining me.
It's to be with you, Brian.
So you've stepped into the fray along with some other colleagues on the House Oversight Committee, Jasmine Crockett, Greg Casar, Robert Garcia, to push back against what these Texas Republicans are doing by virtue of trying to get the FBI involved in retrieving these Democrats who fled to Illinois and California to break quorum. Can you give a little bit of insight into what you're looking to find out from Kash Patel and Pam Bondi here?
Well, this is not the first time that Republicans have actually tried to get the FBI and other federal agents involved in hounding and harassing Democrats from the Texas state legislature who are trying to break quorum in order to prevent a complete demolition of people's voting rights. And here, of course, in the wake of their throwing 17 million people off of Medicaid, Donald Trump's solution was to say, we're going to basically squeeze 5 more U.S. House seats out of Texas. And the way they're going to do that is to have a mid-decade redistricting. So with the mid-decade redistricting, they could, destroy a whole bunch of House seats of our colleagues like Julie Johnson and Lloyd Doggett, Greg Casar, Al Green, Henry Cuellar. And so they're targeting Democrats. And so the state legislative Democrats have said, no way, we're not going to participate in that. We're not showing up for an extraordinary mid-decade demolition of people's voting rights, and they left the state. So now they're saying, the Republicans are saying, well, we're going to declare their seats vacant. And in the meantime, we're going to get the FBI to hunt them down. One problem with that is that they're not violating or even accused of violating any federal statute. There's no federal law against leaving your state. On the contrary, the Constitution gives you the right to leave your state. Yeah. So there's no federal offense they're being accused of. And President Trump wants to use the FBI like his own personal national security private police force to do whatever he wants for political reasons.
So is there any steps that Congress would be able to take to prevent the abuse of the FBI? You know, look, Trump doesn't care, and he's going to want to send them in because he views them, again, as his personal police force. And so is there anything that you can do to prevent that abuse from happening before he actually does it?
So with, Congressman Garcia, who's now the ranking member of the Oversight Committee, which was my old position, I'm now on the Judiciary Committee, we together have said that this is totally out of bounds and off limits to the FBI, and we demanded from Pam Bondi and from Kash Patel a complete accounting of what's going on there, because you've got Republican senators who are simply stating as a fact that the FBI is involved in this. We don't know whether they're not telling the truth or whether they're telling the truth, but they're not coming clean on it. But in any event, we want to know, and we want to use our oversight power over the Department of Justice to find out what's happening.
You know, can you speak about the fact that they are trying to present this, and you alluded to this before, they are trying to present this as some crime being committed by the Texas Democrats, but in fact, quorum breaking is a tool that's been upheld by the Texas Supreme Court, and it's a tool that's been used throughout American history as early as the 1800s. I mean, Abraham Lincoln jumped out of a window in the Illinois State House to break quorum because he didn't agree with something that they were trying to pass. And so this is in our over 200-year history, this has been used several times as a political tool to achieve a political end.
Well, it's obviously a legitimate parliamentary procedure. It's also plainly not a federal offense. There's no federal crime of crossing state lines for the purposes of evading a quorum or denying a quorum. On the contrary, as you say, it's a time-hallowed political maneuver. In any event, if it were to be a federal crime, Congress would have to adopt it, would have to be signed into law by the president, and there is no federal offense. Therefore, the FBI should get back to work on child sex trafficking, for example, or anti-terrorism efforts. It should not be working on chasing down Democrats just because the president wants them to.
So I want to switch gears here now to Trump's ending home rule in Washington, D.C. Can you talk a little bit about the procedure of what he's able to do? There's a 48-hour rule that he's in the midst of right now, and that could be extended only if Congress votes to extend it. So what are the rules here in terms of Congress being able to extend Trump's suspension of home rule in D.C.?
Well, in 1973, Congress gave modified home rule to the District of Columbia, meaning there's a mayor, there's a city council, there's a school board, there's self-government there. Congress always has residual authority to step in the way a state would have the authority to step in for a particular city or a county under it. But basically, there's a home rule government. There's a provision in that home rule charter which says that in the event of a federal emergency, the president can take over the DC police force. And so, without specifying what the emergency is, Donald Trump has declared that there is an emergency and has said he's taking over the DC police force. The mayor didn't ask for it. The DC council didn't ask for it. Crime is at a 30-year low in the District of Columbia. Congress did not ask for it. It looks like a transparent distraction from the president's problems with respect to the Epstein file, which, as you know, Brian, he had promised to release, but now suddenly he's gone very quiet on it and just is trying to hide the Epstein file under his bed somewhere. So this is another effort to change the subject and to attack a Democrat city. He's talking about graffiti and too many homeless people and so on. And if anybody, wanted Donald Trump to be the mayor of their city, they would have elected him mayor of the city. But he's invoking this provision. After 48 hours, Congress has the power to declare that there's not an emergency, and I am going to be introducing a joint resolution, a motion to declare that there is no emergency in D.C. Hopefully we get some Republicans to join us. If not, it will last only for the 1-month period, at which point it expires unless Congress decides to reauthorize emergency powers in the District of Columbia. But, you know, I've been thinking ever since this started, Brian, we know what an emergency looks like in D.C. because we had one 4.5 years ago on January 6, 2021, when Trump unleashed terrible mob violence against the police force of the District of Columbia, the Capitol Police, the Congress, the Vice President of the United States, and refused to do what he's doing right now, which is to activate the National Guard. So he's not. He did not activate the National Guard when we needed it. Now he's activating the National Guard when nobody's asking for it.
If Congress wants to authorize this thing, does it take a simple majority, or will it take 60 senators like when you're passing any actual law?
It would take an actual majority just to pass a statutory emergency for DC and to invoke emergency powers, but with the procedures of the Senate, it would effectively take 60 senators in order to determine that.
So in theory, they're likely not going to get 60 senators unless there's a bunch of defections by Democrats. And so does that suggest that we won't even see a first 30-day extension?
Well, I guess the ambiguous question is whether he can just keep declaring 30-day emergencies. We would say, of course, no, that defeats the whole idea of it just being for 30 days and then turning it over to Congress to decide. But as with everything else, you know, Donald Trump's attention span is like 3 minutes. And so he'll be off to Greenland or Panama or Canada or tariffs or something in that time in any event. I mean, nobody believes that he's really committed to public safety in D.C. If he were, he would not have pardoned 1,600 insurrectionists and violent cop beaters without talking to the police in D.C. or the mayor or the D.C. council. He would not have sacked dozens of the most experienced criminal prosecutors at the U.S. Attorney's Office in D.C. Simply because they had participated in the January 6th prosecutions, and they would not have impounded essentially $1 billion of locally raised revenue that the people of D.C. want to be able to spend on criminal justice and law enforcement and public education and so on. So nobody takes that seriously. This is just, you know, more theatrics and fireworks from him.
Can you speak about the danger, though, of kind of normalizing Americans to this idea that the American military is going to be walking the streets of their cities in anticipation of what he may try to do as we head toward 2026? Because we've already seen from Trump himself, so this isn't even just theoretical, we have seen Trump try to seize voting machines in an election. And of course, there were folks like Bill Barr who were in place, not exactly some raging Democrat, but Bill Barr in place saying that his claims of a stolen election were bullshit. Bill Barr is now replaced with Pam Bondi, who's perfectly content to toe the line, whatever Donald Trump puts forward. And so, you know, this idea that now there's no opposition to him from the DOJ, and if he has boots on the ground in the form of these troops, these National Guardsmen, what can that mean as we head toward 2026?
Well, you're totally right that this is a destruction of a lot of traditional boundaries and constitutional boundaries. One is the boundary between the actual obligations and the duties of the military and regular police law enforcement. The Posse Comitatus Act has banned for most of American history the military being used for law enforcement purposes. And Donald Trump is talking about how the graffiti in the District of Columbia is out of control and the homeless people are out of control. And that's why he wants to put 800 National Guardsmen on the streets of Washington, D.C. Well, that's obviously a destruction of a basic concept that we've had, that you don't use the military for purposes of law enforcement. Just like it's not up to the president to be suspending habeas corpus, that would be the role of Congress to do that. And yet Donald Trump is now trying to condition the country to get ready for what's happening in D.C. to happen all over the country. He's mentioned Baltimore, he's mentioned Chicago and Detroit and Los Angeles, I think. So he has had different pretexts in different places. We know about the immigration pretext for violating basic constitutional principles like due process. Now we have a law and order pretext in the District of Columbia, despite the fact that crime is at a 30-year low, and one of the greatest spikes, if not the greatest spike in crime in this century, has been when Donald Trump incited a violent insurrection against Congress in the District of Columbia. But in any event, he wants the country to be conditioned to him simply declaring that Democrat-run cities are fair game for him to militarize law enforcement and take over the governance of the city. And it's an outrage, and it's totally outside the bounds of the Constitution.
And finally, let's finish off with this. Can you speak on the fact that it was Trump who just deployed the National Guard into Washington, D.C., despite the last few years of him claiming that the only person who has the authority to deploy the National Guard into Washington, D.C., or conversely, to prevent the deployment of the National Guard into Washington, D.C., was Nancy Pelosi or the Speaker of the House? And so, even if we grant him that, okay, Pelosi's not the Speaker of the House, was it Mike Johnson then who deployed the National Guard to Washington, D.C.? And if not, how do you square the fact that he had said it could only be the Speaker for the last several years while trying to defend himself?
Right, and that was obviously fraudulent when he first started saying it, but now what we get is this at least indirect confession that he was lying all the time. Of course, the president controls the National Guard for D.C. The president is always in control of the National Guard for D.C., and so by sitting on his hands during the riot he had unleashed, he knew exactly what he was doing. And when he tweeted out, that Vice President Pence did not have the courage to do what needed to be done, he knew that he was further emboldening the mob and not doing anything to stop the mob and to protect his vice president or protect the Congress. And that's why Mike Pence didn't run with him again. Right. It permanently burned bridges there. But this indeed is a very frank acknowledgement that, yeah, he's got power over the National Guard when it comes to Washington, D.C.
We'll leave it there. Congressman, thank you so much for the time.
Great being with you, Brian. Thanks so much for having me.
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we have a bombshell update that puts on full display just how authoritarian this Republican Party has become. We have Ken Paxton in Texas right now, who is looking to have Beto O'Rourke jailed. Can you explain this update and whether there's actually any legitimate justification for him to make this move?
All right, so this all stems from the fact that Beto was raising money to help the Texas Democrats who have left the state to break quorum. I'll skip over the exact mechanics of how that was taking place, the vehicles and the like, but just know that he was raising money for this. And then Ken Paxton went to a state court judge of his choosing to get an injunction preventing Beto from raising money to essentially pay the expenses of these Texas legislators to live out of state, to pay their expenses living out of state and fines. And after that, Beto gave a speech at a rally in which he urged people to continue to donate. But here's the thing. He doesn't, as I read it, say that it is to pay for those particular expenses. It's to say that these folks need resources to fight. And of course, they do need resources to fight. They need resources to fight, for example, in court, because Ken Paxton is suing them in court. They need resources to fight in court because, of course, Greg Abbott is suing them in court. So I think that this is a bit of a stunt on the part of Ken Paxton to try to intimidate his political opponents, in this case Beto O'Rourke, while also trying to chill the fundraising that might go towards the state legislators. But like most things involving Ken Paxton, it's not really on the up and up.
Can you offer some insight here into, I mean, this is a Republican Party that fell over itself, complaining, whining, bitching, and moaning over the fact that Donald Trump was rightfully held to account in the courts for all of his criminal behavior in the lead up to the 2024 election, including stealing classified documents from the White House, trying to prevent the certification of the electoral votes, and also meddling in the election in Georgia, among other crimes that he committed. And all of these Republicans fell over themselves because anything that happened against Donald Trump was evidence of the weaponization of government against a poor, defenseless Republican. But now, all of these same Republicans who were whining and complaining then are now looking to wield the government against their political opponents.
Yeah, look, the hypocrisy within the Republican Party is just unbelievable. I mean, by the way, these are the same people right now who proclaim that they are afraid to walk outside on the streets of Washington, D.C. Some tough guy alpha males these are, right?
Yeah.
They're like cowering. I will tell you, I walk outside on those streets of Washington, D.C. and find it safe enough. But on this point, the hypocrisy actually goes even deeper. It is not just that these are the same Republicans who defended Donald Trump and insisted that the criminal justice system be ground to the halt to protect him, but they also defended him speaking out in ways that were directly contradicting court orders. Remember, he kept having to be admonished by judges, including the judge in New York, for what he was saying about jurors, what he was saying about the court, what he was saying about court personnel. And all we heard from the Republicans at that point was, oh, this is political speech. Oh, you can't limit what Donald Trump is saying because this is all tied up campaigns. Well, what Beto O'Rourke is doing here is quintessential political speech, which is why I honestly have my doubts about whether this underlying order that barring him from speaking is even constitutional. But it is core First Amendment political speech. He's talking about politics. He's talking about a political issue that is the hottest political issue, certainly in the state of Texas, arguably the hottest political issue in the country. And here are the Republicans trying to shut down speech. Didn't they tell us that they were the party of free speech?
I seem to remember something along those lines, but a mere faint memory that's fading by the day.
The other thing that you and I have talked about that makes this particularly hypocritical is that this is also a party that keeps defending its Department of Justice, that is constantly walking on the razor's edge of contempt. Yeah. This is a party that knows something about contempt. It is constantly being admonished by judges for violating their court orders. So look, I think the Republicans here are going to weaponize everything they can to try to shut down discussion of the absolutely abhorrent behavior of the president, his, by the way, continued refusal to release the Epstein files, which he should release, but also the effort by the Republican Party here in Texas and elsewhere to try to, frankly, rig the outcome of the 2026 midterms because they know they can't win.
Mark, do you have any concern about Beto falling victim to some right-wing judge? I mean, most of the judges on the Texas Supreme Court were appointed by Greg Abbott himself, and these are all people that are hardline right-wing Republicans. And so, look, I understand that in an ideal world, these judges would actually follow the law, but we don't live in an ideal world. And so what's your level of worry that, as misguided as this lawsuit against Beto might be, that these political actors, that these partisans on the court, deferring to Ken Paxton and Greg Abbott might actually allow this farce to continue?
Yeah, look, I mean, of course I worry about it. And people come up to me all the time and ask me, am I worried that I'm going to, that I'm in the crosshairs of Donald Trump? And the answer is, yes, I'm worried. The question is, what do you do about it, right? So I'm sure Beto O'Rourke is worried about it. But the question is, what does he do, right? Does he stand back and say, I'm going to allow Ken Paxton to threaten me and to cause me so much fear that I will not advocate for the causes that I believe are just? I mean, earlier today, I recorded an episode on my own podcast on Democracy Docket with Congresswoman MacIver from New Jersey, who is being criminally prosecuted by the Trump Justice Department for exercising her rights as a member of Congress, for visiting an ICE detention facility, as many of the viewers of this video will remember. And look, I think we live in the world in which we all have to assume, as terrible as it is, as dystopian as it is, that the price for standing up against Donald Trump, the price for standing up against Republicans in Texas, the price for standing up for fair districting may wind up being a politicized prosecutorial government that brings to bear the full weight and power of it against you. The members of the state legislature, let's remember, who are out of state right now, they're being threatened with arrest. So, yes, I am worried about this for Beto O'Rourke. I'm worried about it for the legislators. I'm worried about it for Congresswoman MacIver in New Jersey. I'm worried about it for Senator Padilla, who was tackled in California, and for the comptroller of New York, Lander, who was thrown to the ground in New York. I'm worried about it for Democrats and pro-democracy warriors all across this country.
If Beto does become the subject of a politicized prosecution in Texas, does he have any recourse by trying to jump into the federal court system that might be a little less inclined to defer to the Ken Paxtons and Greg Abbotts of the world?
Potentially, yes. Right. So there are a number of ways that you can challenge state court final action through the federal courts. It gets a little complicated and a little fact specific. But for example, if he was in fact jailed, right, he was taken into custody, you could file a habeas petition, right? So that's one way that you can collaterally attack or collaterally challenge state court action. But again, that's not a sure thing, and there are things, and that doesn't mean you won't be dragged through a whole lot of process in the meantime. And that assumes that the federal courts, by the way, in Texas and the Fifth Circuit are any better than the state Supreme Court of Texas, which is not a sure thing either.
Mark, like 30,000-foot view here, we're 7 months into this administration, and we're already at the point where we have seen numerous Democratic officials and judges get arrested at the hands of this DOJ. We're watching as now Republican officials are seeking the arrest of their political opponents. How do you think about this in terms of the next 3.5 years under this Department of Justice, given what we've seen in such a short amount of time right now? I mean, I think that you and I can both agree that this is probably, like, as far as the weaponization of government is concerned and politicizing the DOJ is concerned, this is damn near close to worst case scenario. And so how are you looking at this, given the fact that we're only 6 months in?
Yeah, look, I'm worried. I'm very worried. And here's the thing, and I think everyone watching this will agree. You see it everywhere you turn. In fact, once you see it, you can't avert your eyes to it. That, frankly, Donald Trump and the Republican Party are unraveling our country's democracy. You know, whether it is a bunch of teenage boys rummaging through federal agencies as acolytes to Elon Musk, whether it is Pam Bondi and the politicization of the Department of Justice to go after Donald Trump's political opponents, whether it is Kash Patel and Dan Bongino acting as if they never called for the release of the Epstein files and acting like they can just move on from that and no one will notice, or whether it is what Ken Paxton and Greg Abbott are doing in Texas, or what other Republican governors and AGs are threatening to do in redistricting elsewhere in the country. Whether it's the criminal prosecutions that are being threatened against these state legislators, or, as you point out, the criminal prosecutions we have already seen against Congresswoman in New Jersey. Everywhere you turn, the tapestry of American democracy is being unraveled. And so we would hope that the large institutions would stand up against this. You'd hope that big law firms would be rushing to defend. You'd hope that media companies would be rushing to provide accurate coverage of what's happening. You'd hope that the universities would be at the forefront of leading movements of young people to fight back and stand up against this. But none of that's happening because the largest institutions in our country are the most guilty of doing the least when they are available to do the most.
Yeah.
Instead, it is falling to everyday citizens. It's falling to the people watching this video. It is falling to the Beto O'Rourke's. It is falling to the Brian Tyler Combs and the Mark Eliases on our YouTube channels. It is falling to all of us to pick up the weight. But there is no guarantee that over the next 3.5 years, this won't get much worse. It probably will get much worse. But we need to celebrate the Representative MacGyvers, the Beto O'Rourke's, the Senator Padillas, and the independent media outlets that are willing to stand tall, even as democracy all around us seems more and more in trouble.
Well, look, all of that underscores the immense need that we have right now for voices like yours. And so one small step that everybody who's watching right now can take to elevate your voice is to subscribe to your YouTube channel, Democracy Docket. I'm going to put a link right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video. It doesn't cost anything to subscribe, but again, it's a great way to support Mark's work and to get his voice out there in the political zeitgeist more and more. And it's never been more needed than it is right now. So again, that link is on the screen and also in the post description. I'm Brian Teller Cohen.
I'm Mark Elias.
This is Democracy Watch. This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we have a brand new intra-party feud that has exploded between two prominent Republicans in Texas. We have Governor Greg Abbott and the Attorney General Ken Paxton. This is a rare fight that spilled out into the public. Can you explain what just happened?
Yeah, it's amazing. You've got like terrible on one hand and worse than terrible on the other hand. It's hard to know who to root for in the Paxton-Abbott feud. But essentially, after the governor made a big deal of going to the Supreme Court to try to kick the Democratic leader out of the state legislature, Ken Paxton filed a letter with the state Supreme Court, said, that motion the governor filed? Pay that no mind. He's wrong. It should be dismissed. Yeah, that's right. Ken Paxton is actually saying Greg Abbott's motion is wrong and should be dismissed. I cannot believe I'm doing this, but here we are twice in two videos. Ken Paxton's actually the most reasonable Republican in this entire, bizarro land of terrible Republicans.
Okay, so we have competing efforts here to try and prosecute or take down the Texas Democrats who have broken quorum and left to go to Chicago. So what was Greg Abbott's plan and what is Ken Paxton's plan, where Ken Paxton needed to ultimately publicly disavow Greg Abbott?
So to understand, what their competing plans are, you have to understand where we are. The Democratic legislators left the state there in Illinois. This has caused a total meltdown, a total count by the Republican Party in Texas. We have, the Speaker of the State House setting a Friday deadline and issuing civil arrest warrants. Yep, right, exactly. They are what they sound like. They are civil arrest warrants, so those aren't going in. Then we have the senator from Texas, John Cornyn, saying that Cash Patel and the FBI should somehow get involved and arrest these legislators. Okay, that's not going anywhere. So Ken Paxton said, look, I'm going to a motion in the state Supreme Court saying that they have to come back. The governor then decided to jump ahead of that and filed his own motion in the Supreme Court saying that the seats should be vacated. And so Paxton is like, court, don't pay attention to what the governor said, because he's not the Attorney General. I'm the Attorney General, and only I get to file these motions in the Texas Supreme Court on behalf of the state of Texas. And by the way, the deadline for the Democrats to return is Friday, because that's the date in the civil arrest warrant cutoff that the state house speaker gave. So this is honestly like Tweedledee, Tweedledum, and Tweedledumbest. And it is hard to believe that I'm about to say this, but John Cornyn is Tweedledumbest. It is possible that Ken Paxton is actually Tweedledee and is less dumb governor who's Tweedledum.
Mark, I checked to see what the cause for this feud might be. I checked to see if maybe Greg Abbott endorsed John Cornyn over Ken Paxton, and that's why Ken Paxton might want to publicly disparage Greg Abbott, because generally these people are all perfectly content to work together. If they can do a three-pronged approach to try and get these guys, they'd be happy to do exactly that. And we've also seen how Republicans aren't exactly falling over themselves to jealously guard their own autonomy. Mike Johnson's a testament to exactly that. And so how unusual, I guess I would ask, is it that we would see like this spill out into the public instead of Ken Paxton just, I don't know, texting Greg Abbott and saying, hey, why don't you relent on this, as opposed to just posting publicly onto Twitter?
Right. I suppose, like you said, like texting the governor and say, hey, dude, you filed this a couple of days too early. You mind if we all figure out how to clean this up? Or, hey, let me into your case and we'll all ignore the deadline. There are any number of ways that you would think this would get worked out. The way you would not expect it to get worked out is to have the Republican Attorney General publicly humiliate the Republican governor. And I am sure Greg Abbott is now not going to take that public humiliation, without responding in some fashion in kind. So this is like an unexpected gift to the Democrats. I mean, if you're like the Democrats sitting in Chicago, you're like, wait, so let's get this straight. The governor is telling the state Supreme Court that we need to be immediately kicked out of our seats, and Ken Paxton is telling them to dismiss that lawsuit? Like, please.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
When you have Ken Paxton publicly disparaging Greg Abbott's effort, does that actually hurt that effort in court? Like, I mean, can't the opposite side look at this and say even Ken Paxton, the Attorney General, is saying that this is complete bullshit?
Oh, I think this is going to get thrown out. I mean, like, honestly. I mean, I'm not even talking about what the merits of this are, but you do have the Republican Attorney General telling the Republican Supreme Court of Texas that the governor's lawsuit is defective and should be dismissed. It would be a rather odd event if the court didn't then dismiss the case, because after all, like I said, the Republican Attorney General is urging this, and it's not like Ken Paxton is some squishy, pseudo-moderate Republican, right? I mean, he is well known to be a pretty right-wing, pretty fringe figure out there. And the fact that he is standing up essentially for the Democrats, at least for, with respect to this one lawsuit, is extraordinary. I do have to say, I continue to think the biggest loser in this entire thing is John Cornyn, who's like standing in the corner being like, hey, everybody, look at me. I said FBI. Like, he can't even, like, they're not even paying attention to him.
A lot of what we're seeing right now, because there's no there, because so much of this is completely baseless, a lot of what the Republicans are relying on is just the optics of toughness, right? The optics of them being the alphas, and they get to come forward and say, we're going to send the FBI to you, we're going to issue these civil arrest warrants, we're going to vacate you from your seats. It's just a lot of bluster. And so what does it do when even just what you have left, which is just the bluster, gets shot down? When Greg Abbott, this last morsel of I guess, toughness that he had to put forward, even that doesn't stand up to the mildest of scrutiny from the Attorney General of his own party.
Yeah, and by the way, I read the motion pretty carefully when it came out, and I've gone back and reread it now 2 or 3 times. I mean, Ken Paxton has a point. It's actually not a very good motion. Yes, he's right, it's filed wrong. It appears, according to him, to have been filed at the wrong time. It was filed by the wrong party. I mean, Paxton makes a lot of procedural points about this, which I'm just going to assume are probably correct. But you read it, it's like 26 pages long, but you go through the first 17 pages, and it's just a lot of throat clear. Like, it's like literally like a lot of like, they left the state. They left the state. They left the state. They left the state. And you are like, where is the legal argument? Like, where is the part in which that would be illegal? and it shows up very late in the brief, and the arguments are like a few paragraphs long. There's not really any applicable case law. Like, it's kind of just it's kind of like a press release with just like a caption put on top. So where I think all of this leaves us is that Republicans have dug themselves into a hole. Like, they have dug themselves into a hole. They dug themselves into a hole, I think, because they thought this would be easy, and it turned out to be hard. They dug themselves into a hole because I think they assumed that public opinion would be on their side and against the people who left to break quorum. I think they may have thought that like some of the public pressure about the flood relief bill would splash back on Democrats. Instead, that's actually splashing back on Republicans for putting this traditionally thing first. So I think like that is like sort of in the background. Who the hell knows what interpersonal feuds may be going on between Paxton and the governor? I'm sure there's some story there. I assume it will eventually come out. But I also think that it is possible that Paxton, being a politician, being someone who is running for Senate, is actually looked at this motion and was like, this thing's not going to win. This is going to lose. And then like we all look like chuckleheads. So it's possible that he is trying to pull this thing back also because he figures maybe his office can do a better job. Maybe they have a different legal theory. Maybe they don't go straight to the Supreme Court. They go to a lower court to sort of buy them more time. I don't know what his strategy is, but I wanted to add that just as a legal observer, having read the papers. You said like it's not, you normally expect that like Republicans would, go with this 3 different ways and be in favor of it. if you're Ken Paxton, you're like, literally, I got the guy I'm running against come up with this, crazy idea of the FBI. I've got the governor filing this motion, which is just a pile of shit. And so, like, I'm trying to actually score some political points here, and and all the rest of the Republicans are like fucking this up. So there may be that also playing into this.
And that's exactly what I wanted to ask, is the fact that he is public, like, look, Republicans will often throw a bunch of shit at the wall to see what sticks, regardless of how legitimate it is or well-founded it is. Is there any thought here that, given the fact that Ken Paxton is actually trying to get Greg Abbott's garbage lawsuit thrown away, does that give you any sense of whether he thinks that his own lawsuit is actually, going to have some impact here, whether he thinks their lawsuit is actually going to vacate the chairs of these Democrats who have fled the state?
Yeah, so I think there are two possibilities. Number one, he thinks this was a garbage lawsuit. It's going to be embarrassing if the state Supreme Court dismisses it because it's a Democratic motion. So better I just bite this bullet and let's get this sort of detritus kind of cleared out. Now, that still doesn't answer the question why he didn't just call the governor and instead decided to make this public spectacle of this. That, like I said, there has to be some bad blood or discord within the Republican Party there. Yeah. But the other possibility is that the Attorney General doesn't want there to be a loss. That he actually figures, maybe these Democrats come back. Maybe, they'll stay out for a week, maybe it's 2 weeks, but they're not going to stay out for month upon month upon month. And therefore, when we see him file something, it's a little slower, which we already know it is, and maybe he doesn't fast track it quite like this. Maybe he's happy for the legal action to be hanging out there, hanging over the process, as opposed to being resolved quickly in the process. And that's a strategic litigation decision that, frankly, I have to make in my cases, AGs have to make in their cases, the people fighting Donald Trump on his executive orders. The question of how fast or how slow you move a lawsuit is oftentimes not only driven by the immediate emergency, but also by whether you think you have a better chance of success if the case moves slower, develops more of a factual record, where the court, takes a beat and takes a pause, or whether you think you're better off with a very, very fast hearing at a very high court. And so that could be the strategy here because, like I said, when I read the governor's papers, I was not focused on the procedural issues that Paxton is focused on. I just looked on the merits, and I'm like, boy, he's filed a motion directly with the conservative Republican state Supreme Court that could easily be dismissed by the end of this week. And if anything would turbocharge the Democrats, it would be that. And Ken Paxton is, like I said, he's not a good attorney general, but he is a good politician. And he may understand that. And so it wouldn't shock me if what we see come out of Ken Paxton is something that goes on a somewhat slower track.
Right. The threat of a lawsuit is actually more potent here than a lawsuit that is fast-tracked and completely shut down, giving the Democrats basically free reign, clear runway to just stay there and know that they've got this thing in the bag at the end of the day.
And that is the reason why, again, I want to come back to poor John Cornyn. I mean, Cornyn, who's supposed to be a good politician. I mean, remember, we were talking about John Cornyn potentially being the Senate Majority Leader. Right. He was the number 2 candidate in that race against John Thune. Leading with the FBI ought to go arrest these people in Chicago. That's talk about setting yourself up for failure. Because here's the thing, the FBI is not going to arrest them. And so when the FBI doesn't arrest them, and Pam Bondi doesn't do anything, and Kash Patel doesn't do anything, John Cornyn just looks like a fool. He proposed something for the Trump Justice Department to do that the Trump Justice Department doesn't do. He just looks totally ineffectual, totally out of step. And so it is possible that the person here who is the smartest politician, even if I think less of him than probably either of the other two, may just be Ken Paxton.
Yeah, but low bar to clear here. With that said, you have been relentless in terms of the coverage here, and it's been especially helpful because it's coming from a legal perspective, so we know what's what, especially as all this crazy shit is thrown at us from all of these clowns inside the clown car in Texas. So highly, highly recommend for anybody who's watching right now, to see more coverage of this, especially from this legal perspective, please make sure to subscribe to Mark's YouTube channel, Democracy Docket, which has been, again, the top of its game right now. So I'm going to put the link right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video. It does not cost you anything to subscribe, but it's a great way to elevate his voice, and that's exactly the kind of voice that we needed elevated right now in this ecosystem. I'm Brian Teller Cohen.
I'm Mark Elias.
This is Democracy Watch. You're watching The Legal Breakdown. Glenn, we have the biggest update about Ghislaine Maxwell that we've had thus far. According to new reporting, I think a lot of our fears were confirmed. Can you explain what that reporting is?
Yeah, so ABC News broke a story, Brian, that Ghislaine Maxwell, in her 9 hours of interviews with Donald Trump's former criminal defense attorney, Todd Blanche, now a high DOJ official, in her 9 hours of interviews, she said nothing that would harm Donald Trump. She actually said, she maintained, Donald Trump never did anything concerning around me. Now, that begs the question, what might be concerning to a convicted child sex trafficker and what might not be concerning? I don't mean to, be lighthearted about any of this, but Brian, how many discussions have you and I had here on the Legal Breakdown where I've said some version of, you know what, Ghislaine Maxwell is going to tell Todd Blanche that Donald Trump is pure as the driven snow. Right. Never did anything wrong. Why? Listen, there's one person who can get Ghislaine Maxwell out of jail permanently with a presidential pardon. That's Donald Trump. Does anybody but the most gullible believe that Ghislaine Maxwell is going to sit there and tell Donald Trump's former criminal defense attorney, let me tell you all the cruddy shit Donald Trump did? Of course not, because she could kiss her pardon goodbye. She could kiss goodbye the preferential treatment, the favors the Trump administration has been doing for her ever since she sat down with Todd Blanche, like moving her from an actual prison to a women's sleepaway camp in Texas. Very low security, not even entirely fenced, and she's reportedly been enjoying the Pilates classes. So why in the world would she say anything that could potentially harm Donald Trump?
So Glenn, it very much seems to me like this would be the quo of the quid pro quo. I mean, all Ghislaine Maxwell would have to do, given the fact that she is the one person alive who would have information that could still incriminate or sink Donald Trump, if she instead goes and speaks with Todd Blanche and says, you know what, there is nothing that I can think of, nothing that I can recall that would incriminate Donald Trump. Now it's up to you to return the favor here, wink, wink, nod, nod. I mean, is this not just playing out in real time? We've seen this woman moved from a real prison, to your exact point, in Florida, over to a woman's facility with minimum security in Texas. And now, lo and behold, days later, we have a report coming out that says, you know what? He's done nothing wrong as far as I know. The one person who would have the information be able to incriminate him.
This couldn't be more transparent, Brian. Think about it. If she sat down with Todd Blanche and over the course of 9 hours said, let me tell you about the concerning things I saw, the potentially criminal things I saw Donald Trump involved in, do you think there's a chance in hell that Todd Blanche and the Department of Justice and Donald Trump would have authorized her step down from a co-ed prison, men and women, to a women's prison camp where, Brian, BOP, Bureau of Prisons rules say a convicted sex offender may not be housed at that facility? They apparently violated their own rules or gave her some kind of a waiver to have her transferred to a much cushier, confinement facility. Do we really think that the information she provided to Todd Blanche hurt Donald Trump, and then they bestowed this enormous benefit on her, somebody who does not, by BOP rules, even qualify to be in that women's camp? This whole thing is so transparent. It's so ugly. It's so indecent. And what they are doing day in and day out is they are re-victimizing the victims. Victims of Ghislaine Maxwell's, involvement in a conspiracy to sexually traffic underage girls. And Brian, the reporting is that Ghislaine Maxwell herself was involved in some of the hands-on abuse of these young girls, not just facilitating this for Jeffrey Epstein. Not to mention, she was indicted on 2 counts of perjury. Why? For lying to try to cover up the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein. Why in the world would anybody credit a single word coming out of Ghislaine Maxwell's mouth?
There's also reporting from CNN that says that White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, J.D. Vance, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Todd Blanche are all going to meet at J.D. Vance's residence to discuss the Trump administration's strategy with regard to Epstein. Now, notwithstanding the fact that I'm old enough to remember when former President Bill Clinton, he wasn't even president at the time, but met with Attorney General Loretta Lynch on a tarmac for a few minutes, and that was fodder for right-wing pearl clutching for the better part of months. And yet now you have all these people meeting together to talk strategy as it relates to Epstein. Can I have your reaction to this new meeting that's going to take place?
You know, Brian, it both breaks my heart and infuriates me that the traditional separation between the White House and the Department of Justice that I think almost all presidents practiced and acknowledged the importance of. The White House doesn't get involved in directing criminal investigations or prosecutions for obvious reasons. It's dead. It's gone. This is an illegitimate, I don't want to say illegitimate Department of Justice, because there are 110,000, good, honest, hardworking employees at the Department of Justice doing the work of the American people. I believe it's something like 4,000. I saw reports recently. 4,000 employees have been fired or left the Department of Justice. This is the corruption of the leadership of the Department of Justice, which is now basically abdicating its law enforcement responsibilities to Donald Trump, a 34 times over convicted felon. So what could possibly go wrong with our nation's law enforcement? But the fact that they are sitting down for, a little script meeting to see how they should continue to produce the reality show that is, Cover Up Palooza, should move forward. It's beyond obscene, and it does such violence to the way the rule of law is supposed to be, executed, supported, carried out in our nation.
Glenn, can you speak on the fact that we are still supposed to see some type of a possible deposition where the House Oversight Committee goes and meets with Ghislaine Maxwell? That was postponed pending a decision on her appeal of her conviction to the Supreme Court, but notwithstanding, there is the possibility that when the Supreme Court rules one way or the other, that Ghislaine Maxwell will then meet with members of the House Oversight Committee, including Ranking Member Robert Garcia. Is there any reason for the House Oversight Committee to meet with this person, given the fact that there doesn't seem to be any incentive for her to tell the truth about anything that happened? Because if she's already been promised some type of pardon in exchange for her silence, then really what incentive is there for her to go there and tell the truth as opposed to just lying on Trump's behalf and omitting anything that might incriminate him?
Brian, her incentive, what is motivating her now is doing what's best for Ghislaine Maxwell. And what's best for Ghislaine Maxwell is making sure she doesn't say anything that could harm Donald Trump. So your question is there any sense in deposing her, having her appear, whether behind closed doors or otherwise, in front of any congressional committee? So I am of two minds. I would often put a witness in the grand jury who I knew was going to lie up one side and down the other to literally try to cover up the wrongdoing of the person I was investigating. A very sort of close parallel to what we're dealing with here with Ghislaine Maxwell potentially covering up for Donald Trump. I would put that person in the grand jury. Why? Because I would cross-examine the shit out of them to, confront them with every fact I know that would contradict something that they're trying to sell to me that we all know is false, right? Is an attempt to cover up the crimes of others. And what that did is it gave me a transcript that locked that person into a whole bunch of answers, some of which are lies, some of which may be truthful. And then I would take that, Brian, and I would go out and I would scour the files and I would launch new investigations to take on that witness and prove that witness was a liar. So I guess, 51% of me, which is what I always say when I want to hedge my bets, 51% of me would say, let's put her ass under oath. Let's wear her out by having, Republicans try to present friendly questions, softballs, and let the Dems go after her hard with the truth as they know it, and let's see what she has to say. Doesn't mean we have to believe it if she spits it out, even if it's under oath in a congressional hearing, but I would prefer to put her under oath and wear her out, and then in a normal world, not in the legal upside down in which we're living, we would have hundreds of thousands of documents in the Epstein files, probably many of which could be used to prove that Ghislaine Maxwell is a liar. The problem is those files are in the possession of Donald Trump's dirty DOJ leadership as well. So, but you know what? I would rather cross-examine her, see what you could get out of her, and then use that to move forward in an investigation.
I mean, not to be too cynical here, although I think that ship has sailed, but really is knowing that she can just lie, even to the committee while they're deposing her, she has a pardon waiting for her at the end of this thing. So what downside is there to her either lying on Trump's behalf, even if it means perjuring herself, knowing full well that she's got her literal get-out-of-jail-free card waiting for her at the end of this, and that the guy who she's lying on behalf of is the one person on earth who could get her out of jail and give her that get-out-of-jail-free card.
Yeah, given the bulletproof nature of a presidential pardon, particularly as Donald Trump's Supreme Court justices, and I do use Donald Trump's Supreme Court justices advisedly because those 6 right-wing justices are forever doing Donald Trump a solid in the rulings they've been handing down, including the presidential immunity ruling. They've basically given Donald Trump carte blanche to issue what I think most people would consider criminal pardons, to silence somebody or buy somebody's silence who could otherwise incriminate themselves. Rarely do I cite Bill Barr as an authority for any proposition of the law, but even he said in his congressional testimony it would be a crime for a president to issue a pardon to silence somebody who could present incriminating information about the president. So, but you're right. Anywhere we turn, it seems like Donald Trump, as supported, bolstered by his 6 Supreme Court justices, have, pretty much cut off at the pass any hope of accountability coming to a Ghislaine Maxwell in the event she is pardoned for all of her crimes, including lying to protect the president.
Well, we will, of course, stay on top of this. This case is moving quite quickly, so for everybody who's watching right now, if you are not yet subscribed to this channel and Glenn's channel, I'm going to put both links right here on the screen. It's the best way to support our work. It is completely free, and it's a great way to show some support for independent media more broadly. So again, links to both of our channels are right here on the screen. I'm Brian Taylor Cohen.
And I'm Glenn Kirshner.
You're watching The Legal Breakdown.
Mr. President, is Vice President Vance hosting a gathering this evening to talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation?
Is he working on what?
Is he hosting some kind of gathering of top advisors this evening to talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation?
I don't know. I could ask you that question. I don't know of it, but I think here's the man right here.
I saw a report today, and it's completely fake news. We're not meeting to talk about the Epstein situation, and I think the reporter who reported it needs to get better sources.
Look, the whole thing is a hoax. It's put out by the Democrats because we've had the most successful 6 months in the history of our country, and that's just a way of trying to divert attention to something that's total bullshit, okay?
I'm curious, what exactly is it that's, quote, total bullshit? Is it the prospect of a meeting to discuss strategy, which has been widely reported and which has now certainly been canceled now that the media found out about it, and so J.D. Vance is just whining that it's fake news? Or is it the Epstein files themselves, which Donald Trump has taken to calling a hoax, which I find pretty interesting considering it was Trump himself who fanned the flames back when it was politically convenient on the campaign trail?
Bill Clinton.
nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein.
You raised the question of Jeffrey Epstein in your remarks about in the Q&A.
Well, I think
with
he's got a
Sean.
problem. I mean,
What do you think the problem will be?
I don't know, but that island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew. He'll tell you about it. The island was an absolute cesspool.
Nobody ever heard of Bill Clinton on a predator island before Donald Trump brought it up, or Prince Andrew. And it's commendable because Donald Trump was right. Bill Clinton did go to that island. There's tons of evidence of that, including but not limited to the victim testimony. And of course, Prince Andrew paying 10 million plus pound sums in order to silence victims. I mean, Trump was telling us before anybody knew about this.
Or was it a hoax when Trump's cabinet members and allies were fanning the flames to build out their own brands too?
Everybody in politics has a vice that's much worse than alcoholism, is the way that I put it. But we
release the list.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale pederast in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list.
In this case, in Epstein's case, it is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names, that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking.
Breaking news right now, you're going to see some Epstein information being released by my office.
What kind? Are we going to see who was on the flights? Are we going to see any evidence from what he recorded? Because he had all of his homes wired with recording devices.
Yeah, what you're going to see, hopefully tomorrow, is a lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information. But it's pretty sick what that man did.
The Ghislaine Maxwell Black Book. What names are in there, man?
How is it that my father can be convicted of 34 crimes, but no one on Epstein's list has even been brought to light? I'm trying to figure out how that's possible, right, folks? It's almost like they're trying to protect those pedophiles for some reason. I can't imagine why.
So it wasn't bullshit when Trump and Vance and Bongino and Patel and Haba and Bondi and Don Jr. needed something to peddle to the rubes in their base. They were all over the Epstein scandal then, but now that they're in power, now that the Epstein list is, quote, on Pam Bondi's desk, suddenly their hands are tied? Or is it that the file doesn't exist? Or is it that it does exist, but it was a forgery by Obama and Biden and Comey and Clapper? Or is it that we shouldn't even think about the Epstein list because Hillary's emails are a much bigger scandal? Or maybe we should just completely ignore all of that and arrest Barack Obama and Beyonce and Oprah? Or maybe announce that we're building a nuclear reactor on the moon? And if you think I'm lying about any of those things, I'm not. Including Trump sending former reality TV star and current transportation secretary Sean Duffy to start the process of building a nuclear reactor on the moon. The guy can't manage to keep planes in the sky right here on Earth, but sure, can't think of a better person to dive headfirst into interplanetary energy. What could possibly go wrong? But distractions aside, what Trump is trying to do here is beyond clear. He is throwing literally every distraction he can think of at everyone because he is just that desperate not to discuss the objective fact that he himself is very much implicated in the Epstein files. And that's not conjecture. Pam Bondi literally informed him months ago that his name was in there. That is why he's not releasing the files. That is why Donald Trump sent Todd Blanche, his deputy attorney general, to a prison in Florida to meet with Ghislaine Maxwell, the only person alive who could incriminate Donald Trump with the information that she has. That is why Maxwell was moved from a high security prison in Florida to a minimum security prison in Texas, as a little thank you gift in exchange for her obvious cooperation. Trump promised his supporters transparency on Epstein and the files. The guy is quite literally working hand in hand with Epstein's sex trafficking accomplice. He's not offering accountability or transparency, he is entrenching the very system he swore to expose. The reality is that if you voted for Donald Trump, he is not looking out for you. He just used you. He knew how to push your buttons, get you all riled up, point at the Democrats, make a bunch of accusations, knowing the whole time that he was just projecting. The whole time he knew exactly what he was doing. The whole time he understood that he was playing you all for fools. The whole time he knew he had zero intention of ever releasing the files. But he didn't care, because it wasn't about getting to the truth for his base, it was about saying whatever he needed to say to get what he wanted from you, which is to say, your votes. And now that he's got what he needed, there is zero incentive to ever follow through on his end of the bargain. Hell, there is negative incentive to follow through because he would literally be incriminating himself. He manipulated the people who trusted him most only to turn around and screw them over in the most egregious way. All of which reminds me of a poem that I think I've heard a few times.
I saved you, cried the woman, and you bitten me, but why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die. Shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with a grin. You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in.
And in case it wasn't obvious, the snake here is Trump, whose entire political career is defined by his craven insistence on promising his supporters the world only to deliver for himself. But this is who Trump is. He runs an entire campaign filled with fake populist promises, promised an infrastructure law that never materialized, a healthcare plan that was cheaper and more comprehensive that never materialized, a middle-class tax cut that never materialized, a jobs boom that never materialized, a manufacturing renaissance that never materialized. In his term, this time, he did the same exact thing, promising reduced costs and cheaper groceries and lower rent and justice when it comes to Epstein's victims and accountability for his criminal associates, but he's not delivering on any of those things. The only thing he's actually done in both terms is give a tax cut to himself. I don't know how to make this any clearer. He does not give a shit about you. He never did. He just says things that people want to hear, but he never delivers. His entire presidency is a graveyard of broken promises. He didn't end the Russia-Ukraine war, he didn't lower prices on day one, he didn't bring down inflation, he didn't release the Epstein files, he didn't usher in a manufacturing renaissance, and guess what? He won't. Because those are just things he said to get your votes. And now that he got them, he doesn't need you anymore. Now it's about him. Now it's about his legacy. Now it's about his tax cut. Now it's about his bottom lines. Now it's about his headlines. Tell me, if you're a true populist, if you really care about delivering for working class people and dismantling the elite deep state, is this the announcement that you actually want coming out of your White House?
We are proud to announce that the construction of the new White House ballroom will begin. For 150 years, presidents, administrations, and White House staff have longed for a large event space on the White House complex that can hold substantially more guests than currently allowed. President Trump has expressed his commitment to solving this problem on behalf of future administrations and the American people. The White House is one of the most beautiful and historic buildings in the world. Yet the White House is currently unable to host major functions, honoring world leaders in other countries without having to install a large and unsightly tent approximately 100 yards away from the main building's entrance. The White House State Ballroom will be a much-needed and exquisite addition of approximately 90,000 total square feet of innately designed and carefully crafted space with a seated capacity of 650 people, which is a significant increase from the 200-person seated capacity in the East Room of the White House.
Or how about this?
The only question is, will I gold leaf the corners? You could maybe tell me my cabinet could take a vote. You see the top line moldings, and the only question is, do you gold leaf it? Because you can't paint it. If you paint it, it won't look good because they've never found a paint that looks like gold.
See, focused on the issues that truly matter, how much gold Donald Trump can be surrounded by. That's what he cares about, himself and his opulent home, fawning news coverage and wielding the DOJ as his own personal weapon to hide the truth about his long-standing friendship with one of the world's most notorious pedophiles. Trump isn't looking out for you, he's looking out for himself. Any promise otherwise was just the work of a snake who knew exactly what he was doing. Before you go, if you enjoyed this content and you want to see more and support independent media, please subscribe to this channel. The subscribe button will be right here on the screen. But second, the reality is that we are now in a political environment where this administration can lean on any of the social media platforms to suppress certain voices if they don't like critical coverage. That means my longevity here is in the hands of a few tech billionaires who are already making it clear that they are willing to cater to this administration. To that end, signing up for my newsletter is a way for me to reach you directly if that ever becomes necessary. I'll put the link right here on the screen as well, so please sign up. It's free, but there's also an option to do a paid subscription if you'd like to support me and my team. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much for watching. I'm joined now by the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker. Thanks so much for joining me.
Great to be here, Brian.
So we have some new news this morning as it relates to those Texas legislators who are in your state, in Illinois, in Chicago. Can you explain what the situation was with the bomb threat in their hotel?
Yeah, well, let's start with last night. A right-wing video blogger who has White House credentials, I might add, as a correspondent at the White House, came to an area of Illinois where some of the legislators were staying and started videoing and reporting online about it. And so that he then put up a map and put a pin on the map and said, this is where these Texas legislators are. So that started this. This morning, there was a bomb threat against the hotel that those Texas legislators were staying at. It had to be swept with a bomb squad, and the legislators are safe. We have brought in state police and other law enforcement to protect them. So it's it's a dangerous moment in the country, and now it's literally the physical well-being of those legislators is at stake.
You know, it's not just the bomb threat. We've also seen other kinds of threats get waged by members of the right. John Cornyn had called for the FBI to go into the sovereign state of Illinois to be able to collect these Texas legislators. Can I have your response to that effort? I mean, that's just one of a number of efforts put forward by these Texas Republicans who seem increasingly desperate. You also have Greg Abbott, who is trying to get these folks vacated from their seats. Ken Paxton is also engaged in an effort in the courts to do exactly that. The Speaker of the Texas State House is issuing civil arrest warrants, which, that and $10 will get you a foot long at Subway. But regardless, the point is that they are doing anything they can to put pressure on these folks, even if it means abusing the law.
Look, I think one of the reasons that the Texas House Democrats came here to Illinois is that we stand united in leadership in our state. Our Attorney General, our President of the State Senate, our Speaker of the House, and as Governor, I have stood together with them that, we're not going to let the bluster and threats from John Cornyn, even from Donald Trump. There is no federal law that dictates that these people could be arrested. Can they send FBI agents to, try to threaten or, create some scene? Maybe, but there is no federal law that allows them to arrest these legislators. And as you said, the civil warrant that was issued by the House leadership, the Republican leadership in Texas, is ridiculous. It has nothing to do with Illinois. We don't recognize their civil warrant from Texas. Texas Rangers can come to Illinois and enjoy our lakefront, but they're not arresting anybody and taking them away.
Yeah. To that point, as it relates to these bomb threats and the use of, these FBI agents, do you have confidence that Donald Trump's FBI is going to be a trustworthy partner in investigating some of these crimes against Texas Democrats, given that their political ideology doesn't comport with the Trump administration's?
I mean, Kash Patel runs the FBI and Pam Bondi runs the Department of Justice. Do I have any trust in either one of them to follow the law? They've demonstrated they won't and don't. So, no, I don't have much trust in them. But again, we have a democracy still. We have a constitutional republic still. There are certain parts of the institutions of this country that still operate. And I have to rely upon those and do everything I can in Illinois to bolster them in every way that I can. That's all I have. We're not going, this is not going to be, there's not going to be a civil war. At least I don't anticipate that. And so the question really is, are people just going to buckle because of Donald Trump or Greg Abbott's threats? And I have to tell you, the Texas House Democrats, they're in no mood to buckle. And I'm so proud to stand with them. Remember what these people gave up, right? Their families, their jobs, literally aren't earning anything while they're in Illinois.
It's costing them money to be there.
It is, and they're protecting all of us. I mean, frankly, people ought to go online and give money to TexasHouseDemocrats.org and to support the effort. And they are receiving a lot of support, but they need more. because of all these threats. They have private security. We, of course, have state police now engaged because there have been public threats against them. And so we're going to do everything we can to protect them, but they need support. And I think all of us in every walk of life, if you care about this country, this is the moment. This is the moment, and this is a cause for you to stand up and fight for.
Why was it important for you? I mean, you know, in theory, there's not a lot of, like, there's no relationship between Texas Democrats and the state of Illinois. Why was it important for you to make yourself, in large part, a face of this fight?
Well, this is about fighting for our country. I mean, listen, I helped to build a Holocaust museum, right? I led the effort to build the Illinois Holocaust Museum. And what I know is that in 53 days, the Nazis tore down the constitutional republic in Germany in the early 30s. It doesn't take much, and we're seeing pieces of that sort of activity, you know, the authoritarian activity happening right now in this country. And there's only one way to stop it, and that is if people get up, stand up, and protest, use their microphones, their megaphones, and very importantly, we have to win in 2026, so they got to go to the ballot box. You want to preserve this democracy, you want to preserve this republic, you got to show up and vote in 2026.
In terms of what you would ultimately like to see from this effort, I mean, I think there's no doubt from both sides that if Texas Republicans engage in partisan gerrymandering and further rig their map so that they can add 5 seats at the behest of Donald Trump, and California responds, and Illinois responds, and Missouri responds, and we continue to have this race to the bottom, which, by the way, was not started here. I mean, a number of states, Republicans have been gerrymandering for years, including Ohio, Texas, Florida, North Carolina, Utah, they just gerrymandered. So there are plenty of examples. Wisconsin is another one that has been gerrymandered for years. What is the ultimate goal that you would like to see from this effort? If there were any good to come of this, what would you like that to be?
There ought to be an independent commission or independent commissions in every state. We need a national law that allows that to happen. But the fact of the matter is that doesn't seem like it's possible, at least not right now. And so, you know, we have to recognize that even though, you know, I'd love to see it for the state of Illinois, but we're not going to unilaterally disarm when Republican states are drawing maps, crazy maps. I mean, look at North Carolina, what was happening there. And as you said, Wisconsin. We've seen Republican states doing this, and now you see J.D. Vance going to Indiana today. Missouri is considering it. This is Donald Trump tearing the nation apart, changing the rules in the middle of the game, cheating. He's the ultimate cheater, right? The guy he defrauds people out of their money. He's been doing that for years. He's doing it even now as president. He cheats on his wives, and now, frankly, he's cheating on the American public and taking their votes away. And one last thing. In Texas, you know, it isn't just 5 Democratic seats that he's taking away in Texas. These are 5 Democratic seats that represent black and brown people. And when he tries to take those away, when Greg Abbott tries to take those away, well, he's violating the Voting Rights Act, which the Constitution upholds. And we've got to do everything we can to fight back against this. This is the crumbling of democracy before our very eyes. So when people say, well, gee, what's happening in Texas? How does that really affect me? It does, because this is the beginning of the end. If you don't have a representative Congress, truly representative of the country, then, you know, and you've got a president who's an authoritarian, what very little left of democracy after that.
Right, and finally, let's finish off with this. What would your message be to other governors around the country, Democratic governors, who may have the opportunity to join in on this fight on behalf of these Texas Democrats, to join in on the fight on behalf of fair maps and ultimately some type of system where everybody is represented by
crossfire losses. Nice one. Hopefully there.
Wait, hybrid. Hybrid.
Choice is the ultimate luxury, and now it's yours. Taco Bell's $5 box, $7 box, and $9 box. Now featuring the cheesy street chalupas. That's Lux. For less, the $5, $7, and $9 Lux Cravings boxes only at Taco Bell.
The best Wi-Fi from Frontier isn't just for VIPs anymore.
So everyone's good to go.
Ew. Even people with less than 1 million followers?
Get the best Wi-Fi ever, Wi-Fi 7, with an AI router on 100% fiber. Now on Fiber 500 and up, starting at just $29.99 a month. Only from Frontier.
Dad, I'm a genius. I figured out how to make us penguins fly.
That's gonna be tricky without wings.
Exactly. That's why I've got Red Bull. It gives you wings. All we have to do is drink it.
And how?
Come on, Dad, just drink it. But why?
Why? It's 40 degrees below. Do you think we're standing here for fun? Red Bull gives you wings. But only if you drink it.
Subaru and our retailers are supporting students in high-need schools by giving millions of dollars in funding and school supplies. It's just one of the reasons Forbes ranked Subaru the #1 automotive brand for social impact. Subaru, the car company.
How's it going?
First pitch,
Sometimes, you know.
Next.
try to get it.
You could have done better. Same goes for wearing your vest. Run up and just smart with a swap.
The fuck am I doing? Unreal. Nice, what a block.
give me 10 if it's on book? Okay, bet. Go, please be on book.
That's not about for the dude. I gave me my armor. Why did I buy this guy off?
On the keyboard, talk about selling. Fuck up and get in your place. Another shit if you're sorry. Fade out. New brain.
Introducing Taco Bell's $3 steak burgers with a zesty chipotle ranch. Guilty cheesy.
That's the least worst of your mistakes so far. Hit that bait.
Yeah, let's fucking go. Nice. Fuck out of here. Nice. Nice.
Everyone's saying Brandon.
How the fuck did I use so much boost before I even hit that fucking ball? Jesus. Like 34 in the air? What the fuck is that? Yikes. Yeah, we're working on it.
This might be me.
That's not even possible.
Oh yeah, it's
Nice. Let's fucking go.
I'm doing that. That's good.
What is going on?
Look my man, look my man, look my man. That's you?
What did happen? Why is this week?
Fuck yeah. Fuck that. Nice. No, you fucking idiot.
does that not count? That's fine. God. Oh God, don't worry about it. No, that ain't it. How we go? Not touching people. Not going the direction I thought it was going. That would be oh yeah, we're done doing it for now. Sight. See that coming. Me neither. No, what a shot. You fucking crashed. We're working on it. Back to the shot simulator. Oh, just tell me, God, let him cook. Oh, you suck, like always. Damn, that should have been in. What a free shot. Oh, yikes. No pump on it. Nice. Fucking ball.
Triple A insurance.
Yeah. Out of the triple twin.
Another reason that I like it
That's a good question.
The last reason that I like it is that can often tell us how teachable technology is. So those are a few of the reasons that I recommend system materials.
Bro, it's one of the two. No,
Hit the shed set.
What?
How did GTA Online change from a game where you're supposed to have fun with friends, robbing stores, doing heists, buying cars, to a game where everyone is toxic? A game where people constantly blow each other up, and a game where people are forced to go into private lobbies just to complete the activities they want to do? Well, I think it all stems from one vehicle, the Oppressor Mark II. And this video will explain why. Let's go. From 2013, GTA Online was always a game about living out your criminal fantasies. While it was very messy in the first couple of years, structure was added to the game in about 2015 to 2016 when Rockstar introduced the idea of slowly building your criminal empire either by yourself or with friends. You started small, robbing stores, doing little jobs, contacts here and there, running your own motorcycle club, cargo warehouses. It was all grounded in the kind of street crime empire that GTA has always been about. Let's take lowriders, for example. Instead of focusing on alien weapons or flying vehicles, lowriders gave you the ability to fully customize classic cars. Here, the appeal was from small things, like choosing cool designs, and really just making the car work. It wasn't just something that you used for missions, it sort of became a symbol of your journey through Los Santos. These lowriders felt like vehicles that belonged in the world, or could belong to one of the gangs around the map. But as time went on, Rockstar's focus began to shift. Rockstar started introducing updates that left the gritty, realistic tone behind in favor of something that appealed to a different audience, something flashier. Now, a lot of people think that the Oppressor Mark II dropped, and that was what changed GTA Online. Well, that's kind of true. That doesn't tell the full story. See, before people were complaining about the Oppressor Mark II, they were complaining about military vehicles in GTA Online. From 2013 to 2017, the militarization of GTA Online started to take full effect, with the first pretty much fully bulletproof vehicle in 2015 with the Armored Kuruma, and the gradual introduction of more military-themed vehicles leading up to the gun running update in 2017. In this update, Rockstar introduced the Oppressor Mark I, which fundamentally transformed the way that players got across the map. See, these fun, quirky, sort of semi-futuristic vehicles had existed since the game came out, with things like the James Bond car even featuring in single-player with the JD700W. We had the Coil Voltic, which was a rocket-powered car straight out of Fast and Furious. But even those cars were grounded in some sort of realism, and the Oppressor Mark I was the first real sign that Rockstar was leaving that realism behind. It was in December of 2017, though, when GTA Online saw its biggest shift. This was with the introduction of the Doomsday Heists, as well as the Deluxo, which is a spin on the DeLorean from Back to the Future. While it took a lot of skill to fly across the map with something like an Oppressor Mark I, the Deluxo was a flying car. There's not much more to it. It's easy to control, it's nimble, and it has some of the most powerful tracking rockets in the entire game. Fast forward a few months more to the middle of 2018, and we get the After Hours update, which introduces the Oppressor Mark II. At first glance, it was the complete opposite of what the game has been about for the past 4 or 5 years. It was a flying motorcycle armed with the exact same overpowered homing missiles on the Deluxo. It was fast, efficient, and immediately recognizable. But it also felt like something from a sci-fi game like Saints Row, rather than what was kind of meant to be a crime simulator in GTA Online. But most importantly, it stood out as a turning point for GTA Online, and for most people, it was a negative turning point. But the title of this video is How One Vehicle Ruined GTA Online Forever. So how do I think it ruined the game? Well, for me, there are 3 core aspects, and we're going to talk about all of them. Identity, accessibility, and griefing. And let's talk about the latter first. Griefing. As soon as the Oppressor was introduced in 2018, if you were trying to run a business or deliver cargo, the Mark II is the thread you're always looking for. You could be halfway across the map thinking you've got a clean run, but somehow, out of nowhere, a Mark II user shows up, locks on, and you're done before you can do anything to counter them. This isn't just a rare occurrence, this is a constant problem every time you try to make money. And in fact, since Rockstar added the vehicle in 2018, for the past 7 years, Rockstar has constantly been trying to nerf it to fix the problem they created. The first big nerf targeted the homing missiles themselves, massively reducing their accuracy and speed. Then, Rockstar added a 5-minute cooldown timer for spawning the bike through the MC menu. After that, they increased the price up to $8 million, making it harder for new players to get one right away. And even to this day, in 2025, Rockstar is constantly giving more vehicles missile lock-on jammers to stop them from getting griefed. What's crazy is all of these changes and nerfs still weren't even really enough. Clear evidence of that is the fact that Rockstar fundamentally had to change the game design of GTA Online to the point where they now allow players to sell business product in invite-only lobbies, which fundamentally destroys the point of an online game. If you have to go into private lobbies in order to sell your product safely, then GTA Online isn't really GTA Online anymore. And I'm aware of the comments that we've probably got by now. People saying the Oppressor Mark II isn't even that good anymore. It's very easy to counter. You can just jump in something like a Raiju jet, and that's going to be much more effective than an Oppressor Mark II ever will be. See, counters exist for the Oppressor Mark II, but they don't really balance things out. For most people, it's always just going to be easier to call in an Oppressor Mark II right next to you because it's just more simple. It's always going to be more nimble than a jet or a helicopter. No matter how many nerfs Rockstar gives it, it's always going to be much smaller and harder to hit than any of those. And let's be honest, if you're in a dogfight with someone using an Oppressor Mark II, good luck killing them. It's going to be almost impossible. Let's talk about the game's identity as well as accessibility. These kind of go hand in hand, and we can talk about them together. Grinding money in GTA Online used to actually make you think a little bit. If you're doing missions or running your businesses, back in 2016 for example, 2017 maybe, you actually had to put a bit of thought into which vehicle made sense for the mission you were doing. Maybe you'd go with an armored Karuma, maybe you'd call in a helicopter to get there quicker. These weren't just practical choices, but they also made the game interesting. You'd plan your route, weigh in the risks, and sometimes even pick a less efficient vehicle just to mix things up or work better with your crew. That's what made the daily grind feel like more than just a chore. But when the Oppressor Mark II showed up, that changed pretty quick, to the point where I now get comments like this pretty often. This comment was actually the inspiration for this video. So let's read it. This commenter said, "Who complains about Oppressor Mark II besides being used to grief like crazy? It's such a massive quality of life upgrade that I would welcome in GTA 6. Obviously, I prefer it without the missiles and purely as a mode of transportation, because let's be honest, driving to sandy shores over and over for setups and missions is not very enjoyable." Now, first thing I have to say is, he's got a point. Constantly driving across the map can be kind of boring. But that's not the only way to get across the map. So I replied, "You can still fly with helicopters or planes though. You don't need a flying bike. A lot of us don't think flying cars belong in a modern-day crime game." And this is where the thread started to get kind of interesting. The user replied, "Even that is half as convenient as the Oppressor though. With the Oppressor, you can just hold R2 and scroll some YouTube shorts. A helicopter or a plane requires some input." The Oppressor Mark II has fundamentally changed GTA Online so much that there's people out there now that would rather fly across the map holding R2 with an Oppressor Mark II while they scroll on their phone as opposed to actually playing the video game. So let's break down how we actually got to this point. As I mentioned before the Oppressor Mark II showed up, you actually needed to put a bit of thought into your GTA Online gameplay. But when the Oppressor Mark II came, that all changed pretty quick. With how easy the bike is to use, with how quick it is, how agile it is, how strong it is, it became the obvious choice for almost any mission in the game. Any mission that used to take 10 minutes now only takes 3 or 4 with the help of an Oppressor Mark II. You don't need to drive through the streets of Los Santos and get immersed in the world anymore, now you can just fly over the entire city in a fraction of the time and get money faster than ever before. As everyone started using the Mark II for grinding, GTA Online lost what made it feel dynamic and special. Missions that used to require teamwork and planning became mindless solo grinding routines that you can just switch your brain off for. Take a Headhunter VIP work, for example. Previously, you and a friend might team up and plan who's going to take which target. You might team up in an armored Karuma and get your $30,000 in about 5 or 10 minutes. Now though, you just get an Oppressor Mark II, one person can switch their brain off, lock on to all 4 targets, and get your money within about 2 or 3 minutes. It's efficient, sure, but it also means you don't have to think much or rely on anyone else. The shift towards solo grinding changed the game's economy as well. With the Oppressor Mark II, you could make money faster than ever, buying new properties and vehicles the second Rockstar drops a new update. Seems cool on the surface, right? Like, that sounds great. Less time grinding means more time enjoying what you've bought, right? But it also means players are doing the same thing, following the same loop and ignoring what GTA Online has to offer. See, this isn't just an issue with the Oppressor Mark II, it's kind of an issue with what the Mark II represents. When it comes to grinding, the Oppressor Mark II marked a shift towards solo play. As Rockstar saw people weren't playing with each other as much, their entire game design and philosophy changed towards making the game more solo-friendly. A massive example of that is the Cayo Perico heist, the first heist that you could do solo. See, for Cayo Perico, it's not even really worth using the Oppressor Mark II. The Sparrow kind of replaced the Mark II for this heist. An ultra-fast helicopter that you can just zoom across the map in. And immediately, once the Cayo Perico heist came out, everyone flocked to it to make money as fast as possible. And this was fundamentally when GTA Online just became a solo grind. And it all stems from the Oppressor Mark II. The grind became less about trying new approaches or having fun with friends, and more about getting through tasks as quickly as possible so you could make more money. And yes, all of this, in the end, adds up to a GTA Online that's faster and more efficient than ever, but it's also more predictable, and it's a big reason why lots of people say the game is more boring. The grind is easier, but it's also less rewarding for players who like the challenge and variety of the old GTA Online. The focus on efficiency took away a lot of the teamwork and creativity and identity that made the game stand out. For some people, who have probably already commented on this video, that trade-off is worth it. Making money is easier, you can stay on top of the new content, get everything you want. But for others, it's the main reason why GTA Online doesn't feel the same anymore. I'll end the video with this. A lot of us have probably noticed this, but I don't know if I've ever made my thoughts on this clear. I think that Rockstar made a massive mistake with the Oppressor Mark II, but what's interesting is I think they realized it. Think about it. The last 5 years, Rockstar has done absolutely everything they can to nerf the Oppressor Mark II into the ground. But what's also interesting is, ever since the Oppressor Mark II came out, have you noticed that all of the GTA Online updates have been a lot more grounded? Think about it. In 2017, we got stuff like the Doomsday Heist, and then in 2018, we got the Oppressor Mark II, of course. But since then, every single update has been grounded in some sort of reality. We're talking Cayo Perico, Casino Heist, auto shops with the LS car meet. We've got businesses like a bounty enforcement office, a salvage yard. Oh, dude, even in 2025, we just got a car wash. Something that probably should have been in the game since the start, before the futuristic stuff was added, not now. All of this goes to show that, yeah man, I think Rockstar knows they made a pretty big mistake here with the Oppressor Mark II. It completely ruined and changed the identity of GTA Online. And while Rockstar has really tried to reverse their mistake that they made in 2018, the identity of GTA Online will forever be changed. And sadly, the changes Rockstar continues to make aren't enough to change that identity back.
Fuck out of here.
Regardless of where you stand in the political spectrum, one universal truth right now is that Gavin Newsom has learned exactly how to control Trump and Fox News. And nothing better encapsulates that reality than this moment right here.
Congressman Greg Abbott, who is in a wheelchair, and Newsom says he rolled over for Trump. That's almost as bad as Jasmine Crockett calling Governor Hot Wheels. We asked for a statement, and Newsom's office said something flippant like, you're so woke. He'll get over it. Abbott will get over it. You're responsible.
Here's why this is amazing. Fox and Republicans love to have opinions. They love to brag about how they've got thick skin, how they can dish out comedy, how they're not like those sensitive libs who are so easily offended. But the second that it's given back to them, they run over to Fox and fire up the manufactured outrage. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, but when you're the party that collectively exists inside of the colon of this guy, you surrender your right to whine about people being rude.
Written by a nice reporter. Now the poor guy, you gotta see this guy. Oh, I don't know what I said. I don't remember. He's going like, I don't remember. Oh, maybe that's what I said.
That reporter, he is talking about his third couple SDs. As you can see right there, he suffers from a chronic condition and impairs movement of his arms.
He posted, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett is a low, very, all three, they're all capital, IQ individual, much in the mold of the AOC plus three gang of country destroying morons, only slightly dumber.
You know, AOC, look, I think she's very nice, but she's very low IQ. And we really don't need low IQ. Between her and Crockett, we're going to give them both an IQ test to see who comes out best.
You know, she gets out and she starts asking me all sorts of ridiculous questions. And, you know, you can see there was blood coming out of her eyes, blood coming out of her wherever.
I moved on her. You know, she was down in Palm Beach. I moved on her, and I failed. I'll admit it. I did try. She was married. Yeah, that's right, with a girl. I gotta use some TikTok just like my sister kissing me. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just like kissing them. It's like a magnet. I don't even know. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. You have them by the... You can do anything.
So with stars, like they can grab one by the...
Well, that's if you look over the last million years, I guess that's been largely true. Not always, but largely true. Unfortunately or fortunately.
You consider yourself to be a star?
I think you can say that.
They say that there was no question. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women.
Man.
And so I sort of get away with
Guys,
it.
go to third man duties.
Genuflect at the altar of that guy, spare us the faux outrage about insults. But more important is Newsom's office's response to accusations of discrimination. Quote, no, but how woke of you to ask. I'm sorry Greg's feelings were hurt. Poor guy, hope he recovers. Here's what I would immodestly suggest that we learn as Democrats. Do not validate Republicans' bad things. We don't have to pretend that they're on the level, because they're not. Classified information leaking is a national security issue when it's Hillary Clinton, and not an issue at all when it's Pete Hegseth and Mike Waltz. Democratic Supreme Court justices can't be considered during an election year, but Republican justices can be confirmed while voters are literally casting their ballots. They're not on the level, and they know it, but they rely on the fact that the Democrats are never willing to fight back, which is why we absolutely must fight now. The redistricting fight in California is the culmination of decades of this fight in the uphill. The Democrats have sat idly by, and the Republicans have rigged the rules of the game to their favor. Between independent redistricting commissions in New York and California, while the Republicans rigged the everlasting hell out of Florida and Texas. We've watched as they gerrymander North Carolina, Wisconsin, Utah, Texas, Florida, Georgia, Ohio, and so many more. We've watched as they passed voter suppression laws and eliminated Voting Rights Act mandated opportunity districts in states across the country. They are as anti-democracy as it gets. That ends now. California is going to bring the question of new mid-cycle maps to the voters of this state on November 4th. That's just 10 weeks from now. Unlike in Texas, the voters here are going to have a say in whether the maps get changed, which will serve as a means to neuter the power grab happening in Texas, Missouri, Indiana, and Florida at the hands of the GOP. And it's going to be temporary. But here's the deal. Republicans know that if this gets passed, all of their work rigging the rules of the game will be for naught. So they're going all in California to prevent this referendum from passing on November 4th. We have to fight back and prove it. First, we have to make sure that you and the community knows that this is happening, and more importantly, why it's happening. Because it's not happening with that. This is a response to Republican overreach. It is us showing that we will no longer unilaterally disarm. We didn't start the mid-cycle redraw fight, but we certainly shouldn't be afraid to end it. And second, it's going to be expensive. Know that Republicans are going to throw tens of millions of dollars into defeating this. Why? Because they know California can undo all of the rigging that they're doing across the country. It'll cancel all of that out. They don't want it. So they need to make sure that California doesn't succeed. And they'll make sure to reach every voter in the state with their unlimited funding from their billionaire donors who want to keep in power a political party that keeps tax breaks onto them worth billions. They were stopped at nothing. And furthermore, the Democrats won't have many, if any, big donors because they know that they will be retaliated against by Trump. He'll attack their business interests however he can, like he does for literally everyone. Which means that the onus falls on us, grassroots donors, to pick up the slack and help get the word out to every single voter in the biggest state in America what the stakes of this fight are. I'll put a link to donate on the screen and in the post description of this video. Here's why this is so important. Even if you're not from California or not particularly moved by gerrymandering, it is foundational. Everything in politics, healthcare, reproductive rights, gun violence, climate change, all of it relies on the ability of fairness in our elections. And that's a point that both myself and Gavin Newsom raised here. So this whole situation has kind of surged onto the scene in just the last few weeks, really. And to your great credit, you have responded as quickly as you possibly could, wasting no time in getting this thing on the ballot so that we can have our maps redrawn to counteract, to fight.
We will.
Yeah, this guy's fucking awful. I got this guy for 55 like 2 years ago. Holy shit.
I think that was probably last year. What's his name is drafting for you?
Yeah, fucking lad.
Yeah, that kid. Idiot. No, that was T just doing. Gary Wilson, no matter what.
I told him I wanted Gibbs, Gary Wilson, and I give him like 3 like.
I fucking hate Garrett Wilson, but I'm not gonna watch him go for $20. Jesus Christ. Alright, wide receiver 1. Let's go Marietta, Georgia. Fuck.
This guy loves his Georgia guys, man.
I mean, that's crazy.
21 is actually.
That is I had to click the button. That was why.
If I had more money,
I literally have avoid
Ben's about to be literally broke. Ben's trying to win with 4 players, that's it.
Wait,
for real
wait, Adam got Terry McLaurin for 26? That's a fucking good ass, like.
Yeah, that was
good value, like. Holy shit, I see that.
Yeah,
what? Wait. Terry's way better than fucking Gary Wilson.
barely $1,000 a year. Gary Wilson had more yards than Terry last year. Gary Wilson on target.
I can't do that with 2 people on the field.
There he is, running up dog.
Nice, that's fine.
Whoa, fat him in the race.
Do I?
Shit, dude, I got Drake once on the game.
It ended, right?
No, I just passed.
40!
It's over me, yeah.
Was it 40?
Whatever it says, like that's what you have to nominate.
Oh, damn.
Fuck it, I might pick Justin Fields. Stop. Yeah, oh yeah, this guy has a fucking simulator.
Oh, he's got a simulator, fuck.
Because that fucking faggot had the lead.
Wow.
Stupid. I'll take it.
That's good value.
That's a good value there, Zane.
Unfucking real. That's a great pick right there, Chad. I'm just so happy you guys got to witness that greatness there. So far, so good, no? Jaden Daniels, Bijan, Ladd, like that's we're in a good spot here.
Come on, babies.
Fuck, I'm on the clock. God damn it.
Bro.
Yeah, I still don't know how I feel about 65 for Bijan, but it is what it is.
No, it's not bad.
That's market value.
Yeah, that's good value. Isn't it?
That's the
Not
highest.
far.
That's the highest of our draft so far, right?
No.
And Gibbs.
Oh, Jamal was
I'm
Bijan's a top
back
pick.
spot, dude.
Snake usually.
fucking nominating.
I know. Yeah, everyone calm down, dude.
The best Wi-Fi for Frontier isn't just the VIP zip. So everyone's supposed to go. Get the best Wi-Fi ever. Wi-Fi 7. 100% fiber. Now on Fiber 500 and up, starting at just $39.99 a month. Only from Frontier. We've been here from the jump.
Starting at $4.49, you can get one, make it a double, or go for 3 delicious patties. Go as big as you want. My bonus jack combo starting at $4.49. Now you can say you're loving it and actually mean it. Get so much more.
92% of teachers have students whose families cannot afford the new school supplies. Subaru Auto retailers are there to help by giving millions of dollars in funding, along with school supplies students need. We call it Subaru Love Promise, and we're proud to be the largest corporate support of Adopt a Classroom model. It's just one of the reasons Forbes ranked Subaru the #1 automotive brand for social impact. Subaru, more than a car company.
You're right, Billy. Every shoe for every athlete. This is the GOAT.
On Robinhood.
Holy fuck.
Brought to you by Squarespace. Rockstar is arguably the best known game studio in the entire world. Like, come on, just look at that GTA 6 trailer. The only person that hasn't seen it is probably your divorced uncle. Only because he hasn't paid his Wi-Fi bill. Seriously though, GTA 6 is the most highly anticipated game ever, and along with the Red Dead series, Rockstar has two of the biggest IPs in gaming history, only matched by the Police and Blocks game, and that. With That being said though, lately I've seen many people claim that either Red Dead Redemption 2 or GTA 5 are the best games that Rockstar has ever produced. And by many people, I mean zoomers with severe brain rots. Like, come on guys, GTA 5 isn't even the best Grand Theft Auto.
Oh, my N-word,
Allow me to introduce you to this lovely Serbian man. Although I can't forgive people for thinking this, considering Rockstar hasn't made anything else since 2012's Max Payne 3. Which is still the best game featuring a depressed bald man. Now I'm not going to sit here and go through all of Rockstar's games prior to exclusively milking GTA Online, but what's surprising to me is how much they used to experiment with their games. Going from something as grotesque and controversial like the Manhunt series to a game about table tennis. This level of experimentation is what led to arguably Rockstar's best game. Not one about stealing cars or becoming a cowboy, but a game simply about bullying children. Bully in America, or Canis Canem Edit in Europe, was a 2006 open world game that really makes you feel like you're in high school again. Taking place in Bulworth Academy, the game was very different from what Rockstar would usually make. Like they had not long released GTA San Andreas and the first Manhunt game, so to go from playing as criminals and murderers to a teenager was definitely a much different direction for the studio to take. However, what wasn't different was the insane amount of controversy this game created, and raging anti-bullying organizations receiving multiple demands for a higher age rating, and even being hit with a lawsuit to have the game banned in Florida. This all happened before the game even reached store shelves, by the way. But before I talk about any of that, I think it's probably a good idea to look at the people responsible for making this game in the first place. Rockstar Vancouver. Formerly known as Barking Dog Studio, the team at Rockstar Vancouver hadn't really made a lot of stuff prior to being bought by Rockstar's parent company, Take-Two Interactive. Having mostly worked on strategy games like Homeworld Cataclysm, or helping develop other games like Counter-Strike. Wait, what? However, once it became absorbed into the Rockstar family, the small team was instantly met with Rockstar's high expectations, beginning work on two projects, a military action game called Spec Ops, no, not that one, and an original title that would later become Bully. Now it's worth noting that a lot of Rockstar's games were primarily open world titles, which unfortunately was a genre of game that the team at Rockstar Vancouver had never really made before. So of course they decided to hire more developers, one of which being Mike Scupa, who prior to joining Rockstar had worked on games like the 2003 Hulk movie tie-in and Jackie Chan's Stuntmaster, a pretty decent game if you look past the dated graphics. Now Scupa to begin with was more than happy to be working at Rockstar, holding games like GTA 3 and Vice City in super high regard, and he would quickly become the lead designer on Bully, aspiring to be as creative as possible with the project. However, based on more recent interviews Scupa has made, it seems like working at Rockstar might have not been all it was cracked up to be. Initially, while coming up with ideas for the game, the team drew a lot from their own childhoods and experiences within high school, telling stories about dumb stuff they do as kids, like paper round, running away from adults, or playing Ding Dong Ditch. I mean, again, Bully wasn't going to be like Rockstar's other games. They wanted to focus on turning stuff they do as a kid into fun and unique gameplay mechanics, rather than just giving a 12-year-old a gun. Through this, the game became way more lighthearted. Like, apparently, Bully started out as a much darker game, but upon the team reflecting on their own childhoods, Bully became more about the player banding together with other students and overcoming the odds of high school. It's evident the Vancouver team look back on this aspect of development pretty fondly, being allowed so much freedom on the project, which really pushed them creatively. What the team absolutely does not look back fondly on though, was working with Rockstar. See, Rockstar had pretty high expectations for this game, high enough to apparently have Scupa and others working 80-hour weeks just to keep up with Rockstar's demands, which were often not even feasible due to the development deadlines. Clearly this wasn't a concern to the higher-ups at Rockstar though, because just trying to get a word back from their New York headquarters was a challenge within itself. Whenever the Vancouver team did hear back from Rockstar HQ, it was often with instructions to change the game so drastically that it meant staff members were pulled away from their families in order to work an insane amount of overtime. This created what can politely be described as some tension between the studios. Like Rockstar evidently weren't interested in having an open dialogue with the Vancouver team, so their instructions were often ignored or just sent to developers who weren't even working on the game anymore. The devs were clearly running on fumes making this game. Scooper himself stated that he was terrified Bully would be cancelled any second and was even contemplating quitting Rockstar over all this uncertainty. Thankfully though, Scooper stuck with the game, and eventually the friction between the two studios would come to an end once he got a glimpse of the marketing material for the game. Finally seeing the vision for Bully come to life and realising that they may just have something special in it. But just as one problem seemed to be solved, another one raised its ugly head, as upon announcing the game in early 2005, Rockstar was met with a much bigger issue: angry parents. Now it may be hard for those of you born past 2008 to realise, but Rockstar during the early 2000s were kinda known for being controversial.
The experience is even more intense using Nintendo's Wii game console.
Obviously, you had the whole Manhunt drama a few years back, and more recently, GTA San Andreas came under fire when someone found the hot coffee minigame which was hidden in the game's code. And if you don't know what that is, please use Google because I like making money. So, with this reputation in mind, when Bully was announced in 2005, it was met with surprisingly little backlash. Although that was probably helped by the fact that no gameplay was publicly shown, and all people had to go off was a brief plot synopsis, stating, as a troubled schoolboy, you'll stand up to bullies, get picked on by teachers, play pranks on malicious kids, win or lose the girl, and ultimately learn to navigate the obstacles of fictitious reform school, Bulworth Academy. This in itself didn't garner too much backlash from what I could see. Obviously, some people had an issue with the title, but for the most part, this announcement went pretty smoothly, and the game was set to release in October. However, just as everything seemed to be going well for Rockstar, something happened. Screenshots of the game showcasing different locations and characters were somehow leaked. Now you may think to yourself, this wouldn't be too much of an issue, like screenshots leak all the time, and just by looking at these images, they all seem pretty tame by today's standards. Unfortunately, this was the early 2000s, and still a time when stuff like this was considered controversial.
Fancy going for a bang? A bounce? Okay. Now this is what I call a flat bumpkin.
That was funny. That was jokes.
So, once people got hold of these screenshots, saw images of school kids beating each other up, and realised Rockstar was making it, shit hit the fan pretty quickly.
And they were angry outside Rockstar Company headquarters today, protesting what they claim is the marketing of violent games to children.
Upon seeing these horrifying screenshots, anti-bullying organisations loaded up and took to the streets to protest this abomination to gaming. Over here in the UK, we had the BBC conducting interviews with the director of bullying online, Liz Carnell, who basically said,
Somebody please think of the children!
Perhaps more notably though, activist group Peaceaholics protested right outside Rockstar's New York headquarters, demanding that the game be banned while holding up signs with messages like "Put the cuss on Rockstar" and "Prosecute Rockstar Games, they are felons." This was all for a game that hadn't even been released yet. No footage had even been made public. Literally all we had seen were these screenshots, yet that was enough for some people to claim that Bully not only promoted violence towards children, but also gang violence, and was ultimately dubbed as a Columbine simulator by none other than Jack Thompson. Or as he's more commonly known as, the guy who fucking hates video games. See, Jack Thompson is known as an anti-video game activist, and by that I mean he absolutely fucking hates video games, claiming they corrupt kids into playing murder simulators and that they are no more than mental masturbation. Honestly, he's made so many ridiculous statements that it would be impossible for me to show you all of them, so for the purpose of this video, all you need to know is that Thompson has continuously claimed that violent video games result in people committing violent acts, has tried very hard to link games like GTA 3 to real-life crimes, has filed multiple lawsuits against Rockstar's parent company, Take-Two Interactive, and of course, Bully wasn't going to be any different. Thompson actually joined forces with Peaceaholics, helping organise the protest I previously mentioned, and even went a step further by emailing fucking Bill Gates in an attempt to stop the game releasing. I should also add that this email sounds completely deranged. Dear Mr. Gates, you have 54 days in which to stop the release of Bully on Xbox. Govern yourself accordingly. Sincerely, Jack Thompson. Fucking hell. To be fair, Bully was actually supposed to release on the Xbox along with the